Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear anything? So racing's about to start for the day. The first race is the para single. It's a 2,000 metre race. They're just lining up at the start at the moment. In lane 1 from Sydney, we have Eric Horry. In lane 3 from Drummoyne, we have Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Robert Glendenning. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, we have Lisa Greisel, coached by Jeremy Smith. In lane 5 from Balmain, we have Bronte Marshall, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig. In lane 6 from Balmain, Lauren Webber, coached by Barbara, Anne and Liam. In lane 7 from Balmain, Rebecca Jones, coached by Barbara, Anne and Liam. And in lane 9, Mika Kelly, coached by Barbara, Anne and Liam. So it looks like it's going to be a good day's racing. Conditions are absolutely perfect out there at the moment. This first race is going to cut glass as they come down the course. We'll just wait for it to get underway.
Good morning, and it's absolutely perfect conditions out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre for the 2022 Small Boats Regatta. First major regatta of 2022, and a big selection regatta for a lot of our athletes out racing today. As you mentioned, will be absolutely prime conditions. We've got 0 km/h winds out there on the course today, and not expected to increase significantly throughout the course of today's racing. We are looking at the potential for a little bit of heat later on in the day. We're looking at top of 32 degrees early this afternoon, so we'll keep an eye on the potential for heat management measures put in place by Rowing New South Wales this afternoon.
That'll be for all us old masters.
All the masters, yep.
Kill us off gradually.
Sydney, Drummoyne, Lake Macquarie, Balmain 2, Balmain 3, Balmain 4, Balmain 1, attention.
We've got to start in our first race of the day, race number 1. It's both the PR1 and PR2 para single sculls. In lane 1 there we see, PR1 and PR3 para single sculls. You can tell it's been a little while since I've been in the commentary box. We're on the far side of the course there on our screen now, if you're watching from home, is Eric Horry of Sydney Rowing Club, obviously our Paralympic medalist from Tokyo. This will be his first 2,000 metre race back in front of a crowd in anger since the Tokyo Paralympics in September last year. See racing there with the Australian colours on the blades. So Eric obviously competing in a separate class to the remainder of the field, being a PR1 athlete. Eric, PR1 is classified as the use of above the hips, whereas PR3 is the use of the full body and other disabilities such as visual impairments and intellectual impairments here in domestic racing.
It does look like it is Bronte Marshall out front at the moment, but a little bit too far away for us to see, and the camera angles are not kind to us at this stage. But it looks like there could be some close racing as they get further down the line here.
Yeah, always good competition within the Balmain squad of para rowers.
I think, yeah, it does look like Bronte Marshall is out in front, and then Rebecca Jones on this side, or is it Mika Kelly? I think it could be Mika. Mika also rows at Glebe, so we know her well. She came across from Dragon Boat Racing, so a tower of strength. It's just we've got to skill her up to row. No, it's not Mika, it's Rebecca Jones. So Mika has a vision handicap, and we can see the boat following her to keep her on a straight course, so she's linked to a microphone. So there's somebody on the boat following, giving instructions as to let her know that she's going straight. So it does look like it's Bronte Marshall and Rebecca Jones as they come through the 1,000-metre mark.
Not a surprising result there. Bronte Marshall being a medalist in the 2019 INAS Games for athletes with intellectual impairment. She represented Australia and won a whole suite of medals at that event, both on and off the water, on the on-water rowing and in the indoor rowing a couple of years ago. In the centre of the course there, Bronte Marshall and Lauren Webber, both coming out of the PLC Sydney rowing program. PLC Sydney, a school that does great work with girls with intellectual disabilities, and really fostering a good little group of para athletes there. And had quite a few over the last few years come through and go over to Balmain Rowing Club and represent them successfully for a number of years. So just as we cross the 1500 metre mark now, we can see the race really opening up. In lane 4, representing Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel, opening up a commanding lead over the field, and back in second, a number of seconds back, will be sculler in lane number 7, Rebecca Jones from Balmain Rowing Club. Eric having a good little tussle on the far side of the course, obviously really rowing his own race and just getting a good first hit out in a little while for him, but still remaining competitive with the PR3 field next to him. Bronte Marshall from Balmain in lane 5, coming in at that 1500 metre mark in third place out of the PR3 race.
So it is Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, just coming into the last 250 metres, looking very comfortable. She's got a very healthy lead over all the rest of the field. She'll be followed through by Rebecca Jones, and then a few lengths back to Bronte Marshall. And on the far side we have Eric Horry keeping up pretty well. He's winding it up now that he's into the last 250 metres there.
So that'll be Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club coming across the line in first place in the final of the para single for our first race of the day. We'll see closest to the grandstand start of the course in lane 7. In lane 7 from Balmain Rowing Club, Rebecca Jones really winding it up to the finish line. Having a good little sprint to the finish, putting on a good show for the crowd to cross the line in second place. Likewise, Eric Horry really turning it on and winding up to the finish, having a really great hit out this morning here at the Regatta Centre. And a pretty handy time there as well. Bronte
Giving it everything to cross the line.
Bronte
there.
Marshall absolutely throwing the kitchen sink at it in the last 250 metres there.
She'll be followed across the line by Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. Also looking round, seeing where is that finish line. Good indication they're giving it everything. Then about to cross the line is Lauren Webber from Balmain. And Mika Kelly giving her the final push. Come on, Mika. So that was Lisa Greisel. Across the line first, followed by, it's in 9 minutes and 8 seconds, followed by Rebecca Jones, then Bronte Marshall and Stephanie Walker, followed by Lauren Webber and Mika Kelly. So coming up is the men's under 16 single sculls. There are 2 heats. So the first 4 in each heat will go through to the final. So there's a bit of a competition here to make sure you try to get through to that final. In the first heat, and they're only 1,000 metres. In the first heat from Newcastle Grammar in lane 3, we have Ronan Brown. Carter Clifton, I understand, is scratched. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Vaughan Henderson. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Logan Harmon. And in lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung. Now, we also had a scratching from Garvin Hayes from Marist College. So that does leave only 4. So all these should go through to the final. But we still expect to see some good racing.
Yeah, that's right. Only 2 heats here of the men's under 16 single, and obviously a pretty cruisy race ahead for these boys. Probably just looking to conserve a bit of energy going through to the final, which we'll see later on in the program. Race number 37. So good few hour break here for these boys. Obviously, under 16s. These boys will be heading into grade 9 at school. They're still predominantly racing in quadruple sculls in a lot of the school programs. So really good to see them out here. Probably just bookend or finishing off their January camp preparations for the term with a little hit out in the single scull. And, it'll be interesting to see if some of these school programs are going to be using the results of these races towards selection for the upcoming school term. Just see on the screen there, the aligners getting the 4 crews aligned for the start at the 1,000 metre mark. Shouldn't be too many hassles given the absolute mill pond conditions we've got down there.
Logan Harmon in lane 6 seems to be trying to give himself a little bit of a handicap.
A little bit. Possibly just getting himself straight in the lane there.
Yeah. So up at the 1,000 metre mark, there can often be a bit of a current drift across the course, so you can move across onto the buoys.
Especially
which
today.
is not ideal.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see it throughout the day.
And are off.
Bit of a frantic start there. I'd imagine it was a pretty quick start. The aligner, once they get all the crews together, they'll just get them going as soon as they possibly can. Does look like Mitchell Chung of Newcastle Grammar, closest to the grandstand side of the course in lane number 5, just getting the better of the competition in that start. It was certainly the cleanest start out of the field there.
Oh.
That was a bit of a commentator's curse there. Just catching a
as he
little
caught
digger
it.
there in his bow side oar, but recovering from it quite nicely.
So that looks like Logan Campbell pushing hard. He's certainly keeping his eye on the rest of the field. Perhaps his coach might want to tell him that stay
Head in the boat
focused.
a little bit there, yeah. Does look like the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler in the centre of the course, Vaughan Henderson. Just definitely, I can't quite get an exact result at this stage, but looking definitely looking the nicest out of the 4 crews there, looking the most composed and controlled, not having too many issues with his own balance and really staying calm and focused in his own race. Looks like the Hunter Valley Grammar School, a little bit smaller program, possibly a bit more rowing in small boats up there.
Yeah, for
Looks a
some
little
of
bit
our
more
guys from
comfortable.
Glebe, these races are their first races, so they're effectively novices.
Yeah, absolutely.
So pretty exciting for them to get out here and really have a go and see what it's all about.
Yeah, and as called earlier there, it's Vaughan Henderson in the centre of the course from Hunter Valley Grammar School. It's just pushing out to the lead as we approach the halfway mark. It's about almost a 3-boat length lead there. Back to Ronan Brown of Newcastle Grammar on the far side of the course. Ronan Brown just narrowly by a boat length over Logan Harmon of Newcastle and Mitchell Chung of Newcastle, who had possibly the cleanest start, but just caught a couple of little digger strokes falling behind there. None of these boys seem to be taking it particularly easy, given the fact that they don't have really any competition to make it through to the final, but really look to be on the hunt for that prime position in the centre lane.
Well, I suspect Ronan is quickly discovering how far 1,000 metres is.
Yeah.
Really working it there.
As we mentioned, for a few of these boys, it's probably their first hit out at the Regatta Centre in a single scull, and there can definitely be some very rapid learnings out on that water as you look around and as you've been going for eternity and realise that you're just at the 250 metre mark.
Yeah, Vaughan Henderson's looking very comfortable as they come into the last 250 metres. And coming up on this side, Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar is going well, but will he be able to catch?
Just need to stay away from
Henderson?
those boys there.
Yeah, just got to keep going straight.
And that can often be the challenge in these formative years of sculling. One of the hardest things to do when you're just trying to focus on getting out in front is thinking about going straight. It doesn't seem to be worrying Vaughan Henderson of the Hunter Valley Grammar School. Out there with the rainbow stripes on his boat in lane 5 in the centre of the course. He's just striding out to a comfortable lead, not backing off, and building towards the line.
He does look a bit bigger than the other boys as well.
He does look a little bit bigger.
At this age, they can vary so much.
Absolutely.
Compared to Ronan over there, who's trying to make up for his size difference. He's holding his own, no, he's going to come in second.
Absolutely is. He might not be the biggest guy on the course, but he's definitely getting the length in the water.
Mitchell Chung here is just cruising. He's realised that he doesn't have to work any harder. I love their ability to keep looking around and still keep going.
Yeah. When you're new to the single scull racing, there's a lot going on that you haven't seen before, and I suppose you just want to take it all in.
Yeah. So heat 2 of the men's under 16 single scull. Over in lane 2 we have Thomas Clarkson from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 4, so James Mills from Cranbrook is scratched. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton. In lane 5 from Glebe, Carson Prout. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Collins. And in lane 7 from Glebe, Liam Young. So they're underway now. As I suspected, Carson Prout has got a handy lead to start with.
He's really making the most of that advantageous centre position. We'll be learning all about how he can see the rest of the course from there. Definitely a much higher rate of striking than the rest of the crew. He's looking like an Irish lightweight there out the front of the course.
Hey, I do know, have been from Glebe, I do know he's been putting in a lot of work, so I'm not surprised. But, you know, we work to the Ken Major philosophy, is you just get in front and stay in front.
Yeah, absolutely. So there will be a little bit more racing, a little bit more reason to race in this second heat, men's under 16 single scull. You know, 5 competitors out there on the course with the top 4 scullers going through to the A final, and just the 5th place sculler who will be eliminated and just have an ice cream and go home early today.
So Carson is well out in the lead now, and I think he realises that, and he's relaxing as he comes across the 500 metre mark. Just taking it easy, holding his lead. He's followed across by Elliot Collins from Newcastle Grammar. Then Lucas Burton from Newcastle Grammar.
It's looking like we're going to have a pretty Newcastle Grammar heavy final in the under 16 single scull. We had 3 progressing from the last heat, and all going to plan. We should have at least 2 progressing from this second heat.
Well, and I could give a bit of a plug as Brad Smith is in charge of coaching up there now.
Right.
Moved up from Glebe.
And a Glebe
So
sculler
nice.
out the front.
Yeah. And it looks like coming in fourth will be Elliot Collins from Newcastle Grammar. So those 4 are likely to go through if they hold their positions and no catastrophes between now and finish. Oh no, it could be Liam Young from Glebe. It's a bit hard, there's a bit of glare on the water, so a little bit difficult to see. Yeah, I think Liam's going to come in fourth there.
Does look
Carson
like
now knows he's in the final stretch and giving it his all. He's going for a time, I think, here.
absolutely, and it'll be pretty tight between the results of the first and the second heat, but I do think Carson should be, well, I think he'll actually be fairly comfortable here as he approaches the last 3 sets of boys, the last 50 metres or so of the course. Yeah, he'll finishing fastest qualifier through to the final of the under-16 single. Was with a little bit of relaxing in the middle of the course. And crossing the line in second from lane 6 there, Logan Harmon of Newcastle Grammar School. So rather, Elliot Collins of Newcastle Grammar School. Looking at the screen from the race previous. His schoolmate from Newcastle Grammar in lane number 4. It's Lucas Burton crossing the line in 3rd place, securing that penultimate qualifying spot for the final.
Come on, Liam, you're nearly there.
Like Liam Young, coached there by Nicholas Galea. On the grandstand side of the course, we'll take that final qualifying spot for the final of the men's under-16 single scull.
So Carson did that in 4 minutes 10.89. The previous heat was in 4 minutes 12. So I'd guess the final is going to be quite an exciting race between these boys. And on the far side, we have Thomas Clarkson from Newcastle Grammar just crossing the line now.
On the course now, just actually approaching the halfway mark, is the first heat of the women's under-16 single scull. In lane number 1 on the far side of the course from Newcastle Grammar, we have Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Amelia de Villiers, coached by Brendan Longman. In lane 3 from Penrith, Zoe Wisner. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Zoe Armstrong. In lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, Bridget Wiles, coached there by Katie Healy. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, we've got Sadie Smart. Lane 7 from Mossman and Scratched. And in lane 8 from PLC Sydney, Isabel Yardley. And in lane 9 from Glebe, we've got another scratching. So a couple scratchings on this side of the course. Doesn't seem to have affected Isabel Yardley, who looks to be quite comfortable in her lead out the front of the course. Maybe just a boat length or 2 in front of the rest of the field. Pretty tight back to second over on the far bank. Does look like the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler Zoe Armstrong in lane number 4 might be making the best of that tussle. Followed by Annabelle McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar on the far side. Having a little tussle for second place. Really challenging Isabel Yardley of PLC Sydney on the nearest side of the course. Isabel just holding out her lead by about a quarter, a third of a boat length as we come into the final strokes of the race. It'll be Isabel Yardley of PLC Sydney across the line in first. In second, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Zoe Armstrong. In third, just pipped on the line, Penrith Rowing Club, Zoe Wisner. It'll be Annabelle McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar in fourth. And it'll be really, really close. It looks like
Mossman.
Yeah, Mossman, Bridget Wiles in lane number 5, just pipping Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club on the far side of the course. Not to be relevant to the progression to the final though. Those 4 spots relatively safe. Rounding out the field now will be Sadie Smart from Newcastle Grammar. So those top 4 qualifying spots to the final later on this morning. Isabel Yardley, Zoe Armstrong, Zoe Wiseman and Annabelle McKenzie.
And the second heat of the women's under-16 scull is underway. They're just coming up to the 500 metre mark. In lane 1, we have Sophia Soudalakis. In lane 2 from Glebe, Lucy Yabsley. In lane 3 from Mossman, Eva DiStasio. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Claudia Wills. In lane 5 from Penrith, Elizabeth Drayton. In lane 6 from PLC Sydney, Charlotte Sard. In lane 7 from Capital Lakes, Madeline Halia, I would say. And in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Molly Boyle. So it does look like we have a full field in this race.
Just about a full field for the first time this morning, I think.
Yes,
almost.
and it looks like the leaders are over here in lane 7 and 8. So that is Madeline Halia and Molly Boyle. But not discounting over in lane 2 there, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. So come on, Lucy, push it along. Charlotte Sard in lane 6 also looks to be pushing through and catching up. Could be quite close, this one, to work out which of the first 4 go through. So the battle will be to, I think, for 3rd and 4th place here.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like our probably got 5 scullers out the front of the field that are really contesting for those qualifying spots. So it should be an absolute cracking race. Just can't quite get a read on exactly where we are at this point. A little bit hard without our traditional timing markers.
It does look to me like it's Madeline Halia from Capital Lakes over here in lane 7 has the lead.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you.
Lucy Yabsley is going really well across there in lane 2 from Glebe. The Mossman girl, Eva DiStasio, is now starting to really push through. So Madeline Halia is, hopefully she can stay off those boys. Her steering's just gone off a little bit. That always slows you down. I think Lucy Yabsley's going to take this very comfortably, looking very strong as she comes through. Looking very nice. I have to say with some bias, being a Glebe person. And she'll be followed across the line by Eva DiStasio from Mossman. Then it could almost be a photo finish between Madeline Halia and Sophie Soudalakis, but I think Madeline took that across Sophie, so those are the first 4 going through. Followed across the line by Molly Boyle from Newcastle Grammar, then Charlotte Sard from PLC, Elizabeth Drayton from Penrith just coming through now. And then finally it will be Claudia Wills. So the first 4 across, as I recall, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe, Eva DiStasio from Mossman, Madeline Halia from Capital Lakes, and Sophia Soudalakis from PLC Sydney. And the second heat, oh no, this is, so that's the first 2 heats of the women's under-16. We have another para race now. So this is the men's, no, what is it?
So it's the 1,000 metre equivalent.
1,000 metre, yeah.
So we've got 4 PR3 competitors out there today. So that is use of the full body, but perhaps an intellectual or vision impairment. Just out for the 1,000 metre hit out this morning. Should be the last of our 1,000 metre races for a good little while on this morning's program until we get to the finals of those under-16 single sculls. So over in lane number 2 from Balmain, we've got James Hunt, coached by Liam James, Anne Craig and Barbara Ramjam. In lane number 3, also from Balmain, James Johnson, also coached by the same little coaching team. In lane 5 from Drummoyne, we've got Julia Story, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Robert Glendenning. And in lane number 6, also from Balmain, Tarly Hind, from coached by Barbara Ramjam, Anne Craig and Liam James. It does look like it's Julia Story of Drummoyne really laying down the heat there in the middle of the course. As we approach the last few strokes of the race, a good, comfortable, almost 80-metre lead there over the field. Julia across the line in first there to take out the 1,000-metre para single scull this morning. It's like should be followed pretty comfortably over the line by James Johnson, Balmain Rowing Club.
Julia Story's time was 6 minutes 6.27.
We might have a few little discrepancies going on with our timing for this one.
Yeah, we're told it's a photo finish, but
Bit hard to have a photo finish with just the one competitor crossing.
so third across the line is Tarly Hind. She's looking round to see where that finish line is, which is a good indication that she's probably given it everything she has. Come on, Tarly. Nearly there. And she'll be followed across by James Hunt over on the far side. Final push to get across the line. Well done, Tarly. And James Hunt is just crossed. So next up is we're back to 2,000 metres, men's under 17 single scull. We should see some good racing with these boys.
Absolutely. A little bit more experience than the under 16s that we saw come down before. Probably got a full season of racing at Cirque under their belts. And now this season, under 17s stepping up to 2,000 metre racing. So we saw some boys quickly discover the harsh realities of 1,000 metres in the single scull. I think we might see some discover the even harsher realities of 2,000 metres out there in the one by.
We've got Redlands 2 in lane 1.
Well, we just have a little bit of a wait. We've just seen the crews for the first heat, first of 2 heats. The men's under 17 single come onto the course now. We expect probably looking at another 45 minutes before we're underway.
Yeah, so looks like we are running a little bit behind time, but that'll catch up during the day.
And Newcastle Grammar 7 in lane 8. Gentlemen, we're past start time, so can you move quickly onto your fingers and become attached, please?
Correct.
I'll give you 3 minutes. The other scullers, can you please move back from the start line if this is not your race? And if you can
As you
organise
mentioned, we will
yourselves into your
catch
race,
up.
just have a look at the bow
We should
numbers
catch up that time. We're running
so
sort of
make sure
5 or
you've
6
got
minutes
the same
behind
letter
time this morning.
as they've got.
Catch that up later in the day, thanks to the work of our officials and volunteers. It's a good little reminder to plug. We do have the Australian Rowing Championships coming up in just a couple of months, back where it belongs in Sydney this year, after a brief hiatus in the backwoods of Tasmania last year. A friendly call out to if you are interested in helping out, if you're not racing or if you're only doing a little bit of racing. We are always looking for volunteers at the Australian Rowing Championships, and you can find the details for that on the Rowing Australia website.
Not only Rowing Australia, but Rowing New South Wales as well. So, for example, today's regatta, we don't have any time splits, and that's purely due to lack of volunteers. So, a big shout out if you have the time. always hugely appreciated to volunteer for any of the regattas that are happening.
Yeah, absolutely, and even if it's just a couple of hours while maybe you're out here supporting a child or a loved one or something like that sort of nature, even if it's only a couple of hours, all our volunteers are really greatly appreciated, and
We are
the free lunch and coffee is pretty good as well.
If Hayden Williamson's there, please, you should be on the line now. I'm sorry, thank you. It's only me, I can't read. Henry Guest, are you out there?
Okay, they are on the start line. It looks like there's a couple of gaps, so either they haven't made it or they've scratched and we haven't been advised.
Doesn't look like we've got any scratchings. I think they may have just gotten caught up in all that kerfuffle down there at the start line. We are without the bridge at the 750 metre mark at the moment. So our scullers are paddling and warming up down the side of the course. So it does look like there's a little bit of chaos and confusion going down there.
So in this first heat, the men's under 17 single scull, in lane 1 from Redlands, we have Thomas Jackson. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Gabriel Leichman. In lane 3 from Mossman, Lachlan Fraser. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Kobe Young. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Henry Guest. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Connor Greenwood. And in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Jet Floyer Cal. So it does look like we're missing lane 6 and 4 and 8. So that looks like...
We've just got a latecomer onto the course. So that's lane 6, Henry Guest, Newcastle Grammar, and Jet Foyer Kell, also Newcastle Grammar.
So they're here.
Making their way onto the starting pontoons now.
Guys, I know it's a bit different, but Newcastle, under normal circumstances, you'd all have yellow cards. Quickly become attached.
We can just hear over the internal radios the starter reminding the boys that they need to try and get to the start on time. So just a call out for those inexperienced rowers is you do need to be at the start by your start time. Otherwise it may well start without you.
You do actually need to be docked onto the fingers 5 minutes prior.
Yeah.
That will earn you a yellow card if you're unable to do so.
Well, a few years ago I went to the New Zealand Masters Rowing Championships, and that was very relaxed. You'd get to the start line and they'd say, oh, hang on, we're missing a few guys. Oh, there he came. You know, they could see down the other end of the course. Here he comes, I think, so we'd all wait.
But their regattas run 20 minutes behind the whole day, though.
Oh, yeah. So as you can see on the screen, the starter is just adjusting to make sure they're all in a straight line.
This will be a fast start due to the timing. Attention.
Just Just heard there the starter letting athletes here know that that was a fast start and wasn't going to do the traditional roll call, just to save a little bit of time and get the next race underway as soon as possible. Does look like all crews there have gotten away cleanly and safely. Perhaps over on the far side of the course there, Lachlan Fraser from Mossman just making the most of that first 100 metres, that first 15 strokes or so.
I'm just trying to work out, there's one of them having a bit of a staring issue. He's been bounced off the boys on one side and then's come back into the middle of the lane. It does look probably like lane 4.
Yeah, a little bit going on in the centre of the course there.
It's a bit difficult to see at the moment there's quite a bit of glare on the water, both via the video and us looking out the window here. So,
yeah, just getting a little bit of a close-up there. It does look like in the centre of the course there from lane 5, Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar making the most of it out in the front. But well, maybe perhaps just catching up on Gabriel Leishman. No, rather Lachlan Fraser, as I called before, Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club on the far bank, who will cross the 500 metre mark, just about a boat length in front of the field.
very close there between, I think, Kobe Young and Henry Guest, do you think? Yes, Newcastle Grammar.
Yeah. This is obviously the first of 2 heats in the under-17 single scull. We're seeing the first 4 scullers from this first heat progressing through to the A final later on this morning, race number 40. The rest of the competitors in this heat will be eliminated from the proceedings. So no B finals. The small boats regatta and club regattas, we only run B finals for selection events. Fortunately, no under-17 state team as of yet. We will see some B finals later on this afternoon for our elite, our lightweight, and later on this morning rather, for our elite, lightweight, and under-21 races.
So Lachlan Fraser there, coached by Judith Ungermark, is looking very comfortable. Looks like he knows he's put himself out in the lead and then just keeping control.
Absolutely, we do often see this little disparity in under-17 and under-19 races of athletes who come through the club system and perhaps have a little bit more of a chance to race at the regatta centre and race in the small boats and learn a little bit more about conserving their energy and how to race smart, especially in heats.
Oh, now the camera's drawn back, we get another look here.
It's Connor Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club. He's actually just come through about 3/4 of a boat length lead at the 1,000 metre mark, and it does look like we've got timing now at the halfway point, which is fantastic. So it's Connor Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7 on the grandstand side of the course, just narrowly leading about 1.5 seconds over Lachlan Fraser of Mossman. Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar School in 3rd at that halfway timing point, and then quite a sizable gap back to Henry Guest of Newcastle Grammar, who again sits comfortably in front of his schoolmate Gabriel Leishman, Jet Floyer Kell and Kobe Young, all of Newcastle Grammar back there. So first 4, those qualifying spots, relatively decided, but Connor Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club, coached down there by Charlie Patterson, Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck, really making the most of that second 500 metres to put on a little bit of a push and keep the pressure on Lachlan Fraser of Mossman there.
But Chris, anything could happen. You never know.
Absolutely. In the bigger boats, we'll say the first to the 1,000 metres will almost definitely win, but in the single scull, we definitely know that is not the case. It's almost never likely to be the case. Having a look there, it does look like Lachlan Fraser just looking nice and relaxed on the far side of the course.
I think he's just taken his rating up a point or two.
Yeah, just a point or two as he's been challenged a little bit, but
Still looking very smooth.
yeah. And looking like Connor Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club still just holding out that about half a boat length's lead. Both scullers really backing off and conserving some energy for their final. Obviously both pretty confident of their progression through the event today. That's Connor Greenwood by a boat length over Lachlan Fraser of Mossman Rowing Club. And Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar still sitting back in that comfortable provisional bronze medal position for, no medals for heats, but bronze medal third place position.
But Connor's just cruising. He must be
He's
doing only
absolutely
about
cruising.
24,
Yep.
I reckon. So the first three, they know they're through, so they're all looking very comfortable. No one's really pushing hard. That's Connor Greenwood from Sydney, followed by Lachlan Fraser from Mossman, and then Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar. And further back, there could be a little bit of a tussle, but at the moment it does look like it's Kobe Young from Newcastle Grammar. He could be pushed by Jet Floyer Kell over on this side in lane 8.
So we might have a little bit of a battle up here at the head of the field. Connor Greenwood sat pretty comfortably out in front, and Lachlan Fraser also just conserving his energy. But Lachlan Fraser just deciding he's going to take the W in this one, and doing a little bit of a late sprint. As you mentioned before, Connor Greenwood sitting there at about sort of rate 24, 26, comfortably cruise across the line. Very mature and well-composed race there. Third place will be Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar, as he's sat for the majority of the proceedings. And across the line in fourth, taking that last qualifying spot through to the final later this morning, will be sculler in lane number 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Henry Guest. He's our latecomer to the start line. And in fifth, the first to miss out on that last qualifying spot, lane number 2, Newcastle Grammar, Gabriel Leishman, followed by his schoolmate in lane 8, Jet Floyer Kell, also of Newcastle Grammar. Be the final Newcastle Grammar sculler in the centre of the course, Kobe Young, across the line in 7th place, and it'll be the sculler from Redlands on the far side of the course, Thomas Jackson, who rounds out this first heat of the men's under 17 single scull.
And the second heat is well underway. They're just coming through the 1,000 metre mark. Over in lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Callum Dunn. In lane 2 from Redlands, William Natili. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Jack Stone. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Caelan Routley. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Max Blatchley. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Marcus Lumley. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Vincent Metef. And in lane 8 from Port Macquarie, Tom Jenkins. Nice to see Port Macquarie's come to join us. So it does look like that was Kaylin Routley coming across the 1,000 metre mark first from Newcastle Grammar.
It was Hunter Valley Grammar's Max Blatchley in about 5 seconds back, so a couple boat lengths lead there to Newcastle Grammar. Callum Dunn from Sydney Rowing Club, also a member of the Cranbrook program. In third at that halfway point, sort of only narrowly behind Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley there. In fourth from Port Macquarie was Tom Jenkins, who then had a pretty comfortable lead back to Vincent Mitef of Newcastle Grammar. Jack Stone from Cranbrook in sixth. Marcus Lumley of Newcastle Grammar there in seventh.
So if they hold their positions, it does look like Kaylin Routley, Max Blatchley, Callum Dunn, Tom Jenkins will be the qualifiers through to the final.
I wouldn't anticipate a 9.5 second deficit back to fifth to be overcome in an under 17 single race.
And it does look like they all look to be cruising along fairly comfortably.
Absolutely.
Slight breeze coming across the course at the moment.
It's really, really good to see. A little bit of a cross tail build later in the morning, perhaps. Yeah, Kaylin Routley of Newcastle Grammar there out in front. Probably rating 22. Just really cruising.
I think he's dropped it down a bit more.
Yeah.
Callum Dunn on the far side from Sydney is making sure that he's going to be part of it. He's wound it up.
Yeah, just giving the boys a little bit of a push, putting some pressure on.
And on this side, right down here in lane 8, Tom Jenkins from Port Macquarie.
It'll be Kaylin Routley of Newcastle Grammar School crossing the line in first. Max Blatchley of Hunter Valley Grammar in second. Callum Dunn of Sydney Rowing Club in third. Tom Jenkins from Port Macquarie in fourth. That's our qualifying spots through to the final later this morning. And it'll be the lane 7 sculler there from lane 7 sculler from Newcastle Grammar will cross in fifth. Lane 3 sculler from Cranbrook, Jack Stone in sixth. Seventh rather. And then the lane 6 sculler, Marcus Lumley from Newcastle Grammar, rounding out the second heat of the men's under 17 single scull.
So the next race that's already underway is the women's under 17 single scull, and there are 3 heats in this event. And so this will be the first 3 through to the final. In lane 1, we have Felicity Errington from Glebe. In lane 2, from Mossman, Talia Nowland. In lane 3, from Newcastle Grammar, Mafina Bland. In lane 4, from Redlands, Flora Cutchy. In lane 5, from PLC Sydney, Sarah Bebbington. In lane 6, from Mossman, Laisha Carter. In lane 7 from Penrith, Arabella Logan, and in lane 8 from Sydney, Sophia Zamprogno.
Really well-attended event, the women's under 17 single sculls, the first of 3 heats. We've got 8 entries in this one and then 7 in the next 2 heats. So it'll be only the top 3 from each of these 3 heats that progress through to the final. Race number 41 on this morning's program.
So it does look like they're trying to make up for lost time. The second heat is already on the at the start, lining up on the starters line, as the first heat will come through shortly to the 1,000-metre mark. So coming through the 1,000-metre mark, Talia Nowland from Mossman is in the lead, only just by being pushed hard by Felicity Errington from Glebe. We like to see that. Followed by Sophia Zamprogno from Sydney, and Mifina Bland from Newcastle Grammar. Then there's about 5-second gap back to Sarah Babington from Sydney. Then Arabella Logan from Penrith and Laisha Carter from Mossman. So anything could happen here. It's all pretty close. There's only about a 5-second spread between the first 4. So it's the first 3 that we need to get through. So there's about an 8-second gap through the 1,000-metre back to Miffy Bland. So
I'd be
think
saying I reckon it's
fairly
pretty set, those top 3, but pretty close, only about 3 seconds there between the top 3. So could have a little bit of a tussle up the head of the field if one of these girls really wants to push to get themselves in a prime lane for the final. Obviously the fastest qualifiers will be afforded the centre lanes when our boat race officials conduct the draw for the final. At the moment, that looks like it's going to be Talia Noland of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Katie Healy, runs a great junior girls program down there, who has been making the most of it. We'll get an update in the next couple of seconds as to if she still is. It does look like it is, yeah. It is still Talia Noland on the near side of the course, who's at the head of the field.
Although over here in lane 8, Sophia's Progno does look to be coming through quite strongly. So Sophia Zamprogno looks like she's pushed through into the lead. She's across here in lane 8. Still a little bit hard to tell from this angle, but up in our perch up here in the sky, it does look like she's really pushing it through. She's followed by Talia Noland over in lane 2, and then Felicity Errington on the far side is being pushed. It looks like it's a bit hard to tell.
I think that's definitely our top 3, and I think in order too.
Come on, Felicity, push it hard. Not far to go.
It does look
no
like
bias.
No bias. Well, Sydney Rowing Club's in the lead, so you can try to be biased, but I think I'll win that match. Yeah, so it doesn't look like any of these girls are really sort of settling in and cruising down. All still giving it a good race to the finish line. It's top three fairly set, but obviously they're really striving to have those advantageous centre lanes, and it's Sophia Zamprogno closest to the grandstand side of the course. A Brendan Longman prodigy, part of his junior program at Sydney Rowing Club, that is making the most of the second heat of the first heat rather of the women's under 17 single. Definitely nice to see some tighter racing though. Well, our top 3 are fairly decided. The whole course is not too spread apart this morning.
very nice to see, again, another plug, to see our glebe girl in, seeing we're just a small community club in
Absolutely.
Mossman, and Sydney Rowing Club are both high performance clubs.
Yeah. Does look like there's a good little race up the front of the field there. It's Talia Nolan from Mossman really building towards the line there. She might have just stuck her bow ball in front. It'll actually come down really, really close to the finish line here. It'll be Sydney Rowing Club just by a bow ball over the line. It'll go to a photo finish, so we'll wait for our judges to confirm the result there. First tight race of the day.
Followed across by Felicity Errington. I think she's just discovered how far 2,000 metres is.
Absolutely.
But she held on very well. She's then followed across the line by Sarah Bebbington from PLC Sydney, and closely followed by Miffy Bland from Newcastle Grammar.
The unofficial results I've got in front of me have got Sophia Zamprogno of Sydney Rowing Club taking that by 0.09 of a second. That is unofficial though. We are still waiting on a photo finish for that one.
So coming up to the 1,000 metre mark is Heat 2. Over on the far side we have Amelia Dennis from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 1. In lane 2 from Mossman, Catherine Wilcock. In lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Bailey Winton Murray. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Jemima McKenzie. In lane 5 from Penrith, Alyssa Hotz. In lane 6 from Redlands, Charlotte Scamps. And in lane 7 from Roseville, Hannah Alexander. So they're just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark now.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the timing for this one at the 1,000 metre mark should probably be ignored, because we've got a race time of 15 seconds at the moment, and don't know if these girls are quite at that level yet, breaking all kinds of world records, but we will get an update on our standings at the halfway mark.
It does look like it's Alyssa Hotz from Penrith in lane 5.
I think we had one just maybe.
And over here in lane 7, always Hannah Alexander actually looks to be in the lead. So just the confusion as I'm looking at the course and Chris is looking at the screens.
And waiting for timing results and trying to figure out what's going on. It looks like it's the sculler on the nearest side of the course here in lane number 7. Hannah Alexander from Roseville College, rowing out of North Shore Rowing Club on the Lane Cove River under the watchful eye of Gonzalo Briones. And it does look like she's really making the most of this race, stretching out a pretty comfortable lead on the grandstand side of the course as we approach the last sort of 400 metres or so of the race. Back in trailing behind in second and third, I would have to say it's Bailey Winton Murray of PLC Sydney in lane 3, who's just got the ascendancy for the second place position, following the sculler on her left, or just leading the sculler on her left, Jemima McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar. Very tight there for second and third, but pretty decided there then back to fourth, which is the all-important race for third and fourth. Top 3 will qualify through to the final. Back in fourth place, looks like the Mossman sculler, Catherine Wilcock, coached there by Katie Healy, that is just sitting in that first spot to miss out in qualifying. It's definitely Hannah Alexander, who's been does appear to be putting on a bit of a clinic out the front of the field here. Again, rating about 18 strokes a minute crossing the line, and really outdoing the rest of the field. Really enthusiastic sprint here from Bailey Winton Murray of PLC Sydney. It won't be enough to catch Alexander of Roseville on the near side of the course, but it will be enough to break free
Whoops, she
And
caught a
he-
crab
oh.
in that sprint. Quickly. Whoops, she still may hold
May
her
do
second
this.
spot.
That's
Just.
enthusiastic sprint. A
She
boat
wound
stopping
it up to
crab.
about 35 plus strokes a minute there for a moment. But
So Bailey Whitten Murray of PLC there in second place. Crossing the line third would be Annabelle Thornton. Oop, that's got the results from the wrong heat there, I believe, on that one. But crossing the line third there would be the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler, Jemima McKenzie. Mossman sculler, Catherine Wilcock in fourth. Fifth place from Redlands, Charlotte Scamps. Line in sixth. On the far side there in lane number one, Amelia Dennis from the Hunter Valley Grammar School. And rounding out the field from Penrith Rowing Club in the centre of the course, Alyssa Holtz.
so in the previous heat, the official times have come through now. Sophia Zamprogno in 9 minutes 15, just beat Talia Nowlin by 0.35 of a second, so that was the
closer
photo.
than that. That was
And then Felicity Arrington. So those are the three from Glebe. Those are the three who will go through to the semi. Oh, sorry, to the final. And the third heat of the women's under-17 singles scull is underway. Across in lane 1 from Sydney, we have Neve Tierney. In lane 2 from Mossman, Philippa Young. In lane 3 from Glebe, Sophia Miller. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Annabella Thornton. In lane 5 from Redlands, Emma Sullivan. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. And in lane 7 from PLC Sydney, Miranda Szabo. So they're just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. No, I'm sorry, I think they've passed through this 1,000 metre mark. This one does look like, from what we can see up here in the tower, it does look like it's going to be quite a battle for the first three.
Yeah, I think we've got 4, possibly even 5 scullers right out the head of the field there. On the far side of the course, that's Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club, making a good whack of it. And then I believe we come across to lane 4. The
Sophia
Annabella,
Miller.
I think there might be an empty lane there, and it's lane 4's Annabelle Thornton that's out in front. Tight battle there though with Sophia
No, I think
Miller.
it looks to me like Sophia's slightly ahead of Annabella Thornton. But then coming across to this side in lane 6, Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar looks like she may have a lead over both of them. And then there's a danger here in lane 7 from Miranda Szabo. So as they get closer, we'll get a clearer picture.
Just approaching the 1,500 metre mark now, so we're getting that all important and very helpful side-on shot. And we can see it's the sculler in.
So Sophia Miller just crossed over.
They're in second and third, so Philip.
Now we have a clearer picture. It does look like the three know they're in the lead, and so will be through, and so you seem to be taking it quite easily. That is Neve Tierney across the other side from Sydney, Sophia Miller from Glebe in lane 3, and across the side in lane 6, Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar.
So it's definitely on the far side of the course there. Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club leading out the head of the field over in, and then over in lane 3, Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club, who'll be sitting pretty comfortably in that second place spot, but just getting a little bit of a threat from Alice McCready of Newcastle Grammar School, a little bit closer to this side of the course in lane number 6.
Neve Tierney's decided she's going to win this race, so she's taken the rating right up.
Looked
The
like
last
she decided
100
a long
metres.
time ago. But she's really not leaving anything up to chance at the end and practicing a sprint finish for the final.
Whereas Sophia Miller knows she's through, so she's doing about 18 strokes a minute there, just cruising. Over this side, is it Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar? Working to stay ahead. Now it's going to be between Alice McCready and Philippa Young from Mossman for third place. I think Philippa Young is the one that's really pushing through. She might just pip Alice at the line.
Really tight.
Could be a photo finish. Very exciting. No, I think
that's
Alice
Alice Young.
McCready has just held her off by about half a canvas.
Very tight racing for that last qualifying position.
So that's Philippa Young from Mossman has just missed out. Followed across the line by Annabella Thornton from Hunter Valley Grammar. Then Miranda Zabo from PLC Sydney. And further back in the field, coming through is Emma Sullivan from Redlands. And on the course we have another para single scull, so this is PR3. There are only 3 in this race. They're just coming through the last 500 metre mark, 1500 metres. It's a 2000 metre race. In lane 4 from UTS we have Thomas Birtwistle. In lane 5 from Sydney University, James Talbot. And in lane 6 from the ANU and the ACT, Nicholas Neals. And they look quite tight together, quite close.
The developer is probably one of the better races of the morning so far. So we've got Thomas Birtwistle on the far side from UTS next to James Talbot from Sydney University. Both of those are in our PR3 mixed Cox 4 at the Paralympics late in last year. And then on the near side of the course, Nicholas Neals from ANU and the ACT. He was the representative of the Australian Capital Territory in the Interstate Para Single Scull at the National Championships last year, where he got a bronze medal behind Jed Olschweger and Mac Russell. I believe the first, I'm going to go on a limb and say it's the first ever medal in that event for the ACT, and is really having a good crack at it. Here he's going toe-to-toe with Thomas Birtwistle from the University of Technology, Sydney. Probably can't pick it just to start with as we get ever so close to the red boys. They're definitely out in front. Jimmy Talbot in the centre of the course. I think Thomas Birtwistle's made the most of it in the early sort of stages. Nicholas Neal giving him a good challenge as we just cross over into the red boys to signify the last 100 metres of the race. It'll most likely be Thomas Birtwistle in lane number 4, just striding out, looking very calm and collected indeed. Someone that's made excellent progress in the last couple of years as a part of our para program, under the watchful guise of our fellow commentator Lizzie Chapman. It's Thomas Birtwistle who takes the win over Nicholas Neal of the ACT by about 2 boat lengths. Jimmy Talbot will follow back in third position. Could be possible that we're, or more than likely, this is a selection event for the Interstate Para Single, could be more than likely that we do see that match up again here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre the first Sunday in April at the Interstate Regatta, second race that afternoon.
So coming down the course, we have the first heat of the men's under-19 double scull. There are 3 heats with this, so that means the first 3 through to the final. There have been quite a few scratchings in this first race, so there are 4 crews, so it'll just be the first 3 through. Over in lane 2 from Redlands, we have Matthew Fry and Daniel Close. In lane 4 from Capital Lakes, Luke Hallier and Elliot Hallier. The Hallier family seems to be quite large. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Caleb Chadwick, and in lane 7 from Marist College, David Birch and Caleb Lloyd. That Hunter Valley Grammar crew is Caleb Chadwick and James Cousins. So from up here in the tower, it does look like it's the Hallier brothers from Capital Lakes have a lead at the moment as they just come up to the 1,000 metre mark.
Absolutely.
Well, they've gone through the 1,000 metre, coming up to the 1,500 metre.
Notice that's Joseph's crew in second place. Jackson Gersoy in there. He won the under-17 quad sculls national championships this year, Sydney Rowing Club, and competed in a rather unsuccessful sprint quad with myself.
I think that's scratched. Ah. Oh. So it does look like the Capital Lakes crew of the Hallier brothers, Luke and Elliot, have a comfortable lead here. I just hope I'm pronouncing the surname correctly.
I think you're giving it as good a crack as you can.
So the Hallier brothers are coming into the last 250 metres. They're just about to hit the pink boys. And it looks like they are followed on the far side by the Redlands crew of Matthew Fry and Daniel Close. Then they will be followed across the line by the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Caleb Chadwick and James Cousins. So those look to be the first 3 qualifiers to go through to the final. And over here on the far side from Marist College, David Birch and Caleb Lloyd, it appears, will miss out. But again, with this under-19, you can see the difference in size of some of these boys. The Marist boys look quite small compared to compared to these other crews. Gives them a bit of a disadvantage. Very nice finish coming here from the Capital Lakes boys, Luke and Elliot Hallier, just coming across the finish line. Very composed. Across on the far side, the Matthew Fry and Daniel Close. Not quite as composed as the Capital Lakes boys. And then coming through Hunter Valley Grammar, Caleb Chadwick and James Cousins. Again, they realise they're through and so seem to be taking it fairly relaxed approach. And a nice cheer there for the Marist College boys, David Birch and Caleb Lloyd. I suspect they've just discovered how far 2,000 metres is as well.
Definitely a day of discovery, isn't it, for some of these junior athletes? First regatta of the year.
So pretty good time there. No, I apologise, I'm looking at the wrong screen. So the second heat of the men's under-19 double scull is well underway. Across on the far side from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 2, Nicholas Melmoth and Cooper Blatchley. In lane 3 from Redlands, Harley van der Pluim and Patrick Walker. In lane 4 from Port Macquarie, Isaiah Chandler, Tom Jenkins. In lane 6 from Marist College, Kai Martin and Jesse Rosin. It looks like the St Joey's boys have scratched. And in lane 7, Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright from Glebe.
So again, top 3 from this heat through. We do have 5 entries on here, so 2 will sadly miss out, be eliminated, and not have a second opportunity to race. We have seen some of these boys already race today in the single earlier this morning. I think a lot of the under-17s that we saw race in the single are going to be doubling up as well.
So I think unless there's any particular change, it does look like the Marist College boys, Kai Martin, Jesse Rosin, in the lead, followed by, or neck and neck with Harley van der Pluim and Patrick Walker from Redlands, and they will be followed across by Jasper Dawson Wright, Justin Dawson Damer and William Wright from Glebe. I know these Glebe boys have been training very hard, so nice to see them getting through here. But the over there in the middle, the Isaiah Chandler and Tom Jenkins from Port Macquarie could have a chance, but I suspect they're a couple of lengths back there.
We've just been kindly informed that it's Jalia, not Yalia, the boys that won the first heat of the under-19 double scull. So we'll be seeing them later on. We'll be sure to be hitting the nail on the head with that one. So top 3 in this second heat, fairly well decided. The boys from Redlands on the far side of the course giving it a good crack and just edging their bow balls out in front over the crew from Marist College rather, in the centre of the course in lane 6 is the Redlands crew, van der Pluim and Walker, just half a boat length in front. The boys from Marist College will cross the line in second place. Crew from Hunter Valley Grammar there in lane. The
Glebe, hello.
Looking
Glebe.
at the wrong thing again on my screen rather than just looking at the water. The boys from Glebe there, Dawson Damer and Wright, crossing the line in third to take in that all-important third qualifying position. The fourth place crew with the Marist College from the ACT, Birch and Lloyd, to round out that second heat of the men's under-19 double scull. Much quicker time in that one for the finishers. Van der Pluim and Walker from Redlands there, crossing the line in 7 minutes, 27.6 seconds. Definitely one to watch out for in the final.
So the third heat of the men's under-19 double scull is coming down the course, about to hit the 1,000-metre mark. In lane 2 from St Augustine's, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Benjamin Hudson and Zink Bosco. St Joey's is scratched. In lane 5 from Glebe, well, it's a Glebe composite of Ollie Klotz and James Scott Brown. In lane 6 from Marist College, Charlie Penrose and Jack Miller. And in lane 7 from Redlands, Aaron Drake and William Thomas. And it does look like the Ollie Klotz and James Scott Brown from Glebe and Sydney University are in the lead.
Just got to say how much I've been enjoying watching everyone row up to the start line, straight past the commentary box, up here at the finish line of the course. It's been great watching our National Training Centre athletes and some of our elite lightweights now coming past and just having a bit of a sticky beak. It's a bit of a predictor for the races coming up in the next 20 minutes or so. After this one, we did have 2 heats of the women's single. A bit of illness going through the National Training Centre at the moment, has been consolidated. But as we are running back on time, that should get us probably perfectly on time to see the men's elite pairs, which will be an absolute rip snorter of a race. But on the course now, still got the third heat. Men's under 19 double scull, and still the Glebe Sydney University composite. Sitting nice and comfortable out in the lead there. A little bit of a tussle maybe appearing for second between the St Augustine's crew and the Hunter Valley Grammar crew, but then as well, quite a comfortable lead back there. For them, back to the crew from Morris College and Redlands.
So the Glebe crew of Ollie Klotz and James Scott Brown has very healthy lead. I'd say they're probably good 10, 15 seconds in front. And I think they've realised they don't really need to work hard anymore as they come into the last 100 metres. In fact, they've dropped it right down. They're probably doing about 18, 20 strokes a minute, saving their energy for the final. I dare say it's probably getting quite warm out there now while we sit here in air-conditioned comfort.
Yeah, definitely rather be up here in the commentary box at the moment than out there, probably burning myself to a crisp. As the Glebe Sydney University composite crossed the line, in just a second behind the Redlands crew in terms of times from the last heat. But I would hazard a guess and say that Glebe composite there was really relaxing across the finish line as opposed to the Redlands crew of the last race. So the St Augustine's combination, Mackenzie and Lynch crossing in second, Hunter Valley Grammar's Hudson and Bosco in third. That'll be our qualifiers. Redlands, Drake and Thomas in fourth place, just missing out on qualification for the final. And rounding out the race, Morris College's Penrose and Miller in fifth position. And so we did have a little bit of a break scheduled as the women's elite singles been consolidated into a straight final. But as we are running a little bit behind, I believe we'll have the start of the men's pair, which was originally scheduled to start in 1 minute, and I think we'll just catch up that time. It does look like the men's pairs are on the start line. I'll call out the draw for that one. In lane one, we've got a composite from Camden to Toowong, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. Elliot Appel from Toowong and Miller Rowe of Cand. Lane 2, Melbourne University has scratched. In lane 3, we've got a composite from the Swan River Rowing Club and the Sydney University Boat Club. Marcus Britt from Uni and Miles McQuillan from Swan River Rowing Club. In lane 4, from Sydney University in the National Training Centre, we've got Jackson Kench and Will O'Shaughnessy. In lane 5, from Swan River and Mercantile, supported by the National Training Centre, Ben Canham of Mercantile and Sam Marsh of Swan River. In lane 6, which probably say would be the betting man's favourite for the win in this one, the composite of Spencer Turren from Sydney Rowing Club and Alex Purnell from Sydney University Boat Club. And if you haven't really been paying attention to things, that was the middle pair, or the bow pair rather, of our Australian Olympic gold medal winning Coxless 4 at the Tokyo Games last year. I would expect them to probably sit somewhere around the pointy end of this race. Top 4 crews through to the final, 2 scratchings, so only 1 crew being relegated to the B final. Looks like Swan River and Mercantile there in lane 5, making the most of the start. It's ahead of the Sydney University crew to their right. You see the start to the season for the Men's National Training Centre has been a little bit delayed, only getting back down into Canberra for some towards the end of last year and some earlier sort of in this year. With another intake over the next few months before the national trials in February. It is really tight through to the 500 metre mark. As predicted, Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell in the centre of on the nearest side of the course, coming across the line in the lead at that first timing point. Looks like they were closely followed by Ben Canham and Sam Marsh, Swan River and Mercantile combination to their right, and Elliot Appel of Toowong Rowing Club and Morgan Miller Rowe of Canned on the far side of the course, really putting the pressure on our Olympic medalists at the head of the field. It was pretty tight there for third and fourth, and then the Sydney University crew in the centre of the field, possibly just trailing behind, not by much, very tight race, about half a boat length in it at that first 500 metre timing point. Not that it's not a timing point today, but that sort of first 500 metre marker.
But they're certainly racing. They're sitting on a fairly good rating there and look fairly close together. So it could be a good battle at the finish here.
I think it absolutely will be. So one crew not going through to the final, and every chance out in the 2,000 metre stretch for these men is a selection opportunity. So I think any of them will be wanting to make any concessions in this first half of the race. Kenshin O'Shaughnessy in the centre of the course there, just moving through ahead, pushing ahead of Britt and McQuillan, lane 3. Britt and McQuillan just starting to drop back there. Jackson Kench and Will O'Shaughnessy sitting at the head of the field. They're crossing the that 1,000 metre mark in first place, followed by Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe of Camden Toowong, Swan River and Mercantile in third, and then our Olympic champions Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell sitting back in fourth place. Swan River and Sydney University Boat Club combination of Miles McQuillan and Marcus Britt back in fifth position. Interesting results coming in here. I'll be really excited to see what happens in the second half of this race. Close up there on board Jackson Kench and the bow seat, and Will O'Shaughnessy in the stroke seat, been rowing together for a couple of seasons now. They were just at the head of the field at the 1,000 metre timing point, and see how that progresses as we get a side-on view at the 1,500 metre mark. It looks like they're holding that lead with Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe on the far side of the course, just trying to hang on to them. Stretching out that lead to almost a boat length now. Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell in second place. They're followed across the 1,500 metre timing point by Ben Canham and Sam Marsh. And Elliot Appel, Miller Rowe on the far side of the course, they're in fourth. Those are our qualifiers at the moment. Marcus Britt from Sydney University and Miles McQuillan from Swan River Rowing Club. The East and West Coast partnership there, just trailing at the back of the field. Absolutely outstanding row for Kench and O'Shaughnessy. I know they've both been rowing in the single scull quite a bit over the last few months. Not quite as much pairs rowing in preparation for this race. Yeah, as expected, we're starting to see Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell on the near side of the course just start to wind up and push through the field. Be worried if they didn't. They're really starting to wind up the rating now. They first, Spencer Turin first won the World Championships in 2017. Everyone was, the global rowing community was in awe at the high rating of the Australian men's four coming down the course at a good average rating of 42, 43. And really replicating that now as they wind up towards the finish. Spencer Turin of Sydney Rowing Club in partnership with Jack Hargraves, Sydney University Boat Club, Olympic champions in the men's 4, coming across the line. About a boat length in front of Jackson Kench and Will O'Shaughnessy of Sydney University Boat Club. Take out this first heat of the men's elite pairs. The small boats regatta. Sydney University, 2nd place. Canham and Marsh, 3rd. Elliot Appel, Miller Rowe on the far side of the course in 4th. And Marcus Britt, Miles McQuillan, Swan River and Sydney University Boat Club combination in 5th place. Pretty handy time there in pretty dead flat conditions out there. 6 minutes 45.71 from Turren and Purnell at the head of the field. 2.1 was the deficit back to 2nd place.
Do you want me? I'll call it. So the second heat of the men's elite pair is the second heat men's elite pair. Over in lane 1 we have Fraser Miscampbell and Harry Fox from Melbourne University and the NTC. In lane 2, a Sydney composite of Alexander Wolf from Mercantile and Alex Snickel from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 3 from Melbourne Uni, we have Simon Keenan and Sam Hardy from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 4, the composite is Paddy Holt from UTS and Henry Yule from Tamar. Tamar's in Tasmania, isn't it? Yeah. In lane 5, from Melbourne University, we have Nick Smith and William Ackerman. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien. And in lane 7 from Melbourne University, Hamish Wynne Pope and Charlie Petroni.
Yeah, we had absolutely really tight field there at the 500 metre mark. Really, really close between the Melbourne University combination of Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan. Sam Hardy representing the men's pair alongside Josh Hicks at the Tokyo Games, and Simon Keenan in the men's 8. They were leading just ahead at the 500 over Wolf and Nickel of Sydney Rowing Club. Does look like had a few changes around in that order at the 1,000 metre mark. Timing's indicating that at the 1,000 metre mark we had Paddy Holt and Henry Yule of the Tamar UTS composite from the National Training Centre.
From up here, it does look like it's Hargraves and O'Brien.
I would, betting man again, put the Olympic champion of Jack Hargraves out in front. Say Alex Wolf and Alex Nickel would be right in the mix there on the far side of the course in lane number 2. Thinking about Alex Nickel can only row with pair partners called Alex. Yeah, we've got Hargraves and O'Brien at the front of the field, first place, and we've got Alex Nickel and Alex Wolf just crossing that 1,500 metre mark in second place, just narrowly ahead of the crew in lane number 4, Paddy Holt and Henry Yule from the National Training Centre. Absolutely throw a blanket over that sort of second to fourth place, but a really tight battle there. McCurry playing out for second place. Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien just absolutely looking the class pair on the field here.
So at this level, is there something about getting similar names? So we have the Jacks, the Alexes.
Jacks and the Alexes, yeah. And Alex Nickel won the national championships in the under-23 pair with Alex Potter last year. So I do think it does seem to be a bit of a secret for success. Really tight battle there coming in for second place. It'd be Hargraves and O'Brien out the front of the field still. Just not quite sprinting towards the line, but definitely not backing off either. And then Alex Nicol and Alex Wolf on the far side of the course, really toughing it out there against Paddy Holt and Henry Yule in the centre of the course. So Nicol and Wolf not supported by the National Training Centre as of yet, and really proving their worth to the selectors out in front of quite a number of National Training Centre crews. It'll be Hargraves and O'Brien across the line first, Alex Nicol and Alex Wolf in second place, Holt and Yule in third, Melbourne University crew in fourth, Hardy and Keenan fifth. Oh, it'll be really tight for fifth and sixth there between Hardy and Keenan are on the far side, and then the Melbourne University crew of Win, Pope and Petroni on this side of the course. And then the final crew crossing the line, Fraser Campbell and Harry Fox on the far side of the course there. Really similar times there between Hargraves and O'Brien from this heat, just 0.14 of a second behind the winning time of the last heat. 3.8 second margin there back to the Sydney Rowing Club. Mercantile combination on the far side.
So it's going to be a very exciting final, I think.
That is my pick for the race of the day, I believe. Although it will be great to see Alex Hill and a couple members of the men's quad in the single, men's elite single coming up later this morning. But I think that men's elite pair is going to be one of the most exciting races of the day for sure.
Well, the first heat of the men's elite single is on the course, the men's elite lightweight single. So from Lake Munmora, Beau Fleming is in lane 1. Red Matthews from Mercantile is in lane 2. Peter Waldersee from UTS in lane 3. Hamish Harding from the ANU in lane 4. Alec Patterson from Bucks in lane 5. William Clark from UTS in lane 6. And Jason Waddell from Nepean in lane 7.
The ever-present Red Matthews crossing that 1,000 metre timing point in the lead. It's must be the strongest lightweight in the country on the ergometer. He's always present at the pointy end of the national team trials. He's followed across the line there, across that halfway point by Hamish Harding, the Australian National University, supported by the National Training Centre. But a good healthy margin there back to Hamish. In second, Peter Waldersee from the University of Technology, Sydney, who not sure if we'll have him up in the commentary box later this afternoon. I know we've got a couple of wild lightweights up here taking on the afternoon shift. William Clark also of UTS in lane number 6, across the line there, that halfway point sitting in 4th. Jason Riddell of Nepean in 5th. And Fleming of Lake Munmora trailing the field there. Doesn't look like we're going to be witness to some of the trademark lightweight tight finishes in this heat. I would say that the final might bring that to us with a couple other big names there.
So they're just coming into the last 250 metres. Red Matthews does look like he has the lead. It's going to be fairly close for second, third and fourth, but I think just a little bit confused here. We have 5 rowers on the water and I have 7 names. So there have been some scratchings. So Red Matthews over in lane 2 from Mercantile has the lead over Peter Waldersee from UTS. No, that's Hamish Harding, sorry. Then across here from UTS, William Clark may well, no, it's going to be Peter Waldersee in third, then William Clark. So Red Matthews has just crossed the line. Then Hamish Harding, Peter Waldersee from UTS, and William Clark from UTS just holding off Jason Waddell. So the time there of 7 minutes 25.18. And the second heat of men's elite lightweight single sculls on the course. In lane, so again, first 4 through to the final. In lane 1 from Sydney University, Wyatt Batt. In lane 2 from UTS, Jack Message. In lane 3 from Adelaide, Oscar McGuinness. In lane 4 from Port Macquarie, Barnabas Benny. In lane 5 from UTS, Michael McRae. In lane 6 from Mossman, Sean Murphy. And in lane 7 from Lake Munmora, Luke Walker. So they've just crossed the 1,000 metre mark. Michael McRae is in the lead, followed closely by Sean Murphy by 1.6 seconds. Then Oscar McGuinness, Wyatt Batt and Jack Message. So Michael McRae out in the lead is often up here in the commentary box, sharing his expertise. So it looks like from sitting up here in the tower that the battle on is between Michael McRae and Barnabas Benny. And not discounting across there, Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide. I think the first...
It could be Michael McRae and Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy's first little hit out for quite some time, since the final Olympic qualification regatta in Lucerne last year. Getting a hit out for, not sure if he's planning on joining the Penrith Cup this year. Michael McRae just taking getting the ascendancy there in that third 500 metres.
I think Oscar McGuinness has decided he's going to win this race or have a good go at it across there. He's pushing much harder than the other two.
I think so. He's definitely one of the choice lightweights in the country at the moment. A couple of years ago we saw him racing the President's Single for South Australia. He's just come through in the last couple hundred metres over Michael McRae at the University of Technology, Sydney. Wyatt Batt from Sydney University sitting back there in 4th place on the far side of the course, just having a little tussle with Jack Message of UTS. It's definitely called that right. Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club and supported by the Men's National Training Centre. It's just pulled out to about a boat length and a half, 2 boat length lead over Michael McRae from the University of Technology, Sydney. His top 4 through to the final here, and it looks like those 4 spots will be fairly well decided. The Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club, about 2 boat lengths over Michael McRae, UTS. And proud member of Mossman Rowing Club, proud Welshman, Sean Murphy, just cruising across the line, conserving his energy. Near side of the course there, with Wyatt Batt from Sydney University on the far side, just taking up the rating to hold off Jack Message of UTS. And the Luke Walker from Lake Manmora, just rounding out the field in very, very competitive men's elite lightweight single scull.
I think Luke's realised that he's not in the running there, so he's just cruising down the course to finish. So out on the course coming down is the first heat of the men's under-21 single scull. And again, there are 2 heats in this event. It doesn't look like we have many boats on the field. We have the program has 7 crews, but I can only see 4.
We do look to be
So
missing a couple there.
It looks like we have Liam Taylor over in lane 1. Then in lane 3, my guess is Patrick Burke from Mossman. In lane 4, Raphael Priest from Canberra. And then in lane 6, Miles Harold from Nepean.
You've called that perfectly. The 1,000 metre timing gave Patrick Burke from Mossman up the front of the field. Raphael Priest sitting just back a couple seconds behind in second. He's supported by the ACT Academy of Sport, coached there by Dave Romano. Then Miles Harold from the Nepean Rowing Club sitting in third, just another 2 seconds or so back. And then Taylor from Penrith sitting about another 10 seconds back off the field. Just looks like we're missing the 3 Sydney Rowing Club scullers, Will Delaney, Nam Castellano and Gordon Applecrin in lanes 7, 5 and 2 respectively. Not sure what's happened there. I did see Scullock moving across the course and starting to make their way to the finish line in lane 0. Possibly a latecomer missing the start there.
So we were warned that for this regatta, with the COVID situation, we would have quite a few people dropping out, not unexpected. Unfortunate, because look at the conditions, great racing here today. But it's first 4 through, so all these 4 scullers should go through to the final. But it looks like they've still decided to make a race of it. All the first 3 look all fairly close together as they start to come into about the last 300 or 400 metres.
So the under-21 events today are selection regattas for the New South Wales state team to compete at the Interstate Regatta on the last day of the National Championships. The way the under-21 events work with these, so we're picking the 2 Youth 8s, the Noel F. Wilkinson Cup for the men and the Bicentennial Trophy for the women. The way that these ones work is that this is a selection regatta, and from this, a seat racing squad will be of 12 will be selected. That will be the first 3 ranked eligible crews in the under-21 coxless pairs, which we'll see coming up shortly, and the first and second ranked eligible athletes in the under-21 single sculls. So at the moment, that would most likely be Patrick Burke from Mossman and then Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club, who's sitting back in 3rd place, but he'll be the second ranked eligible athlete. It's definitely still Patrick Burke from Mossman Rowing Club, sitting out the head of the field by just under a boat length from Raphael Priest of Canberra Actaz. Both scullers taking it pretty relaxed here in the closing stages of the race, knowing that they've got their real selection race later on this morning. Patrick Burke and Raphael Priest, all scullers here will be progressing through to the A final. Will be a B final, so if the scullers who have missed their start, perhaps can put a time down in the B final. Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 6, crossing the line in 3rd. Again, just cruising across, and Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club in lane number 1, cruising across to round out the field. We'll see all 4 of those scullers in our A final later on. It does look like we've had a couple of scratchings out of the second heat as well. I can only see 4 scullers on the course. Definitely had the 2 Sydney Rowing Club scullers on either end of either side of the course scratching. Which look to be missing possibly sculler from Mossman on this side. It's Kyle Brown. I don't see him on the course. I do see.
I can count 4. So my guess is we have Bradley Moran in lane 2, Benjamin Irving from Mossman in lane 4, Tate Van Heemst from UTS in lane 5, a former glebe boy, and in lane 6, Kyle Brown from Mossman.
So what I'm seeing is that these Sydney Rowing Club athletes who were scratched, or some didn't, the Sydney Rowing Club athletes who were scratched from this race look to be racing in the pair at 12:45 in the final, in the heat of the day. It is obviously the preferred selection event for a sweep crew, being the Youth 8. In this second heat, who we do have Kyle Brown from Mossman Rowing Club. He is just tussling with Tate Van Heemst from the University of Technology, Sydney, in the centre of the course. Bradley Moran from Penrith sitting back in 3rd place at the 1,000 metre mark, and Benjamin Irving from Mossman Rowing Club rounding out the field at the first timing point in the race. I'd say that that tussle between 1st and 2nd, Kyle Brown and Tate Van Heemst, still progressing in the centre of the course. Now, just having a brief look, this is, we've also got 4 scullers on the field. If scratchings had been entered properly, could have saved all of these gentlemen a heat at all that would have been consolidated into a straight final. So a bit of a reminder for all your competitors' sake, if you are needing to scratch, it is an hour before the race that you do need to get that information in.
Okay. But I do have to give a bit of a plug here. Tate is another glebe boy, learnt everything he knows from glebe, then moved across to UTS as he went to university and improved his skills.
So despite all four progressing through to the final here, we still look like we've got a little bit of a tussle at the head of the field. Neither crew really backing off and completely taking their foot off the gas. It's Kyle Brown in lane 6 from Mossman. Looks like to be just being edged out by Tate Van Heeps there of UTS in lane 5, right in the centre of the course. Get a clearer picture of that as we come down, but that definitely looks to be the standings at the present time as we cross the 750 metre mark. 250 metres left to row in the race. Tate Van Heeps there, coached there by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. I believe UTS Rowing Club might have been the only high performance club in Sydney to have managed to last a full January rowing camp with Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University. I'm sure about Mossman having their camps cut short due to the current COVID situation. So obviously that camp in Taree up on the Croker Farm paying dividends for Tate Van Heeps here at the head of the field in this second heat of the men's under 21 single scull. Winding up towards the line there. Yeah, good hit out in. Kyle Brown from Mossman Rowing Club. Just keeping his bow ball there in front of Brad Moran from Penrith. And just rounding out the field, we'll see Benjamin Irving, also of Mossman Rowing Club, just cruising across the line. He knows he doesn't have to work any harder to secure his place in this afternoon's final. And with that, the conclusion of the men's under 21 singles. We bid farewell to Mark for a couple of hours. He'd be off to grab a well-earned coffee, and welcoming Tom Trobe to the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good to be back up here from Canberra.
Some more unashamed bias in the commentary box. We wouldn't be New South Wales Regatta without any of that.
I feel like I just need to balance it out, to be honest.
No, don't need to. We're short enough on commentators. We can be as biased as we want.
Perfect.
So back down on the course now. We do have a start in I believe the crew's just on the line at the moment. Let's see which race is in progress. We've got a start in the first heat of just approaching the 1,000 metre mark probably by this stage, of the women's under 21 single scull. We've got a couple scratchings, Laura Cypher in lane 2 from Sydney, and then Zoe McKellar from Sydney University in lane 6 scratched. But going from the far side of the course in lane 3 from Sydney University, we've got Stephanie Preller. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Isabella Scammell. In lane 5 from Nepean Rowing Club, we have Edie Brown. And in lane 7 on the grandstand side of the course, we do have Tiffany Bother from Sydney University Boat Club. And as we approach that first timing point, the 1,000 metre mark, just trying to make out on that screen there, who we've got at the head of the field. Does look like to be possibly Isabella Scammell of Sydney Rowing Club. So it's Isabella Scammell of the Sydney Rowing Club down there in Abbotsford, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. Isabella Scammell coming through the Kinross Wallaroi program, racing at Henley Royal Regatta a couple of years ago, and really building on that pedigree with quite a commanding lead at the 1,000 metre mark in the first heat. Top 4 through to the final, and only 4 on the course. So once again, a pretty easy ride through for all of these girls.
Yeah, definitely coming down the course, it's spreading out quite well. As it was with Isabella just in the lead, but I'm sure all the other girls are just quite relaxed coming down, with all 4 progressing through quite easily to the final later today.
And please, I did just double check what's happening in the next race, and we do have more than 4 competitors on the course. It would otherwise have been the fourth race in the row where everyone goes through to the final. So we will have a little bit of racing in the second heat of the under-21 women's single. Isabella Scammell, that was, just got the timing out there, that was 19 seconds over Tiffany Pother from Sydney University Boat Club. So would definitely be the favourite and putting herself in a pretty good position to get invited to those seat racing trials for the Bicentennial Cup crew for New South Wales.
So just coming into almost the last 300 metres here, Isabella just in a clear lead again, obviously. Back to the other three girls, Tiffany, Edie and Stephanie. Quite close back there, but just taking it easy as they all progress through. Very nice and relaxed out here in the front. Here's Isabella from Sydney Rowing Club. Probably just come back down from Jindabyne, I would imagine, off the back of their camp.
Yeah, they had a good couple of weeks down there. They had pretty much perfect weather. Looked absolutely unreal from all the reels that we saw on Instagram.
Unlocking potential.
Unlocking potential. No one wants though. Well, that'll be that's official then. Isabella Scammell crossing the line incredibly comfortably in this first heat, the women's under-21 single scull. First 2,000 metre hit out for some of our club athletes for the year. And she'll a bit of time to relax, recover and get ready for the final just after or just before our lunch break, I believe.
Yeah, and then we have Tiffany Botha just coming across in second, again very relaxed. Over there in lane 5, Edie Brown will come over in third, and then in lane 3, Stephanie Perella will come across in fourth. Easy to say from up here, but looked like a very nice casual row over the course.
Yeah, absolutely. Second heat, looks like we've a little bit more of a race unfolding. So no scratchings in this one, full field of 6 scullers on the course. Going through the 1,000 metre sort of timing results in the lead, we had Grace Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck of Sydney Rowing Club. She was in the lead at the 1,000 metre mark, about 3.5 seconds up on Grace Turner of Sydney University Boat Club. Talisa Noak Driver of Sydney Rowing Club in third place. Really strong result there for Talisa. She's only been rowing for a couple of years, just exclusively learned to row at the club. And Liesl Page, similar sort of situation there in fourth place from Sydney Rowing Club. Mossman's Lillian Hyde in fifth at that 1,000 metre timing point, and Sydney University Boat Club's Chelsea Prout in 6th place, just trailing the field. Bit of a gap there between the top 4 and then the 5th place Liesl Hyde. So top 4 through to the A final, and that is looking fairly certain at this stage to be Grace Cypher, Grace Turner, Talisa Noak Driver, and Liesl Page. So looking like there'll be 4 Sydney Rowing Club athletes in that final. Sydney Rowing Club obviously with a pretty strong last couple of years in under 21 women's rowing in New South Wales and on the national stage as well. Last couple of years with Lachlan Carter, the women's coach, coaching the women's youth 8, getting a win in 2019. It is Grace Cypher. Grace originally hailing from Rockhampton and making the move down here alongside her sister as well, Laura, who I believe was scratched from the previous race, to row at Sydney Rowing Club. So Grace is just trailed in 2nd place there by Talisa Noak Driver in lane 3. Grace looking pretty comfortable there, up the head of the field in her Hudson Shell. And Grace Turner from Sydney University Boat Club just dropping back into 3rd place in the closing stages of the race. Just leading out Liesl Page over in lane 2.
Grace Turner being an ex-Canberra Girls Grammar girl, clearly moving up to Sydney University a couple of years ago. 3rd place there, and then over in 4th place, Talisa Noak Driver. They're running out the top 4 positions, progressing through. There will be a B final as well in this event.
As it's a selection event.
Yep.
Give everyone their best chance to put down a performance to impress the selectors. It'll be Chelsea Prout, Sydney University, followed across the line by Lillian Hyde of Mossman Rowing Club. So it's Grace Cypher from Sydney, Talisa Noak Driver also of Sydney, Grace Turner of Sydney University Boat Club in 3rd, Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club in 4th. Those 4 are our qualifiers to the A final. Sydney University's Chelsea Prout in 5th, and Lillian Hyde of Mossman Rowing Club rounding out this 2nd heat of the women's under 21 single scull.
All listed to start today, turning up here in the men's under 23 single scull. Heat 1 of 2. Cormac Hayes of Canberra being the only scratching from the other day. Turning a positive COVID test, so we had to leave him at home.
It does seem to be the nature of racing at the moment. Hopefully we can sort of get through the other side and everyone can have the experience and with it before we don't have it let it affect the later stages of the season, the national championships and selection trials and such. So, we just have crews approaching the 1,000 metre timing point now. Looks like Cryo Bay Sculler, lane number 7, Paul Sullivan, just taking the ascendancy there. Oh, that's the 1,500 metre mark rather.
It is Xavier Hall Sullivan looking like still in 1st place in lane 7, closest to the grandstand. Pretty close to the next 3 rowers back Maximilian Crow over there in lane 2. Potentially in second place, I think. Then maybe over to Nicholas Miro. Not getting any official timing through the race. Coming into the last 250 metres now. Starting to tighten up here as the top 4 come through. Maximilian Crow over there in lane 2 has definitely put his foot down a little bit. Potentially catching up on Xavier Hall-Sullivan over here in lane 7, but I think he might still have it. Xavier just having a quick look over his right shoulder there, just to make sure he's still got control of the field.
Yeah, pretty good finish here. All 4 of these crews safe for a spot in the A final, but all 4 of these crews having a good little race to the line, which is really good to see. And will still be Xavier Hall-Sullivan, who comes out with the win in this this first heat. But Max Crow, former Queenslander, now rowing at Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 2 in second. Lane 5 Sculler from Melbourne University in 3rd place. And Nicholas Miro of Sydney University Boat Club crossing the line in 4th. They'll be our qualifiers through to the A final.
And then Joshua Hewitt just coming through now in 5th place, that will progress through to the B final, race 61 later today. Race 27, the heat number 2 of the men's under 23 single scull is on the course, looking like they've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark there. We are getting timing on this one. No.
Just waiting for that timing to appear, but on the course at the moment is the second heat of the men's under 23 single scull. In lane number 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club's Elliot Simpson. In lane 4 from the University of Technology, Sydney, Alex Wood. In lane 5 from Des Moines, Mitch Blackmore-Cram. In lane 5 from ANU and the ACT, second hit out of the day, Nicholas Neals. And in lane number 7 from Sydney University Boat Club, closest to the grandstand side of the course, is Tom Anderson. It does look like, from my limited perspective here, that Tom Anderson's got a pretty good read on the race at this stage through about 1,250 metres. Just starting to have thoughts about the finish line now. Possibly being challenged there by the crews on the far side of the course. Alexander Wood from UTS in second place. That little tussle that we were calling earlier, it looks like Alex Wood of UTS Rowing Club coming out on top of that one through the 1,500 metre mark. Pretty clear and easy lead at the at that timing point, about a boat length and a half out the front of the field. Alex Wood, the old Newington boy, progressing his rowing at University of Technology Sydney, and he'll be angling for a spot in the men's Youth 8 this year. For the Interstate Regatta, and putting himself in the best position to do that at the head of the field in the men's under 21 single scull. Get invited into that seat racing for final selection.
Yeah, it looks like Elliot Simpson over on his right side, just in lane 3, probably coming in second place now. Then maybe back to the rower from Des Moines, and then over to Sydney University, Tom Anderson in 4th place. Nicholas Neals out here for his second race, as you mentioned. I believe he was in the PR3 that just came down earlier today. Second place for that?
Yeah. Yep, second place. Had a pretty good little tussle with Tom Birtwistle. I think that'll be, I reckon that PR3 men's single at the Interstate Regatta is going to be a
pretty hot race.
I reckon that's going to be a rip snorter.
Just in the last couple of 100 metres now, it is Alex Wood from UTS getting some clear length over Elliot Simpson, just coming into the last 100 metres. He's actually starting to wind it up a bit, maybe just practicing those last few hundred metres.
Yeah, just going through the motions, making sure that he's not complacent there at the front of the field. Want to get him out there, get himself in the best lane possible for the final this afternoon. So Alexander Wood, 2 lengths over Elliot Simpson from the University of Technology, Sydney. Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne Rowing Club in 3rd place. Tom Anderson from Sydney University Boat Club in 4th place in lane number 7. And Nicholas Neals from ANU, supported by the ACT Academy of Sport, just crossing the line for his second hit out. Probably almost a bit of a recovery row before another hit out this afternoon in the B final to round out the field.
Just on the course now, looking about 100 or so metres in, is where we're moving over to the women's under 17 double scull. We've got 2 heats of this event. Again, just top 4 going through. Not being a selection event, no B final. So the rest are eliminated from this event. Looking up here, I think we only have 4 starters in this race. We might have had a few late scratchings. Oh, we've got the start list up there. We've had a scratching from Redlands Grammar in lane 2.
So it's from the far side of the course over. We've got the Newcastle Grammar School in lane number 3, Molly Boyle and Jemima McKenzie. I think it's Jemima McKenzie's 3rd hit out so far today. I believe we saw her in the under 17 single, the under 19 single, and now the under 17 double scull as well. So be a bit of a challenge for us. 6 Ks of racing in about 3 hours is a big ask of anyone, so it'll be one to watch. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Sarah Devington and Bailey Winton Murray. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis and Annabelle Thornton. In lane 6 from Penrith Rowing Club, Arabella Logan and Alyssa Holtz. And in lane 7 from Mossman Rowing Club, Talia Noland and Catherine Wilcock. Now, I think we've pretty much seen every single athlete in this race compete in the single sculls earlier this morning, and sort of mixed bags of results. Those single sculls finals were won by Sophia Zamprogno and Neve Tierney, both from Sydney Rowing Club in each of those heats, and we'll see them competing in the double in the next heat. But in this first heat, it does look like it's the crew on the far side of the course. It'll be the Newcastle Grammar School crew of Molly Boyle and Jemima McKenzie, who are taking the ascendancy in the early stages of this first heat of the under-17 women's double scull.
You can just see them there just coming across what looks like the 1,000-metre line.
That's the one. Just
Again,
really cruising across there as well. They've done their work early, and time to reap the rewards, I'd say. A few races in a few hours. I'd say they just want to get themselves into that safe position and hang there. It is this heat is progressing all through to the final. We only have
Redlands are scratched, but I feel like we have had another no-show from another crew.
I believe we have. I'm not sure if our timing hut has quite picked that one up, which one that is.
Newcastle Grammar, I think,
Saying
maybe.
Newcastle Grammar. That would check out. So the crew that I was calling as being in the lead is actually not there.
That's the
well
PLC
done for me.
PLC crew.
It's the PLC Sydney crew, Devington and Winton Murray. Both of those girls did reasonably well in the under-17 singles heats. Devington in 4th. Winton Murray will race the under-17 single final later on. So this race being all through to the final, I'm sure these girls are perfectly willing to maybe race their first 500 or 750 metres, practice their start, their opening to the race, and then sit back and relax for the remainder of the journey down that 2,000 metre course.
As this heat 1 just comes down the course, I believe heat 2 is underway as well. Looking like they've just started off, as the mentioned before, these 4 crews just progressing through to the final later today. As Chris was mentioning, been down the track a few times, so this would be, possibly just a nice warm down row. Just coming into the last 200 metres now, does appear to still be that crew of Debington and Winton Murray from PLC Sydney. Still just taking it nice and easy as they come into the last couple of 100 metres. Probably almost 3 or 4 lengths of clear water here. Then back to second place, Mossman. Nell and Wilcock combination. Very relaxed coming to the last 100 metres now, or so 50 metres.
Pretty tidy little combination there from PLC Sydney. Pretty confident in what they're doing. Pretty happy to just relax over the finish line. Nice cruisy time of 9 minutes. And we followed across in second place by the crew from Mossman Rowing Club, Nolan and Wilcock. Hunter Valley Grammar School, iconic rainbow stripes in lane number 5. Dennis and Thornton across the line in 3rd. See these results seeding the lane choice for the final, so not totally irrelevant.
And just the crew of Penrith, local crew, just coming across the line now. 4th place, finishing out heat 1 of the women's under-17 double scull.
We turn our attention back down to the race course. We'll see the second heat, the under-17 women's double scull. In lane number 3, got the Mossman Rowing Club crew of Leisha Carter and Eva DeStasio. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, we've got Myfina Bland and Alice McCready. The lane 4 crew from Redlands has scratched. In lane 6 from the lane 5 crew from Redlands has scratched, rather. In lane 6 from PLC Sydney, Sophia Sordolakis and Miranda Sabo. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Sophia Zamprognono and Neve Tierney, coached there by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck. Now, both the winners of our under-17 single heats. So I would say that Sydney Rowing Club crew on the near side of the course should be the favourites. But having a look, does look like they're pretty far down the rankings at this stage.
Heat 2 just coming into the last 500 metres now of, again, the women's under 17 double scull with the scratching from Redlands. Again, just all four progressing through to the final. So probably we'll be taking a pretty chilled 2K race here.
Yeah, it does look like that crew that would on paper be the favourites, just hanging out at rate 22 down the back of the field, getting a bit of active recovery in between races. Those girls will be doing 4 races apiece in just a couple of hours, so probably pretty advantageous just to cruise and not stress themselves out too much, especially on such a hot day. There's only so much you can do between races to recovery with ice bars and such. But up the front of the field, looks like it's the Newcastle Grammar crew, Bland and McCready, that's making the most of the heat. Most of this second heat, and that will be followed by the PLC Sydney crew, lane number 6. And they're just leading the Mossman crew of Carter and D'Stasio on the far side of the course. But as we mentioned, all 4 crews here taking things pretty relaxed this heat.
Newcastle Grammar crew is coming across the line. Another few strokes, again in control, maybe just lifting the rating, a bit more excitement in this heat than the last. Just crossing the line there, 8:45, a little bit faster than the previous heat. That's Bland McCready. And then lane 6, PLC Sydney just coming across the line. Bit of clear length back to then the Mossman crew in lane 3. Then almost 200 metres back to the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Just rounding out the 4 again, having a nice relaxed row over the course, all progressing through the final later today.
So, as the Sydney Rowing Club under 17 double there across the line, we'll move back down to the course just past the 1,000 metre timing point to catch the first heat, first of 4 heats in the men's under 19 single scull. These 4 heats will be the top 1 and 2 through to the A final. and then third and fourth through to the B final. Any remaining competitors will be eliminated from the proceedings. We do have a couple scratchings from St Joseph's College across all 4 of these heats, so we won't be reading those out in our callings. But, the 1,000 metre mark, leading this first heat was Isaiah Chandler of Port Macquarie Rowing Club, and he was leading by about just under 4 seconds over Cousins from Hunter Valley Grammar School. To Marist College scullers Birch and Lloyd sitting in 3rd and 4th place at that halfway point. And just missing a little bit of timing for the scullers from Redlands, Glebe and Sydney Rowing Club. The rest of the field, but having a look as they approach us, it does actually look like it's the scullers from Glebe and Sydney Rowing Club on the near side of the course who have made the most this first 1,700 metres or so of the race, with Finn Woodward of Sydney Rowing Club coming down towards the line at the head of the field, just maybe taking the rating down slightly. Very, very clean his entrance and exits to the water. He's coached by Charlie Patterson and Brendan Longman down at Sydney Rowing Club. Charlie Patterson, a very long-standing member of the club, moved into a coaching role. Finn's trailed there by Jasper Dawson-Damer of Glebe Rowing Club. Again, just looks to be taking things relatively easy out the front of the field. Mentioned top 2 through to the A final, and these two are a good 15, 20 seconds in front of their competition. So they know where they're going to be, and they know what they need to do to stay there. Just need to cruise and relax.
Looks like the crew from Redlands probably going to come through in 3rd place, progressing to the B final. Then maybe the Hunter Valley Grammar crew. James Cousins potentially 4th place as the rest of the pack kind of come through into the last 250 metres. But in lane 9, just cruising over the line, Finn here from Sydney Rowing Club. Just relaxed over Jasper Dawson-Damer from Glebe, 2nd place. It looks like Isaiah Chandler from Port Macquarie stepped up into 4th place here, going to progress through to the B final if he can hang on to that position. But James Cousins from Hunter Valley Grammar, comfortable 3rd here. You can see all the boats behind him. Hat backwards, going fast over the finish line there in 3rd place. Progressing through to the B final. Port Macquarie rower Isaiah Chandler in 4th to the B final. Almost just catching a bit of a crab there on the finish line. Hunter Valley Grammar, James Cousins, 5th. David Birch from Marist College in Canberra, crossing the line, and then back to his fellow Marist College crew rower, Caleb Lloyd, closing out the first heat. First of 6, did we say?
4 heats.
4, sorry. Here's heat 2 just coming into the last 250 metres. Bit tighter in this race. Looks like we have the Kai Martin of Marist, and it looks like the Patrick Stanley from Newcastle Grammar coming in first and second place over the top of the, again, Capital Lakes row of Elliot Jallia. Throw some Canberra bias in there, going very well here.
Yeah, Marist with a strong contingent up here. A few mixed results. We've seen a few Marist boats at the head of the field moving through to some finals. It does look like it'll be Marist and the Newcastle Grammar sculler that'll progress through. Just in front of Jallia from Capital Lakes.
Yeah, this is Elliot's actual, he did row down in the double heat just before, so
Yes.
this makes his second 2K race ever.
Nice.
Yeah, just
First
starting
two in
out.
one morning. What
Yeah.
a trial by fire.
Did the double with his brother just earlier, then crossing over in third to progress through to the B final. Then it looks like it'll be the Marist rower in lane 9, Jack Miller, that will make up the rest of that B final, coming over in fourth place. Holding strong over the Redlands. Daniel Close over there in, I'm going to say lane 4, no bow number. Then back to the other Marist, Xander Wild in lane 3, rounding out heat 2. Whilst we have heat 4 in the starter blocks, we have heat 3 coming through the 1,000 metres here. Over in lane 1, again another full turnout potentially here. Oh no, we've had a couple of scratchings. Look like we've had one from Glebe, as Chris mentioned earlier, all the St Joseph's crew not turning up. Maybe something to do with the entire school. But over there in lane 1 we have Mossman, Hunter Valley Grammar, Redlands, Hunter Valley Grammar, Marist, and then Redlands. Does look like Oliver from Mossman probably out in first place there. Then potentially Jesse Rosen from Marist in Canberra coming in second. Bit hard to see across all the lanes here when you're out there racing like this in a heat with only top 2 going through. Looks like the Bosco from Hunter Valley Grammar probably going to be giving a bit of competition to the Marist College rower Jesse Rosen. Then jumping back to what looks like in lane 8, Patrick Walker from Redlands probably will come out back in fourth place. Coming to the last 150 metres now is that Mossman rower, Oliver, in a controlling lead. Definitely getting some clear water over the Hunter Valley Grammar Bosco. Possibly looking like maybe rowing through Jesse Rosen from Marist here, but it's going to be tight for second place here to progress through to the A final. Mossman rower just coming over, maybe just taking the foot off the accelerator a little bit. First there, then Jesse Rosen here holding on to that second place Bosco just giving a good crack at the end there. Probably going to come over in third place, just half a second behind. Then back to the Redlands Grammar Crew rower, Patrick Walker, just coming back in fourth place. Like a little bit of game playing going on there for second place between the Marist and Hunter Valley Grammar Crew. There's Patrick Walker from Redlands coming in fourth. And then we're just going back to lane 5. Hunter Valley Grammar, Caleb Chadwick. And the other Redlands rower, Matthew Fry. Rounding out heat 3 of the men's under 19 single scull. As we said, top 2 to A final, next 2 to B final, and the rest eliminated. Possibly a bit of a tough race for some of these boys, maybe doing the double prior in the day. Heat 4 on the racecourse now, looking like a couple of 100 metres in. Again, those scratchings from St Joseph's. But in lane 1, Marist College. Lane 2, Redlands. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 5, Redlands. Lane 6, another Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 8, Redlands. And then Capital Lakes in lane 9. It's great to see so many under 19 single scullers out there. Probably just testing themselves before we get to the pointy end of the season, going into New South Wales Champs in a couple of weeks and then the National Champs. Just seeing how they're going after a bit of holiday time, maybe a training camp or two.
That's the Redlands sculler, Harley Vanderplume, sitting at the front of the field there, just over a boat length lead back to Luke Jallier from Capital Lakes. Then Nicholas Melmeth in third place from Hunter Valley Grammar School. Oliver Rose from Redlands sitting in fourth. That's the provisional A and B final contingent. Looking fairly confident that they'll progress to have another race in this event today. Aaron Drake from Redlands sitting back in fifth. A little bit of a gap there back to fifth place. Marist Colleges. Penrose back in sixth place.
Just like before, Luke Jallier coming down in lane 9 from Capital Lakes. Also his second 2,000 metre race of his rowing career. Not that we complain, short-changed in Canberra obviously, only 1,800 metres of rowing available.
Oh, he's raced 1,800, I don't know if we're... it's
I don't actually think he's raced 1,800 metres back home, so stepping up, as you said.
Step up there.
Yeah, baptism by fire.
It looks like it's still the Redlands sculler, Harley Vanderplume, at the 1,500 metre mark, out in the lead, and then it looked like it was still Luke Jallier of Capital Lakes in second place. Nice and tight little tussle there for first and second, and then pretty cruisy back to Nicholas Melmeth of Hunter Valley Grammar, and then Oliver Rose of Redlands in fourth. So looking like those final positions of first and second through to the A final and third and fourth back to the B final are fairly well cemented at this stage. The sculls on the near side of the course having their own little battle away from the rest of the racing at this final stages of the race.
Yeah, hoping they probably don't use too many biscuits between now and the final.
Yeah, it's definitely not a day that I'd be wanting to be pushing the limits and finding how much I can recover in between a heat and a final. It does look like neither sculler really wants to take their foot off the gas between Harley Vanderplume and Luke Jallier.
Yeah, it looks like from up here that Harley's definitely having a good look over the left shoulder. I think Luke might have pulled into the lead here, just
so.
Head down and just rowing into that last couple of 100 metres here.
Absolutely. I think, as I've said that, with neither rower wanting to take their foot off the gas, it does look like Harley Vanderplume's just relaxing a little bit. He knows he's through to the A final at this stage and barring disaster, and just wants to hang out and conserve a bit of energy.
You can see Luke's coach just coming down on the bike there, David Bagnall, white shirt. Probably pretty chuffed with the way these two boys have been rowing for the last couple of races.
It seems like it's definitely been, so far at least, worth the drive up.
Yeah, Luke just coming over nice and strong into the last couple of strokes here, just to round out heat number 4, under 19 single scull. Getting some clear water over Harley Vanderplume from Redlands. A nice laid back style there. Crossing the finish line nice and relaxed. Second place, back over then to Redlands Grammar Lane 5, giving it a nice little go at the end, Oliver Rose. Third place, then back to Hunter Valley Grammar, Nicholas Melmouth in 4th. Going through to the B final. Unfortunately, the other Redlands Grammar rower in lane 2, Aaron Drake. 5th place, unfortunately eliminated.
So moving back down to the course now, from the men's to the women's, we have now got the first heat, the women's under 19 single scull. In these first of 3 heats, we'll have the first 3 through to just the one final, and the rest of the field will be eliminated. So at the 1,000 metre mark of this first heat, it was Grace Burke from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Katie Healy, who was in a pretty comfortable 15-second lead up at that halfway timing point. Walkerton from Hunter Valley Grammar in 2nd place at that same timing point. Molly Walkerton, that is. And then it was the Redlands sculler, Katarina Kroll, in lane 7, who's narrowly behind her to round out those top 3 sort of qualifying spots. A bit of a gap then back to the Newcastle Grammar sculler of Isabel Mitef in 4th position rather. The Nepean Rowing Club sculler Leela Fona from in 5th place rather, and field which will be rounded out there by Emma Canton of Redlands. So it's definitely Grace Burke's race to lose here at the head of the field.
Yeah, definitely pulling into a strong lead going through 1,000 metres. Having clear water halfway through the race, putting yourself in a good position to get through to the A final. But it is 2nd place, looking like a bit of a tough one between the two Newcastle Grammar crews probably, but both progressing through, as you said, 1, 2 and 3 to the A final, or to the final rather. Just coming into the last 100 metres here of the under-19 single scull final. That is Grace Burke from Mossman. Been in the lead for the last probably kilometre, really.
Some good results there in the Mossman junior squad over the last couple of years. Brother, I believe, took out the under 21 single heat earlier. She's just going to cruise all the way back to the pontoon, I think. She's had a pretty easy run this race. Followed by Molly Walkerton from Hunter Valley Grammar in second. The Redland Sculler in lane 7. Katarina Kroll crossing the line in third place. So that'll be our top 3 through to the final.
Emma Canton just coming over the line now from Redlands Grammar. Looking for 4th place there. Then lane 8 from the Nepean. Just nice and relaxed here.
Looks like Newcastle.
Newcastle Grammar rower Isabel just coming across the line now. Maybe just the heat getting to her, maybe a couple of races before.
I have seen her a couple of times on the course today, so there's always a possibility. And a bit of a reminder to stay in the shade where you can. Of course, it is great to be watching races, but you can jump on the live stream on YouTube and watch from there rather than coming out to the course. And stay in the shade as cool as you can. So on the course now is heat number 2, same progression, 1, 2, 3 to the final. We've got looks like we've got 7 scullers on the course. In lane number 1 from Canberra, supported by the ACT Academy of Sport, Imogen Lang. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Grace Charge. In lane 3 from Redlands, Elizabeth Holtower. In lane 4 from PLC Sydney, Elia Steele. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien. In lane 6 from Penrith, we have a scratching. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Jasmine Whitford. And in lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, we have Imogen Gray. And, just having those scullers approaching the just through the 1,000 metre mark. Doesn't look like we do have timing. So it was the Sydney University sculler Alexandra O'Brien who was first through that halfway point, narrowly followed by Imogen Gray from Mossman Rowing Club, and then back to Elizabeth Holtower from Redlands. Narrow gap then back to the Canberra sculler Imogen Lang. And then a bit more of a gap back to Jasmine Whitford from Newcastle Grammar. Grace Charge also Newcastle Grammar in that back 3, rounded out by Elia Steele from PLC Sydney. So pretty tight, all within sort of 6 or 7 seconds for the top 4. Obviously only 3 going through to the final, so could be setting ourselves up for a good little charge between, a good little race between Elizabeth Holtower from Redlands and Imogen Lang from Canberra as they battle to get another race down the course this afternoon. It's Alexandra O'Brien of Sydney University, who does look to be lengthening out that lead. You can just see her on the screen now. Very tidy around the back end of the stroke. Nice and lively, and definitely not backing off too much in these latter stages of the race.
Yeah, but definitely taking control of the heat. not wanting to be too relaxed going through. Want to hold on to that, confirm your final position, but there is definitely some solid clear water. Just going through the 1500 metre mark now. That is Alexandra O'Brien, still in first.
Pretty sizable margin, almost a whole screen worth back to Imogen Gray of Mossman. It was about an 8-second margin by my amateur counting skills. And then still Elizabeth Holtow of Redlands back there in third, and Imogen Lang of the ACT just about 3/4 of a boat length back in fourth place. So Elizabeth Holtow just holding on to that final position for the moment. She'll be looking to hang on to that as they race down the sort of last 350 metres or so of the course.
Of course, have to throw my support behind Imogen Lang over there in lane 1.
I'll have to throw my support behind Elizabeth Holtow because she also rose at Sydney Rowing Club.
I think she might have pulled into third place, to be honest.
It is pretty tight over there on the far side of the course, and it'll be the protection of lane 1. Definitely Imogen's taking advantage of that very well. Imogen Lang looking to just stepped up the rate a little bit. Approach the last 250 metres. It's a hard one to tell at this stage. I think it's still fairly tight. Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University not facing any challenges into the closing stages of the race, and not letting off the gas either, still maintaining a nice sort of steady cadence there.
Yeah, definitely. And then over in lane 8 from Mossman, Imogen Gray. Might get caught up in this race for what was third place over on the far side.
Yeah, so this race between Elizabeth Holtow and Elizabeth Holtow and Imogen Lang on the far side is just starting to catch up to Imogen Gray, Mossman in lane 8. She may not have quite seen them, might just be just outside her peripherals on the far side of the course.
Yeah.
That's where we see the advantage of being in the centre lanes. Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University takes the win.
Looks like Imogen Gray will come over just in second place.
Elizabeth Holtow just holding about just under half a boat length lead, so a valiant finish there from Imogen Gray, from Imogen Lang rather, but not to be outdone. Top 3, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray from Mossman, and Elizabeth Holtow from Redlands. Imogen Lang from Canberra in 4th place, and just our Newcastle Grammar and PLC scullers, Grace Charge, Jasmine Whitford, and Elias Steele from PLC Sydney to round out the field.
Yeah, definitely that race for second and third there probably put a bit of a split in the heat here. Imogen Lang was followed down by one of her coaches, Luke Letcher, on the far side on the bike just then.
Right.
Cheeky medalist from the games.
Yeah.
He's trying to keep his head out, on the push bike. Maybe not getting involved in the racing right now. Preferring the tinny, I think.
Wouldn't we all?
Yep.
Sounds good to me.
Not to have a go at a few coaches, but rower turned coach, definitely a lot of courtesy comes out with the tinny wash on the lake back home.
Yeah.
He knows what it's like.
Yep. I do see a bit of the opposite, I think, especially in Hen and Chicken Bay. A few rowers turn coaches who suddenly don't care. As soon as they're on the other side of that tinny wash, it's all about their athletes. Won't name any names.
Looks like we have the women's under-19 heat 3 just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark here now. Again, Hunter Valley Grammar coming down in some strong force here in lane 1, Redlands lane 2, Newcastle Grammar lane 3, PLC Sydney lane 4, ANU lane 5, Newcastle Grammar lane 6, Redlands, and then Penrith again in lane 8. Potentially looking like a full field, or maybe just one scratching from the middle. Maybe Newcastle Grammar.
Yeah, it looks like we're missing Melissa Carpenter
yeah.
from Newcastle Grammar. Definitely missing from the timings. Can't see her out there. So almost a full field. Almost getting there. Should have some full fields from almost the next race. As we approach a few finals shortly.
Looks like we have
great racing coming up in the next hour or so for sure.
Madison from Penrith in the lead. Just a few seconds back to Philippa Gray from ANU.
Adelaide Goldfinch from Hunter Valley was in third at that 1,000 metre timing point, and only narrowly ahead of the Redlands sculler, Georgia Verschaw. So could be looking for a good little tussle here for a spot in the A final.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty flat across the first 4 rowers here, but I think it is Madison from Penrith in the lead. But as we saw in the previous heat, being over in these far lanes can be to your disadvantage coming to the last couple of 100 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a little bit less push, a little bit less life in the water on those far sides from what we can see. Not by much. It's not by much at all. We've got pretty fantastic conditions. The flags aren't moving whatsoever. Might get a little bit of a tail breeze going into the afternoon. It does look like there's a little bit of a tussle going on there in lanes 1 and 2. But, I'd hazard a guess that the Redlands sculler in lane number 2, who was just at the disadvantage at the 1,000 metre mark, Georgia Verschaw, I believe she has just started to push ahead of Adelaide Goldfinch from Hunter Valley Grammar, who's over right on the far side in lane number 1. So Georgia Verschaw, not content with this being her only race of the day, has pushed up that little tussle in the third 500 metres and pushed ahead to vie for that third qualifying position.
It could be the ANU rower here, Philippa Gray, coming into first place of the heat here, just maybe getting up over Madison from Penrith.
Yeah, she's definitely winding towards the finish a little bit more, whereas Madison joins from Penrith, just relaxing a little bit, maybe starting to sense a little bit of urgency from her in lane 8 now. She realises the threat that comes to her. Not that it should worry too much, just in a position for lanes. Looks like Madison Jones will just hold on about half a length over the sculler from ANU. Madison Jones in first. Philippa Gray from ANU in second. The sculler from Redlands, Georgia Verschaw, who's made the most of that little tussle in the first half of the race to come through for third position and secure that third qualifying spot. Obviously taken a lot out of her as she lies down in the scull at the finish of the race. The fourth place, Adelaide Goldfinch from Hunter Valley, with the first athlete to miss out on a spot in the final from this heat. Fifth place in lane number 7, the Redlands sculler, Briar Carter. Across the line, just ahead of a fast finishing Newcastle Grammar sculler in lane number 3. Josephine Armstrong just edging out Arabella Rutherford from PLC Sydney. That'll round out the last of our heats for a little while. I think the last of our heats for the day, if I'm correct. It is the last of our heats. We have a few Masters races that'll run divisions later on this afternoon. But here on in, we're all finals for the rest of the day, and definitely for the rest of the morning session. We'll start off in just a moment back to a 1,000 metre starting point. The men's under 16 single scull in lane 1 from Glebe. We have Liam Young in lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung in lane 3, Elliot Collins in lane 4, Vaughan Henderson in lane 5, Carson Prout In lane 6, Ronan Brown. In lane 7, Lucas Burton. Lane 8, Logan Harmon. And in lane 9, Thomas Clarkson. Got all 9 scullers away cleanly off the start. Looks like sculler in lane number 5. It's Prout from Glebe. That has made the most of this. Made the most of the first couple of 100 metres. I see shorter race. Starting can be a little bit more frantic. As we watch our men's elite single scullers make their way up to the line in front of the commentary box here. Set for a should be a pretty entertaining race in the next 25 minutes time. Come through the halfway mark. Looks like it's the sculler sort of on the far side of there from Newcastle Grammar. The Elliot Collins, I believe, is up in the lead. Seeing the opposite, might not be Elliot Collins rather. It's Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley. Is up in the lead this stage in the race. See them coming down into the last about 400 metres or so. Pretty tight racing here, only 1,000 metres to contest. Not as much time for margins to blow out. Yeah, so it definitely is Vaughan Henderson there in lane 4 who has the ascendancy coming into the closing stages of the race. Looks to be the Glebe sculler to his bow side, his left-hand side, Carson Prout, coached there by Brad Smith and Nicholas Galea, who's given him the probably the most frightening challenge for Vaughan, but still a pretty handy lead there. Carson Prout being challenged by the sculler a couple of lanes over. I believe that's the Newcastle Grammar sculler Lucas Burton pushing up. Currently in 3rd, pushing up for the 2nd place. It's Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley Grammar who will, barring disaster, maintain the ascendancy for the last 5 or 6 strokes into the finish line. But the sculler in lane number 7, that's Lucas Burton from Newcastle Grammar, is making a real push to the line. Real battle here with the sculler from Glebe in lane number 5. It's absolutely bow ball for bow ball. Newcastle Grammar and Glebe Rowing Club.
I think it's Newcastle.
I'm calling Glebe. I'm calling Glebe. I'm going to say I think that was Carson Prout from Glebe ahead of
Lucas Burton. Newcastle Grammar.
The unofficial results are saying that it was the other way by 0.02, but it's going to a photo, so we'll have confirmation of that in a second. Unofficially, we followed across the line in 4th by Ronan Brown. Logan Harmon in 5th place, also from Newcastle Grammar. Clarkson 6th, Collins 7th, and it's Mitchell.
One of our screens here, we are getting a bit of an action replay. I think it could have been the lane 7, just the right stroke at the right time. Lucas Burton just at the finish.
Yeah.
It's close.
On rock and roll. Go to Snicko.
Yep. Where's Hawkeye just coming in?
I needed to make tennis reference, not cricket references anymore.
Definitely well represented in the men's under-16 final there by Newcastle Grammar.
Newcastle Grammar.
Six boys out there.
Yeah. Cool. Back down on the field now is the equivalent final, the women's under-16 single scull. They have come through the halfway point and just entering the last 250 metres. Are quickly a bit of a roll call in lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 2 from Capital Lakes, Madeline Jallier. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley, Zoe Armstrong. In lane 4 from Glebe, Lucy Yabsley. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Isabel Yardley. In lane 6 from Mossman, Eva DeStasio. In lane 7 from Penrith, Zoe Wisner. And in lane 8 from PLC Sydney, Sophia Sordolakis. And it does appear that as we come right into the closing stages of the race, it's the scullers in the centre of the field as predicted. They have afforded those lanes due to their strong performances in the heats. It's the sculler from PLC Sydney, Isabel Yardley, in the centre of the course, who appears to what did have the lead, but a little bit of a crab in the last 110 metres, possibly just set her back, while Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club to her right just takes advantage of the situation, ups the rating, puts the foot down.
She's coming back strong now, the PLC rower of Isabel Yardley. Definitely
back with a vengeance. She's not keen to let that be her shortcoming. It's going to be really tight. It's tight in the under-16. It's going to be tight for first in the under-16 women's single scull. Isabel Yardley coming back from a last-minute crab to take the win over Lucy Yabsley from Glebe in second place. And a tight race appearing for third as well between the lane 3 sculler, Zoe Armstrong, and the lane 1 of Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. That'll go to a photo finish as well. I would say that the Newcastle Grammar sculler just had it on the surge, but we'll wait for confirmation of that. Fifth place will go to the Capital Lakes sculler, Madison Jallier. PLC Sydney's Sophie Sordolakis in 6th. You're kidding.
Yeah, just been told that it was actually a dead heat between Lucas Brown and Carson Prout in the men's under-16 single scull. That was for second and third.
That's a pretty rare one. I remember we had one a couple of years ago in the men's elite single at the state champs between Cam Girdleston and David Watts for the first place. I can't remember any others off the top of my head. I believe there might have been one in the under-17 schoolboy 8 a couple of years ago at nationals. Maybe Melbourne and Scotch. But yeah, dead heat in that one. Cool.
The women's under-16 final, just then it was the Glebe rower Lucy over Annabelle McKenzie, which also, and then back to the third and fourth place between Zoe Armstrong and Annabelle McKenzie. Just 0.75 between them as they went across the finish.
Back down on the course now, we've got the one straight final of the men's Masters coxless pairs. In lane 1, racing A grade off a 1 minute and 7 second handicap, which is fairly brutal in 1,000 metre racing. Will Downey and Tom Boyden from Sydney Rowing Club, both club athletes, not quite regarding themselves as Masters athletes yet. It's actually the first ever sweep race for Tom Boyden. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, we've got a scratching. In lane 3, also from Leichhardt, we have
Martin Emery. Yeah, we've just got to go back to the other pages. And Nicholas Fletcher. They were going off 58 seconds, so just shy of a minute. Going off next to them from Mossman was Mark Binder and Andrew Horrigan. Coming through as D grades. Across from Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith giving up 54 seconds as E graders. North Shore, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh giving up 48 seconds. A scratching from North Shore Composite and Drummoyne Composite in lane 8, closest to the grandstand. John James and Graham Warren going off go, being a J grade.
So,
J must be
old.
old.
I'm not sure on the exact ages, but as sort of predicted, it does look like, or it was the A-grade pair from Sydney Rowing Club that were the fastest on the course, but not going to overcome that handicap. Looks like the combination in lane number 6.
North Shore, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh just crossing the line there, making up that 48 seconds. Over the blokes here, Drummoyne Composite, that's a Drummoyne North Shore crew. Third place was lane 5, Lake Macquarie. Then to Mossman, lane 4. Sydney Rowing coming over the line now. As you said, first sweep race for one of them.
First sweep race for Tom Boyden. Will Downey's done 1 or 2 in his time for Thames Rowing Club. And a few Henleys back in the day, but making a bit of a comeback for the club races at the National Championships and getting a hit out over a K in the Masters pair.
That was just Leichhardt rounding it out. Martin Emery and Nicholas Fletcher over there in lane 3. Struggling. 58 seconds is a bit vicious over 1,000 metres, I'll say.
More than vicious. That's enough time for you to question while you're there on the start line, I think.
Just on to race 40 now. Back to the finals. This looks like they're coming onto the starting pontoons now. This is the men's under 17 single scull. Back down to 2Ks. It's probably our last 1,000 metre racing for the day there, I reckon.
We've got a little bit more Masters racing later on.
In the day. From lane 1 we have from Port Macquarie, Tom Jenkins. Lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar 2, Hayden Williamson. Lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Max Blackley. Lane 4 from Mossman, Lachlan Fraser. Lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Colleen Rotley. Lane 6, Sydney, Connor Greenwood. Lane 7, Sydney, Caleb Dunn. And Newcastle Grammar, Lane 8, Henry Guest.
Yes, this was one of our first heats of the day, and I believe in the second heat of the event, we had Connor Greenwood of Sydney and Lachlan Fraser of Mossman sitting out in front, looking extremely relaxed for the vast majority of the race. I think it was pretty hard to tell who actually maybe was would be the form favourite between the two. They were both cruising at about rate 20 down most of the course, and then Lachlan Fraser decided to up the rate and decided, you know what, he'd win that one, and he has been rewarded with the middle lane. So there'll be, I think, a good little tussle between those two, one to watch out for as they come down the course.
Yeah, they just look like they're just backing into the starting fingers here.
Just a couple minutes behind at the moment.
Getting some good camera footage here. Looks like the Newcastle Grammar Henry Guest on screen here, just lining up. Probably for these under 17 guys, probably just a bit of, fine boat skills here, getting tested. Throwing a bit of nerves, bit of heat.
Probably for a few of them, maybe the first time that they've lined up in the starting blocks at the Regatta Centre. Obviously a little bit different. There's no one to hold your boat for you and get you all lined up at the 1,000 metre start, and then just another thing to contend with on the start line. It's somewhat of a different world up there. You do feel very far away.
Yeah, it looks like we can just probably see that's Tom Jenkins. Oh, it was just on screen. Lane 1. He's getting his line looking correct. Got a good shot coming up of the boys just all in a line getting ready to kick off these fun 2,000 metres ahead of them. Not sure which one that is. Hunter Valley Grammar just looking pretty relaxed on screen there. That's lane 2, that was Hayden Williamson. Lane 3.
Just off lane 7 fingers.
Max on the screen. Looking calm, looking relaxed, ready. Lane 4 from Mossman, Lachlan Fraser. A little chat with the volunteer there. Got lane 5, Newcastle Grammar, Callan Rutley. Just making sure his line's right as well. Maybe a bit of breeze at the start there, not sure.
Yeah, looks like it's just a little bit of movement on the water.
Port
Maybe a bit of
Macquarie.
a cross head.
Hunter Valley Grammar.
First couple of 100 metres.
Two.
Just hear the roll call
Hunter
going on
Valley
from the
Grammar
start
1.
now.
Mossman. Newcastle Grammar 1.
Great pictures that we've got down
Sydney
at the
2.
start.
Sydney 1. And Newcastle Grammar 3. Attention.
Just going to make a subtle guess there that I reckon our starter might be Tony Brown.
Does sound like a familiar voice, doesn't it? Can probably have a look.
Starters in the race 41.
There he is
the
on the screen
women's
there.
under 17 single sculls.
Called him
Line.
right.
Newcastle Grammar 1, lane 1.
2 places I
and
think Tony enjoys being. Starter and at the pub. Also lucky he's 2,000 metres away from us and can't comment on what we're saying about him.
Probably can't hear either. All crews gotten away to a pretty clean start. We did in the heats of these races see a few little steering issues. Might be seeing a bit of an issue from maybe from Kaylin Routley there in the centre lane, in lane 5. Just getting a little bit close to the boys, but apart from that, pretty clean start across all crews. See get a bit of an update as they approach the 500 metre mark in the next 25 seconds or so. The sculler over in lane number 4, just in case we've got anyone closer to the camera sneaking up. It's like the 2 scullers in 4 and 5 really making moves at the head of the field. So that's Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club. As I said, a very strong performance in the heat. Just edging out Kaylin Routley of Newcastle Grammar to that first 500 metre marker, and then Clearwater back from there to the rest of the field. So first and second hotting up to be quite the interesting race here in the men's under 17 single scull, and then a little bit of a move back, and then pretty tightly spaced field for the remaining 4 competitors in the race.
Always good to see some close racing in these single sculls. The heat's doing their thing, putting the 2 fastest rollers right next to each other, making them work for it down the course. It does, yeah, look pretty close still. Only a few hundred metres in, I suppose.
Lot can happen in 2,000 metres of single scull rowing. See leads change. Hopes and dreams crushed.
Looks like the flags at the end of the course have actually just gone nicely still. Pretty good conditions out there.
Absolute mill pond up at the end of the course. A few little patches of light sort of crosswind where there's a bit of a gap in the trees. A couple different spaces, about the 1,750 metre mark. Looks like it's just a little bit of movement on the water, but nothing that should seriously affect any boat speed. Just maybe something that's just going to play around with a pair's rhythm.
Still coming up to 1,000 metres here. It does look like it's still close between that Mossman and Newcastle, Lachlan and Kayleen. They've definitely pulled out on the field there. Probably looking like the Mossman rower just in lead. No, maybe not actually.
Probably Kaylin Routley from Newcastle Grammar has just edged out in that second 500 metre mark. He's settled into a rhythm and started to move over Lachlan Fraser. Big old gap back to Tom Jenkins of Port Macquarie in third. Connor Greenwood from Sydney Rowing Club in fourth. His clubmate Callum Dunn narrowly behind in fifth place. Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar in sixth, and Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar in seventh place.
Yeah, I feel like the next 1,000 metres, these Kayleen and Lachlan are probably just going to duke it out and pull just a bit more of a break on the rest of the pack here.
Yeah, I don't think there's really too much to drive the rest of the field up into any contention with that leading pair. But yeah, rather their own battle is going to push them even further away from the rest of the pack. Kaylin Routley there of Newcastle Grammar, just extending that lead out to only a boat length at the 1,500 metre mark. So still plenty of room for change in that top pair. Still plenty of opportunity for Lachlan Fraser of Mossman Rowing Club, was the winner of our second heat, to move up and make a move in the last 500 metres. And it does look like he does have a slightly higher rate of striking at this point, but maybe just not getting the length or the power in the water to overcome the work that Kaylin Routley's put in the first 1,500 metres. Still a reasonable gap back to the next best placing, which at this stage looks to be Connor Greenwood from Sydney Rowing Club, sitting in third place, just broken away from the pack a little bit, sitting pretty comfortably in no man's land there in between the two races going on.
Yeah, possibly over in lane one, I think Tom Jenkins might have pulled up into contention, maybe a third place.
He seems to be pushing up.
That orange hat definitely giving a bit of free speed there. Again, hard from the side to see what's going on with the rest of the race.
Just watching our men's pairs come down for their second run down the track. Absolutely cracking race in about 20 minutes time or so.
We're coming up here to the finish. It's the Hunter Valley rower in lane 5, just holding on to that lead there. Kayleen Routley, maybe just almost a length.
Yeah, might have even broken out a little bit of clear water in the last 500 metres or so. He was just a tiny bit of overlap at the 1,500, but he's extended that out. He's kept his length in the water, kept the power on, kept the pressure on to hold the win in the men's under 17 single scull. Kaylin Routley from Newcastle Grammar School takes the win over Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club in lane number 4. A little bit of a tussle coming out here for third place. Got Connor Greenwood in lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, who seems to have just held out in front of
Tom Jenkins.
From Port Macquarie on the far side by just over a boat length. Connor Greenwood in third. Tom Jenkins from Port Macquarie in fourth place. Looks like to be the sculler in lane number 2 from Hunter Valley Grammar. Hayden Williamson is going to come across the line in fifth, just ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Callum Dunn.
And then just back over to the Hunter Valley Grammar rower, lane 3, Max Blackley, just rounding out that pretty tight actually men's under 17 single scull. Some tough racing there. Up. Apologies. And in lane 8, Newcastle Grammar, Henry Guest, just finishing out that race. That's some good racing there from the under 17 single scull. Potential in the wings. Can also see a lot of excited parents coming down to the edge here just to encourage their kids on for those last couple of 100 metres. I think as the girls come down, we can see some PLC girls maybe coming down to the edge just to start to cheer on. Don't be afraid to cheer on your fellow club members, rowers. Any motivation helps in those last couple of 100 metres.
Yeah, so next race in the program, race 41, is the final of the women's under 17 single scull. We've just got that race passing through the 1,000 metre mark, and in the lead at that point was Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club, about 6 seconds from Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club. Talia Nolan from Mossman in lane 3 sitting in 3rd, Bailey Winton Murray from PLC Sydney in 4th, Anna Alexander from Roseville in 5th, Felicity Errington from Glebe in 6th, Jemima McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar in 7th, Sophia Zamprogno from Sydney Rowing Club in 8th, and Alice McCready of Newcastle Grammar back rounding out this field. It does look to be Sophia Miller from Glebe's Race to Lose out in front in that yellow shell. In lane number 7, just opening up a fair bit of clear water there over Sydney Rowing Club's Neve Tierney.
Yeah.
A pretty sizable lead there for Sophia Miller from Glebe, opening up to sort of 10-15 seconds or so over Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. Was reasonably close in the early stages of the race, but not to be. Sophia Miller not having a bar of it and pushing away in the closing stages. A little bit tighter down the back of the field. Sculler from PLC Sydney just hanging on there, leading out the second Glebe sculler, Felicity Errington. You'll see on the screen now all the crews rowing up to the start line that we've been lucky enough to be watching all morning.
Yeah, just coming up after the this under 17 single scull final, the men's elite sculls are actually already on the course.
3 Olympic medals in that race.
Just going through
4 Olympic medals in that race.
Right.
Alex Hill has not just won one.
Yeah, they've just gone through the 1,000 metres. They're going to be hot on the tail of these girls as they come through into the last 250 metres. Just a quick update that Alex Hill did go through in first, followed by Nick Lavery and then Jack Cleary through the 1,000 metres. But, you know, these boys know what to do.
It's quite close there between the two races, actually. Umpire's doing a great job of getting us right, keeping us right on schedule. It's definitely not phasing these women's under 17 single scullers. Sophia Miller from Glebe, going beautifully long there at the closing stages of the race, looking very calm, just starting to raise the rating as she enters the red buoys. She knows she's only 10 strokes or so from the finish. Just put in a little bit of a sprint to solidify the work that she's done early on.
Yeah, definitely looking very strong over the finish. Commanding the whole race the whole way down. First place there, Sophia Miller, well done. Congratulations in the under 17 single scull. That's the Sydney Rowing Club. That Neve over there in lane 4. Tierney, yeah, going well. Strong second place, then back to the Mossman rower of Talia Nowland. Will be in probably 3rd place, but getting a good nudge here over from lane 2 from PLC Sydney. Bailey Winton Murray, definitely keeping her honest in these last few metres. But 3rd place to Mossman, 4th to PLC, and then back in lane 6, Roseville Hannah Alexander.
So heading back down onto the course now, they've only got about 350 metres left to row. We'll quickly bring you the final of the men's elite single scull. No surprises here that Alex Hill, Adelaide in the National Training Centre, the 2-time Olympic medalist, gold medalist in the 4 last year, is sitting right out the front of the field. A nice healthy lead there over the competition. Looks like we've got Nick Lavery unofficially in second. I've got not judged here. I can't tell you exactly what that's for. I think he may have been scratched originally and maybe he's come back in. And then he's being followed by Jack Cleary, bronze medalist in the men's quad, in third place. Not sure what's going on with the racing umpires just hanging out in the middle of the race here. But Alex Hill looking pretty comfortable out in the front of the race. And then back to Jack Cleary in lane number 2. Caleb Antill coming through pretty strongly in the second half to put some pressure on Nick Lavery for the bronze medal position.
Yeah,
so all 4 NTC boats, as expected, going to be crossing the line 1, 2, 3 and 4. So Oscar Williams from UTS just coming in front of his doubles partner from the under-23 double last year, Torrin Olsen from Sydney Rowing Club, putting on a monster sprint finish, coming in 6th place there. He leads Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 1 to round out the field. Pretty speedy times there. Alex Hill crossing the line 6:55.76. Not too often that we see times under 6 this early in the season, but especially not that comfortably under 6, and a 10-second lead back to Jack Cleary. Caleb Antill in 3rd, Oscar Williams 4th, Torrin Olsen 5th, and Harry Crouch in 6th place.
Yeah, I think some definite solid navigational skills by the BRO boat there to thread through. Might have had a little bit of wash for some of the rowers, but we won't let that get in the way.
A bit of wash is probably a better ending than a broken Felipe single scull.
We've had here in the women's elite single scull, we did have a consolidation here, no finals, just a straight heat. We're in lane 1, Malia Marston from Melbourne University, scratching from Sky from Sydney University. Lane 3 from ANU, Catherine Kahn. Lane 4 from Canberra, Kara Graskowiak. Lane 5 from Sydney NTC, Tara Rigney. Lane 6, Sydney Uni, Kate Rowan. Lane 7 from UTS, Laura Growley, and lane 8 from Sydney Uni, Eleanor Price, and then lane 9, UTS, Olivia Bartram. We might, this is a good mix here of some of the elite NTCs and some solid club grade rowers. Might see a bit of a split in the pack potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Tara Rigney likely out the front of the course. She was the women's double scull at the Tokyo Games last year in competing in win the B final, I believe.
Yeah.
In that event, and then Kate Rowan is also supported by the National Training Centre alongside her, and would also probably expect to see Kara Graskowiak at the head of the field. She's returned to racing.
Well, she's here racing in a regatta, as I was talking to her earlier, which is a serious regatta, but she's retired, she claims.
Right. Interesting perspective on things. I've had a few scratchings from the women's sculling side of things. A few of the girls out watching from home. I know Rowena Meredith and Harriet Hudson were enjoying the commentary earlier on today.
Screen here, we have them coming through the 1,000-metre mark. Probably is Tara Rigney out in front there, got some clear water. Yeah, definitely in a good lead there. Bit tight back in second place there, looking like Kate, then back to Kara. Pretty tight across, Laura Growley. Malia Eleanor, very tight through the 1,000 metres there, just a few seconds over all of them.
Probably some of the best racing that we've seen in a final so far. As expected, Tara Rigney, Sydney University Boat Club, sitting out in front. Some front of her clubmate Kate Rowan. No, Kate Rowan just holding the fort back in front of Kara Graskowiak there. Back at the back of the field, Olivia Bartram, who's our events and volunteers manager, who sends us messages asking us if we can commentate every week. Does a great job for Rowing New South Wales, and good to see her out in the boat as well.
Definitely hasn't picked the easiest race to
No.
just jump into.
So yeah, probably not the one I would have picked. I don't think I'd go too well in this one. To be honest, I don't think there's ever a point where I would have gone too well in this one.
These girls just coming through the 1500 metre mark here. Still looking like Tara out in front. Probably going to be a pretty close tussle for second and third here, I think, between Kate and Kara. This might be the ticket out of retirement for Kara.
Yeah, I think if you're showing it to someone at the NTC, I think you can't really call yourself retired anymore after that.
Yeah. Definitely a strong lead here from Tara Rigney out in lane 5, right in the middle there. You can just see the whole pack. Coming into the last 200 metres here or so, that is definitely Tara just really holding a solid lead in what is here the women's elite single scull final. Back to what I think Kara might have pulled into second place there. No bias.
It's pretty tight up there.
Maybe close race in the Laura and Kate here for the third place, I'm going to call. Coming close.
Yeah, Laura Goulet, a bit of a younger sculler, up and coming. Tara Rigney definitely not backing off, putting down a pretty impressive time out the head of the field here. Would have been pretty competitive in the under-23 men's race we just saw before. 7 minutes, 26 seconds crossing the line here. Coming into the line now. Does look like Kara Graskowiak's overtaking Kate Rowan from the NTC. The Kara Graskowiak Canberra Rowing Club in second place, about a boat length and a half. It's getting really tight down for third. It'll be Kate Rowan, followed across the line by Laura Goulet. And William Marston in fourth place, just coming out on the back end of that tussle. Eleanor Price from Sydney University crossing the line now. Olivia Bartram from the University of Technology, Sydney, crossing in seventh place.
Then does Catherine Kahn from ANU, just over there in lane 3, just coming up, will cross in 8th place, rounding out the women's elite single scull.
Out on the course now, we'll move back over to the men's side of things. We'll have the B final for the men's elite coxless pair. We've got at the 1,000 metre mark, it was the Swan River Sydney University combination of Marcus Britt from Sydney University and Miles McQuillan of Swan River Rowing Club. Melbourne University in second place, Hamish Wynne Pope and Tuna Batroni. And then Fraser Campbell and Harry Fox in third, also of the Melbourne University Boat Club. And then Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan rounding out proceedings in this B final.
Definitely the Swan River composite, lane 5, Swan River and Sydney University, just in a probably about half a boat length lead over the Melbourne Uni combination.
Didn't seem like Marcus Britt and Miles McQuillan had their best race in the heat. It's a little bit scattered, but it looks like they've definitely made up for it here and had a really strong effort in the B final, crossing the line with the win. 6:47, pretty decent improvement on their time from before. Hamish Wynne Pope and Petroni in second. Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan crossing in third. Fraser Miss Campbell and Harry Fox rounding out this B final. In the men's elite coxless pairs. We head back down to the onto the race course. Just approaching the 1,000 metre mark now is the A final of the men's coxless pairs. They'll be crossing that 1,000 metre timing point in the next couple of seconds or so. Absolutely stacked field out here today, littered with Olympic gold medals and under 23 representatives. The 1,000 metre mark, it was Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien that were in the lead, 1.5 seconds up on Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe. Jackson Kench and Will O'Shaughnessy from Sydney University Boat Club in third. Ben Canham and Sam Marsh, Swan River Mercantile Composite in fourth place. Alex Wolf and Alex Nicol, the Sydney Rowing Club and Mercantile Rowing Club Composite in lane 3 in fifth place. But looks like you can absolutely throw a blanket over the field there in the middle of the pack. Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell. We saw them start a little bit slow in the last race and then come through for a pretty commanding lead, as you would expect of two recent or current Olympic champions. And then Ben Smith and William Ackerman, Melbourne University from down on the Yarra River, rounding out this A final. So a pretty competitive field, and I think one that will be absolutely great to watch as we enter the final 750 metres of the race. Obviously, any race in a men's pair with this much pedigree is always an opportunity to show off to the selectors. You can see a familiar-looking ute driving up and down the towpath on the far side of the course, just analysing, taking what they can.
Yeah, definitely looking very close across the whole pack here. It looks like they're coming into some clean water, been a bit of breeze for the first maybe kilometre. Then just looking really close.
As we come down to the 1,500 metre mark, it's still Hargraves and O'Brien out the front of the course. It looks like Kench and O'Shaughnessy moving into second place. They were sitting in third, just overtaking Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe, Cairn Toowong Composite on the far side of the course. They'll be looking to really prove their worth here to first year out of under 23 athletes, Kench and O'Shaughnessy from Sydney University. As I said earlier, not been rowing in the pair a whole bunch recently, but moving down to Canberra at the National Training Centre, and I'm sure they'll be getting whipped into shape pretty quickly. Looking into the centre of the course at Alex Purnell and Spencer Turin, really lifting the rating that is signature of the men's coxless 4 as of recent years, and definitely will be looking to push up through the field. They won't be content with sitting back in third or fourth place. They'll be wanting one of those top 2 places, and they'll be up for a strong finish here. But it's Jack O'Brien and Jack Hargraves at the head of the field, who are looking like they have secured prime position for to take home this final of the men's elite coxless pairs. See this race stacked with pedigree. Ben Canham and Sam Marsh on the far side of the course, looking like in lane 2 that they're really making the most of this second half of the race. It'll be Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien who will cross the line in first, barring disaster. Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell moving from 5th up into challenging for second, pushing up with Jack O'Brien and Will O'Shaughnessy on the near side of the course. It'll go to a photo finish. I think Jackson Kench and Will O'Shaughnessy may have just had that by a bow ball. Canterman Marsh in fourth. And then Canterman Marsh in fourth place. Holton Ewell in fifth. Appel and Rowe in sixth. Alex Wolf and Alex Nickel in seventh place. And Smith and Ackerman of Sydney University rounding out the field. Pretty tight race. I'm seeing a lot of 0 points in the margins. We're just getting a little bit of a replay on that battle for second between Kench and O'Shaughnessy, and then Purnell and Turren. I did call Sydney University to have that one just by a bow ball, and I think I've called that one correctly.
Just the timing of the stroke as they went over. I think it is probably Sydney University combination. Oof, yeah. So close.
Really, really tight. So 0.8 of a second in it there. Swan River Mercantile, Marsh and Canham. The far side in fourth, and then really tight for fifth and sixth. Just half a boat length back there to the Sydney Mercantile combination. And the Melbourne University crew rounding out the field. With that one, and an absolutely smoking time too, 6:35.65. The flags are not moving whatsoever at the moment, so in pretty still conditions on a pretty hot day. Pretty lucky to see some great racing. With that, I'll be handing over back to Mark in the commentary box. Thank you for everyone for listening, and I hope everyone has a fantastic day at the Small Boats Regatta.
Just coming down the course now, race 47 is the women's elite coxless pair. Over there in lane 3, Melbourne University Composite, Melbourne Uni Sydney Rowing Club, we have Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney. Lane 4 from Melbourne University Composite as well, Melbourne Uni Sydney Uni, Jamie Ford and Jean Mitchell. Lane 5 from Fremantle and Mercantile, Katrina Weary and Annabelle McIntyre. Lane 6 from University of WA and UTS, we have Georgie Rowe and Bronwyn Cox. And then in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, from Fremantle and Swan, we have Jackie Swick and Genevieve Hart. As they went through the 1,000 metres, we had lane 5 combination of Katrina Weary and Annabelle McIntyre in the lead. Just a couple of seconds back to Swick and Hart from Fremantle Swan, and then back to the Melbourne Uni composite crew, Graham and Gaffney. We might have had a double press of the timing here. Just some combinations not looking quite right, or maybe I think just some substitutions have gone on. The girls in lane 5 there definitely pulling out into the lead. Probably starting to get maybe some clear water as they just come into the 1,500 metre mark here. There's that slight breeze just across the course, but they don't get it for the last 500 metres. Perfect conditions. Couple of these crews here also supported by the National Training Centre. As per the last few races, this will be rounding out our 4 events that have most of the NTC boys and girls racing. As Chris mentioned before, you can see that selector's car just going down the far side of the course, probably getting some video of the girls, just for some analysis later on. That lane 5 combination, Katrina Weary and Annabelle McIntyre. I'm going to say you have some clear water now, just out over the rest of the pack, but then looking tight for second and third, especially over on the grandstand side between Georgie Rowe, Bronwyn Cox and Jackie Swick and Genevieve Hart here. Definitely looking extremely close for second and third here. Lane 5 still pulling into the lead, unless some sort of catastrophe in the last 250 metres. Looking like it will be that Fremantle Mercantile combination to take out the gold. These two pairs just on the grandstand side. Definitely looking start to step it up for this last 200 metres here. I'm going to say that the combination of Swick and Hart probably just getting almost a quarter of a length over the Rowan Cox. Just coming to the last 100 metres now, about to hit the red boys. He's over there in lane 5. Katrina and Annabelle definitely with a 3 or 4 lengths lead, looking comfortable, looking solid. And then, yeah, back to lane 7, Swick and Hart, pulling about half a length now over Georgie Rowe and Bronwyn Cox. That was just a winning time of 7:15 to Weary and McIntyre. Second place was to Swick and Hart. Third place to Rowe and Cox. Fourth place over there looks like a Sydney composite crew. Lane 3, Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney. And then back in lane 4. For fifth place, just rounding out that race, is Ford and Mitchell. Welcome back, Mark. As I mentioned, that rounds out our elite races. We are going to race number 48 now, which will be the men's under-19 double scull. By the look of it, they are underway, yes.
So in lane 1, we have from Hunter Valley Grammar, Benjamin Hudson and Zinc Bosco. In lane 2 from Redlands, we have Matthew Fry and Daniel Close. In lane 3 from Marist College, Kai Martin and Jesse Rosen. In lane 4 from Glebe and Sydney Uni, Ollie Klotz and James Scott Brown. In lane 5 from Capital Lakes, Luke Jallier and Elliot Jallier. In lane 6 from Redlands, Harley van der Plum and Patrick Walker. In lane 7 from St Augustine's, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. In lane 8 from Glebe, Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright. And lane 9 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Caleb Chadwick and James Cousins.
Just as these guys look like they're coming through the 750 metre mark by the look of it. We definitely, a lot of familiar names there from the previous, well, the heats obviously, but then also the single scull. So I'm going to guess that this is probably the third race for a lot of these guys out there.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Because most of them did the single as well.
Yeah, just before this morning, yeah. Looks like we're coming up to the 1,000 metres now. Possibly over there, it could be the Redlands crew in lane 2. Fry and Close. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Pulling out to the lead there. This actually looks like, I think...
Those girls. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a race coming down the course. We haven't quite determined what it is, but it is a women's race. We were expecting to see the men's under-19 double scull, but there are 3 crews coming down the course. We will clarify as information comes to hand.
hopefully everyone out there is also confused. We're not quite sure what this race is coming down. It could possibly be the women's under-19 double scull, but we are expecting 9 boats, not 3. And I think it's the lane 2, Newcastle Grammar. This could actually be the women's under-19 double scull coming down the course here. Redlands combination. Sufficient chaos everywhere right now as these 3 doubles come down the course. Was
We
the
do
Redlands
think-
crew? Yeah.
We think it's the women's under-19 double scull. They may have had a lot of withdrawals, but in lane 3, we have Redlands, Georgia Vissure and Elizabeth Holther. In lane 4, well out in the lead, or is that lane 4? Yes, it's Hunter Valley Grammar, is it? Molly Walkerden and Adelaide Goldfinch. And in lane 5...
Could be another Newcastle Grammar.
Lane 5 is Newcastle Grammar of Josephine Armstrong and Jasmine Whitford.
Regardless of the event, we have a very solid performance here by this Redlands Grammar crew. Commanding lead over the rest of the doubles. And also not just doing a relaxed race, really keeping their foot down as they come into the last 50 metres of the race. Solid combination. Just crossing the line there. No hooter. Newcastle Grammar over there in lane 2, coming over in second, and then it is, I think, back to another Newcastle Grammar lane 5. Josephine Armstrong and Jasmine Whitford will round out 3rd place. So we seem to have lost an entire race, which is the men's under-19 double scull. And it looks like down on the start line we have some singles coming in.
So the next race on the start line seems to be the men's elite lightweight single scull, the B final. In lane 3 is from Lake Munmora is Luke Walker. In lane 4 from Nepean, Jason Waddell. In lane 5 from UTS, Jack Message. And in lane 6 from Lake Munmora, Bo Fleming. And Jason Waddell has just come up as being scratched. So we just have 3 boats in this race.
Righto, guys, lightweights. Can you
This is
all,
the
said there's been a technical problem with the programming. Can you move over to lane 0 for me? I've got a race that I have to get away, race 48. So if you just go off your finger over to lane 0, I'll get the other race off, and then I'll call you back on.
Yeah, so confirmed here that it was race 48 that was missed. That was the men's under-19 double scull.
So race 48. Wait, they're provisional.
We can hear the starter calling race
Let's see what
48
I've got
onto the
here.
starting finger now. So we're going to have a bit of a delay just with
Marist
the kick-off
College
of these.
1 in lane 1.
You can see on the footage there the
Redlands 2.
the crews all at the
lane
start.
2.
We'll take back our lost property request for the men's under
Let's
19
try
double
again,
scull,
guys.
and
This thing keeps
we found them
changing
all
in
down
front
at
of
the
me.
start there.
I'll start again. Race 48, men's under 19 double scull. Hunter Valley Grammar 1, lane 1. Redlands 2, lane 2. Marist College 1, lane 3. Glebe Sydney University, lane 4. Capital Lakes, lane 5. Redlands 1, lane 6. St Augustine's in lane 7. Glebe in lane 8. Hunter Valley Grammar 3 in lane 9.
Just coming on to the start
Quickly
now,
move
as we
on
can
to
hear the
your,
starter. We have
fingers,
the
please,
men's
guys.
under 19 double scull over in lane 1, Hunter Valley Grammar 1, Benjamin Hudson and Zinc Bosco. Redlands 2 in lane 2, Matthew Fry and Daniel Close. Lane 3 is Marist College 1, Kai Munn and Jesse Rosen. Lane 4 from Glebe and Sydney University, Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown. In lane 5 from Capital Lakes, Luke Jallier and Elliot Jallier. Lane 6 from Redlands, we have Harley Vanderplume and Patrick Walker. Lane 7 from St Augustine's, we have Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. In lane 8 from Glebe, we have Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright. And lane 9 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Caleb Chadwick and James Cousins. We can see them just coming onto the start line now.
So, Tom, I think that the men's elite lightweight single that we called that were on the starting blocks have been pushed off, and they'll come in next.
Yeah, we did hear them just get moved over to lane 0. You can see on the footage there the starter. Tony Brown just keeping control down there. Very strange. So that must mean that in the women's under 19 double scull we had 6 boats not turn up, which is quite an amazing turnout, to be honest, or lack of turnout. That'd be the Penrith. We had no Penrith. We had no Hunter Valley. We had no PLC, no Newcastle, no Mossman, no Glebe.
All right, everybody, just sit easy for the moment. Just sit easy.
We're going to see some chat over the radio. Just seems to be a few more conversations going on. The men's double have just been told just to sit easy for a little bit and just wait. See on the screen there, Tony Brown just looking over the course, almost looking over a kingdom, you could say.
From his eyrie up there. A little bit tough because it's really hot out there sitting in the sun.
Yeah.
So
I've heard.
hope. Well, you know, the Masters races this afternoon, it's going to be even hotter. So if you see me going slow, that'll be the reason.
So what race have you got later on today?
I've got a single and a double.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Just getting some great footage here down at the start. Just some conversation still going on as we're working out what are we going to do with these under 19 double scull.
Well, it does look like all the double sculls are there and pulled up at waiting at the starting blocks. So, and they do. It looks like they have a line. So, just no
All right,
doubt.
gentlemen, we'll now align you. We're right
technicality.
to start.
You can hear now that they're just starting to go into their starting process. Just the aligner, just working on getting those 9 skulls
Hunter Valley Grammar 1.
all
Redlands
lined up,
2.
and we can hear the roll call just
Marist
starting.
College
As we said over
1.
there in lane
Glebe
1,
Sydney
roll call for the
University.
3rd time. We have Hunter Valley,
Capital Lakes.
Redlands, Marist, then
Redlands
Glebe,
1.
Sydney University Composite,
St Augustine.
Capital Lakes, Redlands 1,
Glebe,
St Augustine's, Glebe,
Hunter
and
Valley
Hunter Valley
3.
Grammar.
Attention.
So just coming up to the first 500, it's still all quite tightly packed together, but a couple of leaders coming up. We'll be able to see who they are shortly.
Could be that combination of possibly Marist College or Redlands over there on the far side.
I think that was Glebe actually
Glebe,
that came through first. So Ollie Klotz and James Scott Brown. And they were followed closely across by Marist and Capital Lakes. So the Jallia boys and Kai Martin and Jesse Rosen.
Yeah. These boys probably feeling a little bit warm, starting off about 15 minutes late for their race. So just trying to, you know, get the race underway, get rid of all the nerves.
Sitting, cooking in the sun there.
Think of the weight of the lightweight sitting down there. The yeah, looking like a strong field here. Not too much separation, but there are some crews on that far side. Probably the Glebe, Sydney Uni Composite, Marist, just pulling out a little bit. And then, as you mentioned, possibly the Capital Lakes, Jallia Brothers, also just hanging on to those top few positions. As I mentioned earlier, this is their first proper regatta. First time up here and first time over 2,000 metres. That composite crew of Glebe and Sydney University definitely looking quite strong out in front as they come up to the 1,000 metres.
So although Brad Smith's now the head coach up at Hunter Valley, what is it? Newcastle Grammar School, he has been coaching these two boys, so nice to see the result that he's getting there.
Yeah, it was that Glebe Sydney Uni Composite over first, followed by Marist and then the Capital Lakes crew. And a bit of a big gap back to fourth there by the look of it.
Pretty good time for, so 3:32 through the 2,000 metres.
Yep. Just keen to finish the race. And as they went through the 1,000, that was the Glebe Sydney Composite, followed by Marist, St Augustine's, Glebe, Capital Lakes, Hunter Valley Grammar, Redlands 1, Redlands 2. I'm not quite sure. I think they might have called St Augustine's and the Capital Lakes crew there at the 1,000 metres a little bit incorrectly. Definitely a tough job at the 1,000 metre mark, pressing the boats coming through, especially when you get a full field of 9 boats that close together. Crew's just going to be hitting a bit of breeze just into the last 750 metres now, I suppose.
It's a bit hard to see which way that breeze is blowing, but you can see the ripples on the water.
Yeah, the flags at the end of the course suggest it might be coming from lane 1 across to lane 9, but I don't think enough to really impact the rowers out there. So we can see those 3 crews that we mentioned, the Glebe, Sydney Uni Composite out in front, closely followed by Marist, and then closely followed by Capital Lakes.
Well, I think the St Augustine's crew over here in lane 7 could be right up there as well. And the other Glebe crew of Dawson Damer and William Wright, if they can push through, they can be in the mix, but no, it does look like they're a bit further back.
Yeah, apologies, that was, yeah. So the first, it is the St Augustine's in 3rd place. Definitely looking quite strong there. Some clear water from 2nd to 3rd. And then that's it, 4th there for Glebe crew, yeah. So looking like a great race up here, coming forward from Glebe, Sydney, Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown over Kai Martin and Jesse Rosen from Marist, from Canberra, have come up here. Definitely getting good value out of the trip.
So just coming into the last 250 metres, Glebe looks like it has probably about a boat length on the others. I think St Augustine's dropped back a bit there. Marist is putting on the power now.
Have spent a bit of time back home with Kai and Jesse, and they're definitely some big boys who are really starting to accelerate their rowing careers, and I think this is a good example of how they've changed over the last couple of years, holding strong with the combination from Glebe and Sydney University. Definitely not giving up, holding tight as they come up almost into the last 100 metres, maybe about half a length just behind. And then it will be just dropping back to that St Augustine's crew in third place, but we have Marist not letting the Glebe Sydney Uni combination get away from them. Definitely going to make them earn their first place here. Glebe Sydney combination looking very strong across the finish line. Just a couple more strokes just to finish off there. Second place to Marist, Kai and Jesse, and then third back to St Augustine's, Dougal and Joe, just crossing the line in a few strokes as well. What a great race for some, a bit of confusion at the start, coming through with a very competitive finish.
And another lead crew coming in fourth place. That's Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright. Across on the far side, coming in fifth is Ben Hudson and Zink Bosco. Then the Jallier brothers from Capital Lakes, followed by Harley van der Pluim and Patrick Walker from Redlands. And a couple more to round out the field over on the far side. Matthew Fry and Daniel Close from Redlands. And here in lane 9, Caleb Chadwick and James Cousins from Hunter Valley Grammar. So pretty good time there, 7:13.61.
Yeah. Definitely the Marist College combination of Martin and Rosin didn't let them get away in that last kilometre. Held strong and made a really good close race. Coming down the course now, we do have the men's elite lightweight single scull B final. Just due to some of the confusion just earlier, there's a couple of extra boats in this, so I think the single scullers have just been pushed a little bit across the course, and we might see a couple of the under 19 women's double joining them. But coming down, I think it was the UTS Jack Massage in first place through the 1,000 metres.
Very much in first place, quite a way out ahead.
Looks back to Beau Fleming, probably in second place there.
I see, and then joined in the closer lanes with the women's double sculls.
Just a couple of double sculls getting the row over. There is a third lightweight sculler out there as well. Luke Walker as well. We came to see this B final just coming past the 1,000 metres, probably about 800 metres to go. Jack Massage just out in front there. Just in a dominant lead. Potentially we might have a scratching, I think, from the Nepean rower, Jason Waddell, I think. Oh, it did. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go, yeah.
So Jason Waddell was showing as scratched in the earlier draw that we looked at. But Jack Message has such a lead that I think he's decided to not kill himself in this heat. Interesting to see the first of the women's doubles is starting to overtake the second place getter in the men's single.
And just from our position here, some interesting navigation going on with the women's double as well, just in lane 8. Looks like they're just having a bit of a try in lane 7 for a little bit there. But it's definitely Jack here from UTS. Ooh, starting to wind it up maybe.
I think so,
Yeah.
to put on a bit of a show,
Show,
for the
yeah.
for the fans.
Yeah, far from being content with his current position, wanting to make a good impression possibly out there. Just coming into that last 250 metres now. Lightweight rowers, of course, just for the men, they get an extra kilo for this regatta, 73.5 they're weighing in at. I think that extra 15 minutes in the sun's probably knocked it off anyway. Jack looking very strong into the last 100 metres now. Really dominating this B final of the men's lightweight single scull. Definitely stepping up the stroke rate here.
I think dominating, quite the word, there's 200 metres in it. Second place getter over there, that's, who would that be?
That would be Luke Walker.
Luke. I think he realises he hasn't won. He's taken it fairly low rating there, well ahead of the third place getter, Bo Fleming.
And then, as we mentioned, just some of the under-19 double girls just joining in this race. They must have had a bit of confusion at the start and just missed their race, the race where we had 3 coming down. But also out on the track, though, we do already have, just going through the 1,000 metres, we have the A final, the men's elite lightweight single scull. Over in lane 1 from UTS, we have Will Clark. From Mosman, we have Sean Murphy. Across the 3, we have some NTC crews from ANU, Hamish Harding. From Adelaide, Oscar McGuinness. Lane 5 from Mercantile, Red Matthews. In lane 6 from UTS, Michael McCree. From lane 7, UTS, Peter Waldersee. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Watt Bat. We'll see them coming into vision soon. But just coming over the line, looks like a Hunter Valley Grammar double and a Glebe double. Just crossing the line. Next to lane 6, that's Bo Fleming, who's rounding out the final of the men's lightweight single scull.
So the Glebe girls, they're struggling with the boys.
It does look like in the A final here for the men's lightweight single scull, it could possibly be Hamish Harding over there in lane 3 out in the lead, followed closely by his other NTC rowers, Oscar and Red. But this is looking like a very tight race between these 3 lightweight rowers from the NTC. As you'd expect, I suppose, out in front, leading a strong field behind them. But
I would say Red Matthews is in the lead, followed by Hamish Harding.
It's Hamish on the far right. Okay, yeah. Maybe I'm just throwing a bit of Canberra bias there. Sorry, apologies, everybody. Either way, going to be a very tight race as we come into the last 250 metres here.
Well, Oscar McGuinness is starting to do a big push as well, to not let them get away from him.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, it is Red Matthews, who's probably maybe got half a length over Hamish there. But definitely knowing Hamish, he's not going to let him get away with just an easy victory here. Almost coming up to that last 100 metres here. Red Matthews from Mercantile, who has been in the lead for the most of the race at the 1,000 metres. Just trying to hold on as Hamish Harding's really trying to step it up here. Coming into the last 100 metres. Definitely not let him getting away with an easy victory. Those two have pulled away from Oscar McGuinness. Probably getting some clear water on him now, but Hamish starting to crank it up. But Red Matthews holding on strong, looking very controlled out in front there. Just a length over Hamish, just over the finish there. Hamish will come over in second, followed by Oscar in third from Adelaide. Some very tough racing there. Bit of issues with the timing here. Can't call the official. And in lane 6 from UTS, Michael McCree. Over on the far side, Sean Murphy from Mossman. Just going to cross in 5th. And then a bit of a tussle here from Peter Waldersee. And it must be, sorry, from Sydney University, Wattbat just there rounding out the 7th and 8th place.
So on the course at the moment is race 52, the men's under 23 lightweight single, men's under 21 lightweight single. So it's again a combination. In lane one we have from Melbourne Uni ACT Damien Schroeder. In lane 2 from UTS Cam Ogilvie. In lane 3 from UTS Harry Curtin. And so they're all under 23, the rest are all under 21. From Canberra ACT, Ethan Toscan in lane 4. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Alexander McDougall. Lane 7 from Canberra, Alex Tomanovitz, pardon my pronunciation. And in lane 8 from Canberra, Jackson Boyd.
Yeah, some solid racing here. Damien Schroeder recently moved down to Melbourne from Canberra, was a Radford rower, rode with us at Canberra for a little bit, and then he's ducked off down to Melbourne. And then, of course, unfortunately, Dara Hayes has been caught out by the old COVID, not able to come up here. But then closer on the lanes 7 and 8, which is an exciting race between Alex and Jackson. Quite often some sparring partners, these boys out on the lake back at home, rode the double together. Now get to have a bit of a knockout for who can claim the victory in the single.
I would say at the moment in the under 23s, Harry Curtin is in the lead, followed fairly closely by Damien Schroeder. Yeah. And Cam Ogilvie quite a way back there. In the under 21s, it looks to me like Ethan Toscan. But he'll be fighting it out with Alex McDougall. In fact, they all look quite close together. Alex and Alex Tomanovitz in lane 7. But certainly Harry Curtin is really pushing it hard there to make sure he retains his fairly generous lead.
Yeah, definitely hanging on to it, but not over in lane 1. Damien Schroeder not really let him get away with it, but definitely holding on to that lead into the last 250 metres. So Damien Schroeder possibly on the far side, just stepping up his rating a little bit here. Possibly being matched as well by Harry Curtin. Can see him over there on his right shoulder. Over there on the far side, Damien Schroeder definitely starting to step it up, but I think Harry Curtin still out there in a controlling lead, maybe a bit of length over him. Also now starting to step it up, increasing the stroke rate here as the last 100 metres just to get upon him. Those red boys, a good signal that you're so close to the finish. We also have, Harry just holding on to that, getting a bit of clean water in the last couple of 100 metres here. Again, solid effort here from these guys out there. No one's really getting away with an easy victory. Harry Curtin over the line in first, followed by Damien Schroeder on the far side, Melbourne University. Then back actually here we have Ethan Toscan, who looks like he's overtaken Cameron, who's in the under 23s. Ethan's under 21 there in lane 4. Holding on to a solid lead in the under 21 lightweight single. Crossing there in first for the under 21s. And this will be third place for the under 23s. That's Cameron from UTS just crossing in third. Then back into lane 6, Alexander McDougall from Newcastle Grammar. And then back to Alex Tomanovich and then Jackson Boyd solid racing there from the under 21s and under 23 lightweight scullers.
So on the course we now have the women's elite lightweight single scull coming down. They'll be, looks like they've just gone through the 1500 metres or gone through the 1000 metre mark. In lane 1 from Hewen, Eve Muir. In lane 2 from Hewen, Georgia Nesbitt. In lane 3 from ANU, Sophie Durapetritis. In lane 4 from ANU, Annika Reardon. In lane 5 from UTS, Michaela Franz. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Georgia Miansro. And in lane 7 from UTS, Amelia Cooper. So the field looks quite spread out, but it does look like Eve Muir, I think, over in lane 1, who has the, Georgia, and here in lane 6, Georgia, it's the Georgias, I think.
I think so, spread across the field.
Georgia Miansro.
I think it would be, as we can just see coming on the screen now, it is Georgia Nesbitt, NTC from Hewen, as you kind of expect. Just leading in first there. Bit of water back, clear water back to Georgia Mansro from Sydney University.
I think that was Sophia came across in third there.
So these girls just almost coming to the last 300 metres now. It is the Georgia Nesbitt definitely in a lead from Hewen.
Oh, and she's just upped her rating as well, so just to make sure she holds that clear lead.
Then I think it is definitely back over here from Sydney University, Georgia Mansro.
The battle's going to be for third place by the look of it.
Between Sophie and Annika, two again from ANU, two training partners out there. Last couple of 100 metres now, it is just Georgia Nesbitt just solidifying her lead. And then just back over to lane 6, as we mentioned. Georgia in second, then probably back over into lane 1. Eve, also from Hewen, just probably looking in third place. Probably the battles for fourth place between the two ANU scullers, between Annika and Sophie. Both rowers there just having a little bit of a look at each other, working out these last couple of 100 metres. But in first place, coming across the line, Georgia Nesbitt from Hewen. Just in a time of 7:54, just across the line there. Lane 6, Georgia Mansaro, second place there. Definitely some nice clear water between second, then to third over in lane 1. From Hewen, that's Eve, and then it looks like here that Annika has actually just got a little bit of length over Sophie just in those last few 100 metres. Almost maybe clear water, but just not enough, but a great row, great training row, great competition between those two girls. And then lane 5, Michaela Franz from UTS just crossing in 6th place. And then in lane 7, also from UTS, will be Amelia Cooper. And that's just closing out the women's elite lightweight single sculls.
And coming up to the 1,000 metre mark now is race 54, the women's under 23 lightweight single scull combined with the women's under 21 lightweight single scull. In lane 1 from Sydney, we have Nadine Johnston Araujo. In lane 2 from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley. In lane 3 from the ANU ACT, Alexandra Moylan. In lane 4 from Des Moines, Eve Timms. So those 4 are all under 23. And then the under 21s are from UTS, Sarah Berrettry. In lane 6 from ANU, Charlotte Ryan. And in lane 7 from Nepean, Michaela Hole. And that looks to me like Eve Timms crossing the 1,000 metre mark first, with very clear, a lot of clear water. We missed the one over there on the far side. It looks like Maggie Foley in from Corio Bay. In lane 2. Oh no, there's furthermore.
Just as they come into the last 250 metres now, probably would be, I think, Alex Moylan in the lead here from ANU. This is her last year in under 23s. Has had some very good results to her name in the underage events, but she's looking like she's really starting to step it up now into the last 200 metres. Further clear water over the Corio Bay rower Maggie Foley.
So she had a 4-second lead at the 1,000 metre mark, but she certainly opened that up since then. There's a good half dozen lengths there between Alex and Maggie.
And then just stepping back to the Des Moines rower of Eve Timms. The 3 rowers closer to the grandstand are under 21s from UTS, ANU and Nepean. That's Alex Moylan just crossing the line in first in the under 23 lightweight women's single scull. Back to Maggie Foley from Corio Bay in second place there. Alex definitely opening up on that 4 seconds to an 11-second split.
And I think they're going to have to hurry up the stragglers here, because they're going to be overtaken by the men's under 21 final. Oh, hang on. Yeah, the men's under 21 B final coming down. So the men's under 23, under 21 B final is Namkai Stiliano from Sydney over in lane 3, Felix Oliver from Melbourne University in lane 4, Gordon Applecron from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5, and William Delaney from Sydney in lane 6. Now this could be interesting. It does look like
the Nepean rower, Michaela Hole.
Sorry, I'm looking at the next race.
No, that's it. I think she might be being overtaken. But we just did have in the under 21 women's lightweight women's scull, we had Charlotte Ryan in first and Sarah Berrettry come in second as well. But I think it is. I think she's actually...
So Felix Oliver from Melbourne Uni may well overtake the Nepean rower from the previous race.
Maybe we are trying to make up some time that was lost just earlier on. That is Felix Oliver just putting in a great finish here, just really starting again in the B final, just starting to assert some dominance. These are selection events, so that's why we have a B final for a handful of events coming up, just to allow some of these rowers to post a solid time over the heat and the final.
And he has indeed passed the last one from the previous race.
And then in second place from Sydney, that's Gordon Applecron. Apologies, William Delaney. And then back to Gordon Applecron. And then in lane 3, also from Sydney. We'll round out the B final
Okay, and the A final of the men's under 21 single scull is on the course, so about to come down through the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 1 from Mossman, we have Benjamin Irvine. In lane 2 from Nepean, Miles Harold. In lane 3 from Mossman, Kyle Brown. In lane 4 from Mossman, Patrick Burke. In lane 5 from UTS, Tate Van Heemst. In lane 6 from Canberra, Raphael Priest. In lane 7 from Penrith, Bradley Moran. And in lane 8 from Penrith, Liam Taylor. And as they came through the 1,000 metres, it looks like Miles Harold was in the lead, followed by Raphael Priest, then Patrick Burke, Bradley Moran and Tate Van Heemst. The field is reasonably spread out at the moment, so they may well hold those placings. Raphael Priest was coming second by 3 seconds. So it does look like it's a bit hard to tell. Patrick Burke, is it, from Mossman coming through? And Kyle Brown from Mossman. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, so that's Miles Brown over in lane 2. It looks like Patrick Burke from Mossman in lane 4, then Raphael Priest from Canberra in lane 6. They look to be the 3 in the lead, and then followed closely by Bradley Moran in lane 7. The Nepean rower on the far side, is now they're coming into the last 250 metres, is lengthening out and pushing hard. He's looking to give them all a good battle there.
Yeah, definitely over there. It's he's in a good position to see the rest of the other guys coming down. Potentially could see far enough over to see Raf just coming in, but looks like maybe a closer race now for second between Raf and the Mossman row of Patrick. That Nepean Miles Harold just in a nice commanding lead, just as he's coming through into the last 100 metres almost. And again, not letting anything go to chance, starting to step up his rating here, but still looking very strong, very clean catches coming into the last 100 metres. Starting to crank it up. That Mossman rower coming into second. That'd be Patrick Burke in lane 4. And then Raph Priest coming out in third place. There we go, Nepean. Miles Harold in first place. Second place will be the Mossman rower, Patrick Burke. And third place, Raph Priest, just about to cross the line. About 5 seconds behind the Mossman rower, but a great effort all round from those guys. Tough racing out there with the heat. And then lane 7, Penrith rower, Bradley Moran. Back over to Mossman, Kyle Brown, and then the UTS rower, Tate Van Heemst, will cross over in 6th. Back over to lane 1, the Mossman, Benjamin Irving, will be in 7th, and then back over in lane 8, the Penrith Liam Taylor in 8th place.
So that was won in a time of 7:33.55. So on the course we have the just the women's under 21 single scull B final. There's only 2 competitors. In lane 4 from Mossman, Lillian Hyde, and in lane 5 from Sydney University, Chelsea Prout. And they look pretty close together. So It's not going to be an easy race, but it does look to me like Lillian Hyde from Mossman has about a length and a half over Chelsea Prout.
Yeah, these girls looking very close together for the B final. We've seen some good results, I think, in the B final. Some people that are trying to definitely still get their name noted next to a good time, but I feel that it is the Mossman rower Lillian Hyde over there in lane 4, just a little bit over Sydney University, Chelsea Prout.
She's looking very relaxed as well. Not rating high, just pushing it along, staying in front of Chelsea Prout, I think.
Just as we come into the last 250 metres here, Chelsea isn't letting Lillian get ahead of her. Both girls doing an amazing effort here just in the last 250 metres. But as you mentioned, both looking very nice and easy to say from in here, relaxed. Bit more of a breeze coming up, I think, for the afternoon, but still pretty amazing conditions here for the small boats regatta. Last 100 metres here. Lillian Hyde just starting to maybe pick up that stroke rating a little bit. Looking like she's got about a length over Chelsea Prout. Just coming into the 100 metres, 50 metres to go. Very close racing here for the B final, the women's under 21 single scull. Lillian Hyde from Mossman in first and Chelsea Prout from Sydney University in second in the B final.
And coming through the 1,000 metre mark now is the A final of the women's under 21 single scull. Across in lane 1 we have from Sydney, Liesl Page. In lane 2 from Nepean, Edie Brown. In lane 3 from Sydney, Talisa Knock Driver. In lane 4 from Sydney, Isabella Scammell. In lane 5 from Sydney, Grace Cipher. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Tiffany Bota. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Grace Turner. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Stephanie Prella. So it does look from here that Grace Cipher is taking the lead in lane 5. So as they've come through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Grace Cipher in the lead. Then Isabella Scammell from Sydney, Talisa Knock Driver, Grace Turner, Liesl Page, Tiffany Botha, Eddie Brown and Stephanie Prella. So as they're coming into view at about 300 metres out, Grace Cipher looks like she's upped her rating, just to make sure she has a very clear lead there. Could be close for second and third place here. It's a bit hard to tell, but it does look to me like, is that Talisa Knock Driver on the far side there? Followed closely by, well, Talisa Scammell, I think she's about the length back. And then over this side, it'd be Grace Turner from Sydney University.
I think Grace is definitely starting just to pick it up as she comes into the last 100 metre boys mark here. stepping up that rating just to get a little bit more separation from what appears to be another fellow Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 3, Talisa Knock Driver. Sydney Rowing Club probably pretty happy with these results here. And that's in just 8 minutes 3 seconds in first place there for Grace Cypher. Second place will go to the lane 3 Sydney Talisa Knock Driver. Third will be Isabella Scamell.
Fourth, Grace Turner. Fifth, over the far side, Edie Brown from Nepean. Then Tiffany Bolto coming through. Oh yeah, I don't think that was Edie. I think that was Liesl Page from Sydney.
Just over on the far side in lane 2 from Nepean, Edie Brown, just about to cross the line in 6th place. Then closely followed in lane 8 by Stephanie Perella from Sydney University. That's rounding out the women's under 21 single scull A final.
So coming down the course, we have the men's under 21 pair, race 59. In lane 1 from Mossman, we have William Bogue and Tom Whalen. In lane 2 from UTS, Ned Power and Henry Blackwell. In lane 3 from Sydney, Angus Aitken and Thomas Hart. In lane 4 from Cand and UTS, Max von Appen from UTS and Mitch Salisbury from Cand. In lane 5, Gabriel Carmody and Gordon Applecrin from Sydney. Gordon's just gone down in a single, hasn't he, about 5 minutes ago?
I feel so, yes.
In lane 6 from UTS, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. In lane 7 from Sydney, Declan Glendinning and Bradley Graham. In lane 8 from Mossman, David Campbell and Joshua Wilson.
And as those pairs just went through the 1,000 metres, we had the Canned UTS combination of Von Appen and Salisbury in the lead, followed by Campbell Wilson about 2.5 seconds behind. About half a second behind was Glendinning and Graham. So some close racing still at the 1,000 metre mark. No one's really pulling out too far ahead, but the Von Appen and Salisbury combination from Canned and UTS in lane 4, I have a feeling will probably hang on to their lead as we come into the last 500 metres. There's definitely some competition coming though from the lane 7 crew from Sydney of Glendinning and Graham over on the closer side to the grandstand here.
So they're really battling it out with the Mossman crew of Campbell and Wilson.
And I think that combination, just that battle as you mentioned, I think is probably putting a bit of pressure over on the crews on the far side, the Canned UTS composite crew. As I have a feeling the Sydney combination of Glendinning and Graham has actually probably pulled into the lead. I think
it's close. It's very close.
It's going to the last 250 metres now. This is a very exciting race between these men's under 21 pairs. No one getting into a solid lead. Possibly some steering issues here with the Sydney crew. But I think they've pulled a bit of a length. Maybe
I think the Mossman crew, there was a steering issue there. They just about went on to the boys. They've come back into the middle of the lane, but that would have thrown them off.
Yeah, and I think the Sydney crew has just now taken advantage of that. Maybe steering mishap from Mossman. Pulling maybe half a length, 3/4 of a length on the Mossman crew.
Mossman aren't going to let them get away from them though. They're pushing hard. I think Sydney's definitely going to hold it.
Yeah, I think they are. Sydney crew just starting to step up their rating. Probably a bit cleaner. Just and critical in these last 100 metres here is the combination of Glendinning and Graham just crossed the line in first. Sydney Rowing Club followed by Mossman, Campbell and Wilson.
And I think we're going to have the Sydney crew over on the far side of Aiken and Hart is just beating the Von Appen and Salisbury. They're followed across by the other Sydney crew of Carmody and Applecrin. Over on the far side, the Mossman crew of Bogue and Whalen, followed by the UTS crew of Ned Power and Henry Blackwell, and then by the other UTS crew of Jewel and Thompson. Good racing there.
Yeah, that's very close. The few seconds splitting most of those crews there, no one really getting an easy row over the course. On to race 60 now, the women's under 21 pair. We had a scratching from Sydney, Liesl Page and Lily Gavin. I'm just looking at the start here. It still looks like there's 3 boats out on the course here. So the other 3 boats have turned up. Eliza Dunlop and Freya Neville over in lane 3. As I mentioned, the Sydney one, Liesl Page and Lillian Gavin has scratched. UTS, Sarah Fard and Taylor Karen Poitis from UTS in lane 5. And Sydney, we have Eve Thompson and Caitlin McManus Barrett in lane 6. I think it's the Sydney 2 crew of Eve and Caitlin who have probably pulled a little bit into the lead here, just as they approaching the 1,000-metre mark. Could be a tight race between UTS and Sydney.
I would say they're actually just done a push to cement their lead. They seem to be opening out from, extending their lead from the other 2 boats. Looking very in control.
That's over the UTS combination of Sarah and Taylor, about 10 seconds. Closely followed by the Dunlop Neville combination. Not letting them get away with it, but I think the I feel the Sydney combination will pull out into the lead over the next 1,000 metres, and it will be a nice close race for second place. See the camera just zooming in there, following those girls up there. Under 21 women's pair. Definitely in a commanding lead as we come into the last 800 metres or so of this race.
And they're not holding back either. They're really pushing, keeping it going very strong there.
Just approaching now the 250 metres to go. Sydney combination. Thompson, McManus, Barrett in a very solid lead coming in to the final 250 metres. They've led this race pretty much the whole way, just continually extending their lead over the other two pairs. These girls looking very strong, very controlled, coming into the last now 150 metres of this race. Starting to maybe step up their stroke rate just a little bit, just to get just a bit more of a lead.
It's a very strong finish that they're putting on there. Very controlled.
Well done to Evie Thompson and Caitlin McManus Barrett, and that's the women's under 21 pair.
And they did that in 7 minutes 54.82.
Back into second place for the UTS combination. Bit more of a separation now between second and third over there in lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club in third place, rounding out the women's under 21 pair.
And coming down the course is the men's under 23 single scull B final. There are only 2 rowers in this race. In lane 4 from ANU in the ACT, Nicholas Neils, and in lane 5 from Sydney University, Joshua Hewitt. It does look like Joshua is in the lead at the moment, but I don't think Nicholas is going to let him get away easily. So even though there's only 2, it could be a good race.
Yeah, this is just like I feel the other B final we had just earlier. These combinations are not letting, just being the B final, they're definitely still hanging on tight. Nicholas Neils, as we saw earlier, did come second in the PR3 single, and then had a quick turnaround to this heat and then the final. So he's this is his third crack down the track today. I feel like Joshua Hewitt probably has pulled a few lengths lead over Nicholas, but he's not letting him get away easily.
Yeah, it does look like Joshua is extending his lead at the moment.
Yeah, just coming through the 1,500 metres there.
I think for Nicholas, that's 3 2,000 metre races in this weather.
It's tough.
Very hot, yeah. So as they come into the last 100 metres there, Joshua Hewitt's certainly cemented his clear lead over Nicholas Neils, but if Nicholas has done 3 races today in that heat, how is it out there, Michael? We've just had Michael McRae join us. He's not on the microphone yet, but...
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mark. It's, as you all know, pretty sweltering out there this afternoon. So, look, it's important to keep hydrated and under the shade as much as possible while you're not on the water. Yeah, the racing on a day like the consecutive races on a day like this really does start to take its toll if it's not managed properly. And even if it is managed properly, there's only so much you can do about the heat. So, indeed.
And for us poor older gentlemen and older ladies, we have to go out there in the peak of the heat shortly.
I look forward to seeing some Masters races come down. It's, of course, a selection regatta across the board today for rowing New South Wales teams. Ladies and gentlemen, on the course now is race 62. It's the A final of the men's under-23 single scull. In lane 1, representing Sydney University Boat Club, is Nicholas Miro, although Nicholas Miro has scratched this race. In lane 2, representing Drummoyne, is Mitch Blackmore-Cram, coached by Robin Mackney and Ross Tong. In lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Maximilian Crowe, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, representing UTS, is Alexander Wood, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 5 from Corio Bay is Xavier Hall-Sullivan, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. In lane 6 from Sydney University is Elliot Simpson. Lane 7 from Melbourne University is Lucas Matic, coached by Matthew Ryan. And finally, in lane 8, representing the Sydney University Boat Club, is Tom Anderson. And Mark, it looks as though the athletes are approaching round about the 1,000 metre mark, or they will be. Oh, there we go. Just had some... In any event, yeah, it does look as though Elliot Simpson from Sydney University in the lead by 2 seconds is about a boat length at that speed. So you would say comfortable at this stage, Mark?
Well, wait and see.
Comfortable is not the word that you would use for the middle thousand of a race.
Wait and see what happens. But you guys are the experts on these races. I'm just a Masters racer doing 1,000 metres usually.
Mark, it looks as though we've had a change in the prime placings in this race. It looks as though lane 5, Xavier Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay, of course, Corio Bay Victorian Club, he takes the lead off Elliot Simpson of Sydney University Boat Club through the 1,500 metres now. So speed really does start to increase. And just on your screen, if you're joining us on the Bont Rowing live stream, you can see our scullers in the lanes closest to the grandstand. Really managing that rate and as the fatigue starts to set in.
I think although Xavier has what seems to be a healthy lead, it's going to be close for second, third and fourth.
There's really not that much in this race for, as you said, those minor placings, second, third and fourth, Mark.
It does look like Maximilian Crowe over on lane 2 is really pushing to try and get out away from the others. But here in Elliot Simpson is also, did he just miss a stroke? No.
Could be, and we have Alex Wood from UTS Rowing Club, of course, in lane 4, making a move now, and he lifts the rate. And as the scullers start to come into the final 100 metres of the race, it starts to pinch now. So it does look as though Hall Sullivan of Corio Bay will maintain that lead. It looks as though, short of a disaster, he will come through in first place. And second place, I couldn't say at the moment, Mark. It could be that Maximilian Crowe from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2 takes it, but it's going down to the wire now. The scullers are throwing the kitchen sink, and it's going to be tight. Wouldn't want to call this one. Lane 6, Sydney University Simpson coming through just in the last couple stages, and third place is very close indeed. I think it could have been Wood from UTS in third place.
Yeah, I think so, just on the stroke, over the line. But it'd be a photo finish.
So unofficially, that race, the under-23 single scull, the A final, was won by Xavier Hall Sullivan of Corio Bay in a time of 7:13, about 7 seconds back to Elliot Simpson of Sydney University Boat Club, and unofficially we have Maximilian Crowe of Sydney Rowing Club in third place. But yeah, it was tight for that fourth position, Mark. I think we're just having a photo now. Judges are examining that footage.
It does look like UTS just got it on the stroke though, that last stroke pulled to move here.
Just the surge of the boat at a stage, very tight indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a change in the commentary tower now. I'm joined, thank you to Mark Tejan and of course to Tom Trobe for their work this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we're going to have a change in the commentary tower. I'm joined now by Sean Murphy, one of Rowing New South Wales' very own, of course, of Mossman Rowing Club. Sean's been a member of the New South Wales Lightweight 4 for several years now and has, of course, represented this country as well overseas. So, Sean, it's fantastic to have you on board this afternoon. What do you make of the conditions?
Thanks, Cran. Yeah, good introduction. Yeah, good to be up here for the first time commentating. But yeah, pretty hot day, but at least the wind's staying down, making for some pretty flat, pretty fair conditions as long as we can all manage the heat.
Absolutely. We spoke a little bit a while ago about heat management, and of course there are policies in place, but at the end of the day it's pretty hot and that takes a toll after a couple of races. So I think we'll now start to see athletes compete in their second and third races of the day. So yeah, certainly it comes down to who's prepared and who's managed themselves in the interim period between the races as well. But on the course now is race 63, which is the final of the women's under 23 single scull. So just to run through the crews, the race is underway, of course. They are passing through the 500 metre mark now. In lane 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club, is Nicola Greenland. In lane 4, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Neve Graham, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. In lane 5, also from Sydney Uni, India Hobbs. In lane 6, from Sydney Uni, is Emily Shepherd. And finally, from Sydney University as well, is Madeline Vag. So I think unofficially, Sean, we had India Hobbs of Sydney University in lane 5 come through. Of course, plenty of action happening between the 500 metre and the 1,000 metre mark, so hard to tell at this stage. But just looking at across the course from the commentary tower, does look as though that there is a small, crosswind whipping up across the lanes there.
Yeah, there is a slight crosshead, I'd say, coming from those higher lanes, those coming across from lane 9, heading across to lane 1.
Yeah, a couple of whispers there, but certainly our scull is enjoying the flat water, if nothing else. So, ladies and gentlemen, Emily Shepherd of Sydney University Boat Club crossing through the 1,000 metre mark in first place at this point, followed by Nicola Greenland, also of Sydney Uni, by a small margin of 3.8 seconds. And that's about a boat length over a 2,000 metre course. And Maddie Vag in third place at this stage. Maddie Vag, of course, hailing from the Australian Capital Territory, one of... I think she rode at, it might have been Radford College, one of the schools in the ACT, and has been doing some fantastic work at the New South Wales schoolgirl regattas of late. I've had the privilege of calling many of her races over the past season or so, and she really has impressed with her, with her flair in that time. And so she represented the ACT in the Bicentennial Cup, I think it was, in Tasmania earlier, of course, in 2021, of course. Looks as though she's made the move to Sydney. Now represents Sydney University Boat Club. And a strong showing, of course, from Sydney Uni in this race. Looks as though they will take at least the first 2 spots, I think, with Shepherd maintaining her lead over the rest of the field. Comfortable rate of striking there from Emily Shepherd. She's not missing much water at the catch there, and she comes through the 1,500 metre mark now. Time of about 5:53 seconds, I would say. So she has exerted a little bit of a lead over her colleagues now. So Greenland coming in second place, followed by Vag. So Sean, just as this race, the women's under-23 single scull final comes into its final stages, our scullers are just approaching the 1750 mark on the course. The wind does look to have picked up across a wind going from lane 9, as you said before, over to lane 1. So it looks as though it does, we have developed a crosshead, which is, unfortunate in the final stages of the race, but hey, that's rowing.
The wind is pretty even across the course though, but Emily Shepherd looks in control, maintaining that classic Sydney University long, good suspension style. However, Nicola Greenland is still within striking distance and looks like she's having a bit of a crack.
Absolutely, and Greenland has raised her rate of striking. For mine, Sean, does look as though she's left her run a little bit late, and looks as though her colleague Shepherd will command this lead and take it out, the women's under-23 single scull. And fairly comfortable through to the end is Emily Shepherd in lane 6. And so the placings remain relatively undisturbed there. In lane 3, Nicola Greenland in second place, and that bronze medal position, Maddie Vag in lane 7. So a good roll-up for the Sydney University Boat Club in that event. India Hobbs rounding out the Sydney University competitors in lane 5. And finally, Neve Graham of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 to round out the field. Sean, on the course now, my apologies, is race 64. It's the men's under 23 pair, and it's contested by 3 crews. Would you like to take us through them?
Yep, so in lane 4 from ANU, we have Luca Hire and Lucas Hempton, coached by Deanne Grant and William Hatcher. In lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, we have Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermark, coached by Matthias Ungermark. And in lane 6, we have Sydney Rowing Club, Andy Hoffman and Max Pierce, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney.
Fantastic. And it looks as though that a crew from Mossman Rowing Club, that's the crew of Nick Pender and Torben Ungermark, have exerted a small lead over the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Hoffman and Pierce. The race isn't over yet, but it does look as though the Mossman crew have a higher rate of striking than that Sydney crew at this stage, and they've got some work to do now, do the Sydney Rowing Club crew, if they want to snatch the lead off Ungermark and Pender at this stage of the race.
So yeah, like you said, Cran, it does look like Mossman is in control and is going to be able to hold off Sydney Rowing Club, with Ungermark and Pender being quite a seasoned combination. This is, I think, their 2nd season together, and I've had the pleasure of training with them. They're competitive guys. Always will fight it all the way down to the line, as we can see here, as they're lifting up the rate, picking it up.
Of course, I think Pender and Ungermark they've represented New South Wales in the Youth 8, or I might be mistaken there, but certainly some seasoned athletes, as you say, Sean, looking fairly comfortable coming over the line. So first place to Mossman and second place to Hoffman and Pierce from Sydney Rowing Club, about 4 seconds back. And that crew from ANU of Luca Herrera and Lucas Hempton will finalise the placings for the men's under 23 pair. Ladies and gentlemen, on the course now is race 65. It's just in its fledgling stages. The athletes just passing through the 250 metre mark. It's the men's under 17 double scull final, contested over 2,000 metres. In lane 1, there is a crew of Thomas Jackson and a William Natilli. Unfortunately, that crew has scratched. In lane 2, representing Cranbrook, is James Mills and Jack Stone. In lane 3, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Gabriel Leishman and Marcus Lumley. In lane 4, also from Newcastle Grammar, is Noah Gidley and Kobe Young. In lane 5, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Callum Dunn and Connor Greenwood, and their coaches are Charlie Patterson, Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. In lane 6, representing Newcastle Grammar also, is Vincent Mitef and Henry Guest. And finally, in lane 7, from Hunter Valley Grammar, is Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson. I think we're going to have to wait, Sean, for some times to come through as the athletes pass through the 1,000 metre mark, but I think it could be that crew in lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club's Dunn and Greenwood in the lead at this stage. I could be substantially mistaken there, but I think I can just make out that sky blue colour of Sydney Rowing Club on the Bont live stream footage. And of course, it's a long race over 2,000 metres. Certainly in the heat, our athletes will be feeling the pinch even in these early stages. It's hard yakka, that's for sure. So Sean, the boys are passing through the 500 metre mark, or the 1,000 metre mark, my apologies now, and I am mistaken, it's the Hunter Valley crew of Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson who come through that 1,000 metre mark in first place, closely followed by Dunn and Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club, Cranbrooks, Mills and Stone in third position, and Newcastle Grammar too, that's Vincent Mitef and Henry Guest. So it's good to see, just looking over the draw for this race, some repeat competitors, some serial offenders. Of course, these boys are in the under 17 age category. I've seen them competing at the schoolboy regattas, and of course rowing New South Wales spring regattas and the reindeer regatta. Good to get some critical mass of racing under your belt. Certainly at those young ages, it's a trial by fire, certainly over 2,000 metres in the single scull, but a double scull is still a small boat, and here we are at the Small Boats Regatta. So a good chance for these young athletes to get some racing under their belts.
And coming through the 1,500 metre mark, the Hunter Valley Grammar is still holding off Sydney Rowing Club. That's Blatchley and Williamson maintaining about one boat length against Callum Dunn and Connor Greenwood.
That's right, Sean. Looks as though those two top crews have opened up a bit of a lead over, I think it's Mills and Stone of Cranbrook over in lane 2. But the crews are coming through into the final 500 metres now. And it does look as though the wind has changed very slightly again, looking at more of an up and down head breeze, I would think. There's always an enthusiastic contingent of supporters from Hunter Valley Grammar School, and I know they will be getting around Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson now. So show them some love in the stands, ladies and gentlemen. Hunter Valley Grammar School, of course, in their distinctive navy and I suppose rainbow stripes across the torso there. You can't miss them, that's for sure. And the fans will tell you when they're in the lead, Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson doing a fantastic job as they come through into the final 50 or so metres of this race. They're looking across to see where that finish line is, the ever evasive finish line. But they will take this race out in comfortable fashion. It's the men's under 17 double scull over Greenwood and Dunn of Sydney Rowing Club, who will finish in second place. And it will be Mills and Stone from Cranbrook in lane 2. So, Sean, we didn't see a huge variation in the minor placings for that race. And Newcastle Grammar's Metef and Guest in lane 6 coming through in 4th place. It does look as though we have a crew a little distance back now. So we'll just keep an eye on them as they come through and really clap them home as well, because it is a tough day to be racing in this heat. The Sean race 65 is all but complete, so we've just got Noah Gidley and Kobe Young of Newcastle Grammar in lane 4, who will finish the race. Indeed. So that finalises the unofficial results of race 65. First, Hunter Valley Grammar. Second, Sydney Rowing Club. Third, Cranbrook. Fourth, Newcastle Grammar. And fifth, Newcastle Grammar. And moving right along, Sean, race 66 is on the course. It's the final of the women's under 17 double scull. Just to run through some crews, in lane 1 representing Penrith Rowing Club, Arabella Logan and Alyssa Hotz, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 2, representing Mossman, is Lisha Carter and Ava DeStaso, coached by Katie Healy. Also from Mossman in lane 3 is Talia Noland and Catherine Wilcock, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 4, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Myfina Bland and Alice McCready. In lane 5, from PLC Sydney, is Sarah Bevington and Bailey Winton-Murray, coached by Felix Diu and Carolyn Wong. In lane 6, we have another crew from PLC Sydney. That's Sophia Sortalakis and Miranda Zabo, coached by Lexi Meyer and Felix Diu. In lane 7, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton. And finally, in lane 8, from Sydney Rowing Club, is Sophia Zampronio and Neve Tierney, and they are coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. So, Sean, it's always good to see an A final that is a relatively full field, and looks as though the seating is working out roughly to plan. We have in lane 5 the crew of Sarah Bevington and Bailey Winton-Murray in first place at this stage, closely followed by the Mossman 1 crew. That's Talia Nolan and Catherine Wilcock. And then it's all very tight through the middle. So I don't want to call anything just yet, but it does look as though that PLC Sydney crew of Sarah Bevington and Bailey Winton-Murray are comfortably in the lead, Sean. But I do know we've got a couple of crews representing Mossman Rowing Club. Sean, of course, Katie Healy's been involved for a couple of years now in really fortifying that juniors program over at Mossman. Yeah, she's doing a fantastic job.
Katie has done an amazing job of, I guess, rebuilding that junior women's program. I think it's been a long time since we've had enough girls to boat crew boats all the way from the doubles as you're seeing here, and multiple of them all the way up into the 8s. and I guess that's a program that as these girls continue to grow and go through the age groups, they'll continue to develop, and that program's really going to continue to develop.
And it's been fantastic to see, certainly from the commentary tower, just the repeated Mossman crews, certainly those Mossman young women's crews like we're seeing out here today, regular athletes in the rowing New South Wales regattas, and of course representing their schools as well. So I look forward to strong performances from those crews, coached by Katie Healy, of course. It does look as though we are going to see that crew in lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Sarah Bebbington and Bailey Winton-Murray, take out, short of a disaster, take out the women's under-17 double scull. And Sean, they're looking pretty tidy as they do so. They're not under much duress at this stage, but they are going to lift the rate for the crowd in the stands.
Yep, as they come just into the last few strokes here, they've got clear water, they're in control, and they're going to take out first place. But if we look back, there's a fight for second. There's 3 crews neck and neck. We got Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3. We got is it Hunter Valley Grammar close on their heels. We're going bow ball for bow ball, but it looks like Mossman's going to
just
too close to call. And then Sydney Rowing Club coming in there in 4th.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. Looks as though it was Mossman who just got their noses in front, but in lane 4 now, that's the crew of Newcastle Grammar, Mai Fina Bland and Alice McCready. They finish in 5th place. And in 6th place, it'll be that crew from PLC Sydney of Sordolakis and Zabo, followed by that other Mossman crew of Lisha Carter and Eva DiStazo. They'll take out 7th place. And we just have that crew from Penrith Rowing Club in lane 1, Arabella Logan and Alyssa Hotz, to finalise the placings in this race. But certainly a fantastic effort from all our scullers here this afternoon. Sean, race 67 is on the course. It's underway. It's the final of the para pair and the para double. So this is a race. It's fairly varied in its composition. We have men's crews and women's crews. We have crews that are comprised of half para crews and half able-bodied athletes. So it's an interesting race we've got lined up, but it's great to see a relatively full field in a para event. So just to run through the crews, in lane 1 is a Sydney University composite crew, and that's Thomas Birtwistle of UTS and James Talbot of Sydney University Boat Club, and their coaches are Hallie Chapman and Christopher Holliday. Got a scratching from Balmain's Stephen Lawler and Sam Shaloub. In lane 4, representing Drummoyne, is Kath Hextell and Julia Story. In lane 5, from Balmain, is James Hunt and Mika Kelly. In lane 6, from Lake Macquarie, is Lisa Greisel and Jeremy Smith. In lane 7, also from Drummoyne, is Janine Donovan and Stephanie Walker. And in lane 8, from Balmain Rowing Club, is James Johnson and Bronte Marshall. And certainly, Sean, as you'd expect, at this stage, we have in lane 1 that Sydney University composite crew of Birtwistle and Talbot. They are rowing the para pair, and of course, Birtwistle and Talbot are relatively fresh off a rather successful campaign at the Paralympics. They rowed the mixed PR 3-4, where they placed 4th in the Olympic A final. So some fairly capable para-athletes we have on the course here. James Talbot in stroke seat and Tom Birtwistle in bow. I know Tom's done a decent amount of work to get back in shape, and he's gone from strength to strength this season and the last. So it's great to see him enjoying success and in the pair with James today. And so they will take out this para-pair, para-double race in first place in an unofficial time of 7:58. But of course there is some distance back to the remainder of the field, and it does look as though it's the Lake Macquarie crew of Lisa Greisel and Jeremy Smith in second position, and they're in lane 6. And they're looking fairly comfortable, Sean, as they do so. Coming across the line now in lane 4 is a crew from Drummoyne. That's Kath Hextell and Julia Story. Fantastic race, Drummoyne. Of course, if you spend any time in Iron Cove, you'll see Kath Hextell and Julia Story out either in that double or Julia in the single and Kath in the coaching tinny. So a fantastic display from them in that double race. Got in lane 7 now Janine Donovan and Stephanie Walker, who are coming across the line. So a fairly spread up field. Congratulations. And in lane 8, the crew of James Johnson and Bronte Marshall now coming over the line. Bronte Marshall, of course, rode earlier on this morning, so most of these para-athletes backing up several performances today. And it's not easy now, as the sun really is bearing down upon us here at the Regatta Centre. So in lane 5, James Hunt and Mika Kelly, they've just crossed the line and they finish in 6th place in that race 67. And so now officially that race is concluded, and it's Sydney University, UTS, Birtwistle and Talbot in first place, followed by Lake Macquarie, Greisel, Smith. In third place, Drummoyne's Hextell and Story. In fourth place, Donovan and Walker, also from Drummoyne. And 2 Balmain crews to finish off the field in 5th and 6th is Johnson and Marshall and Hunt and Kelly.
And just coming into the last 250 metres here is race 68, the para double scull. And just the one crew in lane 5, we have Balmain, we have Tylee Hind and Paul Grayson, coached by Barbara Ramjan and Anne Craig and Liam James.
Thanks, Sean, and of course, Tarly and Paul, regular doubles partners. And they're putting on a clinic this afternoon. Tough just to be the only crew in that race, certainly in the heat, and now that the wind has picked up in the the final 500 metres of the race now, but doing a fantastic job. So let's cheer them home as they come through. It's a fantastic effort from that Balmain crew of Tarly Hind and Paul Grayson. They will complete the field in race 68. That's the para double scull. And we don't have much of a break now for the next race, which is the men's under 16 double scull, and this is a final. So just as the crews start to come through, it's a 1,000 metre race, so we have less time on our hands. But I'll quickly run through the crews. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar is Cormac Cairns and Thomas Clarkson. In lane 3, there is a crew from Glebe that is scratched. In lane 4, representing Newcastle Grammar is Elliot Collins and Jet Floyer Kell. In lane 5, also from Newcastle Grammar, is Logan Harmon and Mitchell Chung. In lane 6 from Glebe is Carter Clifton and Carson Prout, coached by Nicholas Galea and Brad Smith. And finally, also from Newcastle Grammar is Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown in lane 7. So they're through the 1,500 metres now, Sean. For mine, it looks like that crew from Glebe in lane 6 could have their noses in front, but perhaps that's just an angular distortion here. That crew in lane 6 from Glebe, or it could be that crew in lane 4, the Newcastle Grammar crew of Collins and Floyd Kell. Start to be a bit clearer before too long as the crews approach the grandstand end of the course. It's been good to see so many junior athletes from Glebe Rowing Club out here today, to see them around the boat park and on the water on the race course. I know that, Mark Teaton and the others down at Glebe Rowing Club have done a fantastic job just fostering relationships with those local schools in the area, so Blackwattle Bay, of course, and Sydney Secondary College. It's good to see an increased rate of participation at our community clubs, not just at our school levels. And certainly I think it is Clifton and Prout in lane 6, and they're putting on a show for us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. They have lifted the rate of striking and they are not going to give an inch, despite a comfortable lead over the Newcastle Grammar School of Elliot Collins and Jet Floyer Kell. But it will be Clifton and Prout. And they're pretty stoked with themselves as they come over the line. Congratulations, boys. And lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, Collins and Floyer Kell take out that second place. And it'll be their colleagues in lane 7, Burton and Brown, who take out third position from Newcastle Grammar. So race 69 is unofficially complete. We have, so just that Glebe crew of Carter Clifton and Carson Prout, who have taken out that race unofficially in a time of 3 minutes 55, and then 4 crews from Newcastle Grammar Collins and Floyd Kell, Burton and Brown, Harmon and Chung, and Cairns and Clarkson. So fantastic effort across the board, boys. Well done. It is a sweltering hot out there, so it's a fantastic effort to get out there and give it a crack. But we now have race 70 on the course, which is the women's under 16 double scull. Sean, would you like to take us through these crews?
Yep, so in lane 2 from Glebe, we have Kitty Elias and Lucy Yabsley. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Sadie Smart and Annabelle Mackenzie. In lane 4 from Penrith, we have Zoe Wisner and Elizabeth Drayton. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Claudia Wills and Molly Boyle. In lane 6 from PLC Sydney, we have Isabel Yardley and Charlotte Sad. And in lane 7, we have Mossman Rowing Club, but they have been scratched from this race.
Fantastic, and it could be that crew in lane 2 from Glebe. That's the crew of Kitty Elias and Lucy Yabsley have just got their noses in front, but I could be mistaken. I don't want to speak too soon. So I think they're going toe-to-toe at the moment with the PLC Sydney crew, Yardley and Sard. And they're over here in lane 6, so on this side of the course. It's been really good to see the PLC program, Sean, go from strength to strength, and they're based out of the Drummoyne Rowing Club, I believe. And they're under the watchful mentorship of Felix Dew, head coach there. And certainly in the past couple of races, we've seen the young women from PLC Sydney put some strong results onto the paper. And looks like there'll be no different here in this race. I think they have their noses in front, do Yardley and Sard. I think over that Glebe crew of Elias and Yabsley. So coming into the final stages now, it is PLC Sydney's Isabel Yardley and Charlotte Sard in lane 6 who are looking pretty strong, and they are going to take out this women's under 16 double scull event. Under not much pressure now from any other crew, and it's fairly undisputed. So congratulations, girls. It's a well-deserved win to PLC Sydney in that race, and they are very happy about it indeed. Coming in through in second place, it's the crew from Glebe, Kitty Elias and Lucy Yabsley in lane 2. And to finish our placings, it's Newcastle Grammar's Sadie Smart and Annabelle Mackenzie. They're closely pursued by Penrith's Zoe Wisner and Elizabeth Drayton. And finally, it's that crew from Newcastle Grammar School in lane 5, Claudia Mills and Molly Boyle to finalise our field. So Sean, unofficially, that crew from PLC won that race in a time of 4 minutes, 23 seconds.
Redlands, Hunter Valley Grammar, Capital Lakes, Redlands, Marist College, and Hunter Valley Grammar. Quickly. Attention.
So ladies and gentlemen, you'll have just heard over the loudspeaker the starter at the 2,000 metre blocks calling the crews out for the men's under 19 single scull B final. So, ladies and gentlemen, race 71 is underway. It's the men's under-19 single scull B final, as I mentioned. Just run through the crews. In lane 1, representing Port Macquarie Rowing Club, is Isaiah Chandler, coached by Emma Molinar and Barnabas Benet. In lane 2, representing Redlands, is Patrick Walker. In lane 3, also from Redlands, is William Thomas. In lane 4, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, is Zinc Bosco. In lane 5, from Capital Lakes ACT, is Elliot Jallier, coached by David Bagnall. In lane 6, also from Redlands, Oliver Rose. In lane 7, from Marist College ACT, Jack Miller. And finally, in lane 8, from Hunter Valley Grammar, is Nicholas Meredith. So, Sean, race 71 is underway. The boys are coming through the 750 metre mark. They're approaching the 1,000 metre mark. Just on your screen, you'll see in lane 2, Patrick Walker from Redlands, and he's looking fairly tidy. Just as we'll see where he is placing, just as the camera angle fixes up. Could be that he has a fairly healthy lead over the rest of the field. In fact, that's looking to be the case indeed. A substantial lead commanded by Patrick Walker from Redlands over the rest of the field at this stage. A good 7 seconds back to Zinc Bosco of Hunter Valley Grammar. And then a couple seconds then back to Elliot Jallier from Capital Lakes. Thomas in 4th. And Nicholas Melmoth currently in 5th place, Oliver Rose in 6th, Jack Miller of Marist College ACT in 7th, and Isaiah Chandler in 8th place through the 1,000 metre mark. But certainly, Sean, it's a 7-second lead at the 1,000 metre mark is a pretty good place to be. It's not unassailable, but certainly Patrick Walker's done a fair amount of work at this point.
Yeah, as you said, Michael, in quite a dominant position to hold 7 seconds at the halfway mark. but I think as we'll see, this headwind's turned a bit to be a bit more straight on, direct head. And as we have those headwind conditions, we often see the margins open up a little bit. But I think nonetheless, he is sculling remarkably well and is making the most of being out in front, having a bit of oxygen.
Yeah, that's right. You'll see, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Walker again on your screens, just to the right of your screen there, and he's doing a fantastic job. And as you say, Sean, it's not often you get a chance just to smell the roses at the head of a pack of a 2,000 metre single sculling race. So power to him. Patrick Walker's showing us how it's done this afternoon. He's got a fairly comfortable rate, probably of something below 30 strokes a minute. So fantastic to see. Coming through in second place at the moment is Zinc Bosco of Hunter Valley Grammar, and he has solidified a little bit of a lead over, I think it's Joliet from Capital Lakes, who's in third place. So, yeah, as you said, Sean, the placings, the distances between our scullers are opening up with the headwind this afternoon. And many with a fairly relaxed rate of striking, but 22 strokes a minute, I think, is the word for that, for Patrick Walker at the front. Patrick Walker from Redlands looking really comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes into the final 250 metres of this race. Looking very relaxed indeed, and it doesn't look as though there'll be much of a race, we'll have much of a race on our hands for these places. Our scullers look fairly sure of their positions. It's Walker from Redlands, of course, in the lead. He's followed by Bosco of Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 4. In third place it is Joliet of Capital Lakes. It's good to see such a large contingent of athletes up from the ACT today. And then we have a bit of a rise coming from lane 3, William Thomas of Redlands, who's pushing for that third position, but it's not going to be enough as his colleague Patrick Walker takes out that race unofficially in a time of 8:36. Bosco of Hunter Valley Grammar looking pretty relaxed as he comes through in that silver medal position. And Joliet of Capital Lakes in lane 5 in third position, and he's followed by Thomas, also from Redlands. But we do have a race in our hands, Sean, in this close to the grandstand. We have in lane 7 Morris College Jack Miller. He's throwing the rate through the roof in order to get up over Nicholas Melmoth from Hunter Valley Grammar. He's rating about 38 to 40 strokes a minute is Jack Miller, and to do that. So congratulations, boys. It's a tough ask to go up to reach those high rates at the end of a 2K race, but fantastic effort. So unofficially, Sean, that race was won by Patrick Walker, of course. Oh, we have the results are now official, we've been told. So it's Patrick Walker from Redlands in first place, Bosco from Hunter Valley Grammar in second, Joliet from Capital Lakes third, Thomas from Redlands in fourth, Rose also from Redlands in fifth, Chandler from Port Macquarie in sixth, Miller from Morris College ACT in seventh, and Melmoth from Hunter Valley Grammar in eighth place. But we're going to move right along now to the A final of that event, That's the men's under 19 single scull. It's race 72. Sean, just take us through some crews here as they come through the 1,500 metres.
So in first place there, we have from Mosman, Oliver St. Pierre. And second behind is from Sydney is Finn Woodward. Coming in lane 6, in third place is Newcastle Grammar, Patrick Stanley.
So it looks as though the lead, yes, is commanded by Oliver St. Pierre of Mosman Rowing Club, and he is got a slim lead over Finn Woodward of Sydney Rowing Club, and yeah, then there's a bit of a gap back to Newcastle Grammar's Patrick Stanley. That was at the 1,000 metres, of course, but it could be that Sydney Scull, Finn Woodward, is pressing St. Pierre's lead as they come into the final 250 metres of the race. St. Pierre in that distinctive red boat and the horizontal red and white stripes of Mosman Rowing Club. And he's lifted his rate, has St. Pierre, and looks as though he's not going to give it up easily. Woodward pressing for the lead, but it's just a question of whether or not St. Pierre has done enough.
As we come into these last 100 metres, it looks like St. Pierre's going to stay in control. He was a member of the Australian Junior Men's Coxless Quad last year, so he had quite an experienced athlete rowing out of Mosman Rowing Club and from St. Augustine's College. He's going to come across the line in just a few strokes, about a length ahead of Sydney Rowing Club. But we got a close finish between second and third here with Newcastle Grammar, Patrick Stanley just pipping Sydney Rowing Club, Finn Woodward on the line.
Steve, what a fantastic sprint from Newcastle Grammar's Patrick Stanley. He just stole that from the line, snatched it from Finn Woodward of Sydney Rowing Club. So definitely a fantastic finish to that race from Stanley. Dawson Damer from Glebe Rowing Club in fourth place. And there's another tight finish here, ladies and gentlemen. So we have, that's lane 1's Chandler from Port Macquarie over the line now. Oh, my apologies, it's Jesse Rosen. And it's a close race now between lanes 5 and 8. That's Capital Lakes and Redlands. So just to round that out, ladies and gentlemen, we now have official results for that race, the A final of the under-19 single scull. In first place was Oliver St. Pierre from Mosman. In second place, Patrick Stanley from Newcastle Grammar. Finn Woodward from Sydney Rowing Club in third place. Jasper Dawson Damer from Glebe Rowing Club in fourth. Jesse Rosen from Marist College ACT in fifth. Kai Martin from Marist College in lane sixth. Luke Jallier from Capital Lakes in 7th place. And finally, Harley van der Plume from Redlands in 8th position there.
And now we look to race 73 is the A final of the women's under-19 single scull. In lane 1 from Redlands, we have Elizabeth Holthier. In lane 2 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Molly Walkerden. In lane 3 from ANU, we have Philippa Gray. In lane 4 from Sydney Uni, we have Alexandra O'Brien. In lane 5 from Penrith, we have Madison Joins. In lane 6 from Mosman Rowing Club, we have Grace Burke. In lane 7 from Mosman Rowing Club is Imogen Gray. In lane 8 from Redlands is Katarina Kroll. And in lane 9 from Redlands is Georgia Verschure. And through the 1,000 metre mark there, in first place we have Mossman Imogen Gray, and it looks like she has quite a strong lead of 11 seconds over Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University in second place.
Thanks, Sean. Yes, fantastic lead exerted by Imogen Gray at this stage of the race. 11 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark is some serious time, some serious damage dealt to the opposition. Imogen Gray, of course, we've mentioned her name up in this box many a time now, and she's really establishing herself as one of this state's and indeed this country's up-and-coming scullers. She's, I think she holds the Australian record, Sean, on the C2O. Can you confirm that?
I cannot confirm exactly what record, but she's pretty handy on the concept erg. I think she's pretty close to beating me over the 2Ks.
Yeah, fantastic. So no shortage of horsepower in that boat. Imogen Gray really putting on a clinic this afternoon for her competitors.
Yes, Michael, so at the 1,000 metre mark, Alexandra O'Brien only held half a second over Elizabeth from Redlands. And it looks like in the third 500 she managed to open up that lead a bit. But from Redlands in lane 1, we have Elizabeth Holther having another crack, seeing if she can get up onto that second place.
Indeed, so it is Imogen Gray who will command this lead, and she will take out the A final of the women's under-19 single scull. And she's looking fairly handy as she does so, ladies and gentlemen. Back to lane 4, Sydney University's Alexandra O'Brien in second place. And she's just done enough to hold off that final assault from Elizabeth Holthuer of Redlands in lane 1 over there. So that'll be the placings in the under-19 single scull. Gray from Mossman, O'Brien from Sydney University, and Holthuer from Redlands. To complete the race, we have Joins from Penrith Rowing Club in lane 5. As she comes over the line now, and she's taken that position from Philippa Gray of the Australian National University. And in lane 9 is Georgia Verschure from Redlands, and she is being spurred on by a zealous crowd here on the grandstand side, and she's thrown the rate through the roof. As she comes over, she looks for that finish line, and there it is, a fantastic sprint finish from Georgia Verschure. That's the kind of action we like to see out here at the Regatta Centre. In lane 6, Grace Burke from Mossman coming over the line now, and in lane 8, Katarina Kroll from Redlands as well. She's looking good as she comes across the line. And it'll be Walkerton from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 2 on the far side of the course to complete our field. And a fantastic effort from all our young women in this, the under-19 single scull event. It's a fantastic performance all round in what is, tough conditions in this heat. We're reaching probably the hottest part of the day now, Sean, so. And these young women will have had a heat and a final to race, so no mean feat at all. So congratulations to all our competitors. division of the women's masters pair. And so this is a race where we have a scratching from a Leichhardt crew, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. So in lane 3 representing North Shore is Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy. In lane 4 representing Leichhardt is Leslie Howitt and Nikki Lapresti. In lane 5 also from Leichhardt is Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget. In lane 6 from North Shore is Helen Byrne and Louise McCoach. And finally from Mossman Rowing Club is Tiffany Hutchison and Rebecca Hourigan. So we're into the Masters events, and of course this regatta is a selection event for the New South Wales Masters state team. And I just look out across the course, Sean, and I see that it is Jenny Zonga and Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt Rowing Club in the lead, and of course they are some fantastic Masters rowers. Anyone who spends any time on Iron Cove will know that Jenny and Danny are out there regularly, and they're in a distinctive grey pair. So I think they've just snatched the lead at the moment from that North Shore crew of Byrne and McCoach in lane 6. Of course, Sean, this race is a selection event for the Women's Interstate Masters 8 for New South Wales. So that is a fairly strong looking pair in lane 5 from Leichhardt. Zonga and Bourget just coming over the line now in the next couple of strokes. About a boat length back to that North Shore crew of Byrne and McCoach in lane 6. So a little bit of overlap for that 3rd and 4th position. So it'll be Lash and Kennedy who take 3rd place. Howard and Lapresti from Leichhardt. Place. Sean, race 75 is also underway. It's the 2nd division of the Women's Masters pair. And this is a handicapped race. So in lane 6 we have a crew from North Shore, and that's they were off go, and that's Susan Wannon and Madeline Gross, coached by Kim Rudder. And then 22 seconds back to crews in lanes 4 and 5. Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards from North Shore, and also Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. A 28-second handicap for Rowena Stewart and Marcella Cox of Drummoyne. And also 28 seconds for Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman of Drummoyne Rowing Club. So at this stage of the race, I think it could be McBride and Blackwell from North Shore who are in the lead. Peggy McBride, of course, a director of Rowing New South Wales, and does some important work, has been doing some important work on the board for a couple of years now. And I've been reliably informed that that pair of McBride and Blackwell are actually heading down to the Australian Open tonight to catch the final. But they're doing some good work out here at the head of this pack before they jet off to Melbourne. Indeed, so not really being challenged at all are McBride and Blackwell, and they are going to take out this second division of the women's masters pair. And then it'll be, I think it'll be their North Shore colleagues of Susan Warren and Madeline Gross in lane 6, who will take second place, and of course that was a crew off go. Bit of a tussle now between lanes 5, North Shore, and lane 3, Drummoyne. They're going stroke for stroke now. It's very close indeed, but I think it will be North Shore's Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards who get up over Rowena Stewart and Marcella Cox of Drummoyne. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this session of racing for this morning and this afternoon. We're now going to have our lunch break of about an hour. Racing will resume at 3:09 p.m. with race 76, which is the Division 1 of the men's Masters single scull. So we'll look forward to seeing you in about an hour. But thanks for joining Sean and I in the up in the box this afternoon. Hope everyone stays safe and hydrated and under the shade as much as possible. So we'll see you shortly.
Okay, and we're underway in the afternoon session of the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta for 2022. And we kick off with the first division of the Masters Men's Single Scull. And we have in lane number 1 off 8 seconds, Jason Waddell of Nepean. Lane 2, Ben Faunce of Drummoyne. Also off 8 seconds, Cowan Gamarez of Leichhardt Rowing Club. Another of the back markers in lane number 3. Lane 4 left vacant. Charles Buzzicott scratching from the Leichhardt Club. And then we have Brad Smith in lane 5. Andy Wigan also of Glebe in lane 6. David McCready of Newcastle in 7. And the front marker is Nicholas Galea, the Glebe Rowing Club captain who started off go. So back to 8 seconds to the back markers, of which Jason Waddell has started to push out and made his lightweight debut this weekend at the earlier on today, and did a very good job there. Vastly experienced over on the far side of the course, and he's one that you would expect to make a big push through this field. It's a pretty talented lineup. Cowan Gamarez of Leichhardt also very fast. 3:30 and change sculler over 1,000 metres, and then there's Brad Smith and Andy Wigan, who have both been in the New South Wales Masters state team in lanes 5 and 6, and we'd expect to see those two pushing each other along and pushing towards the head of the field, and I'm sure looking across to their right to see how much ground that Jason Waddell of Nepean has started to make up.
And Owen, it looks like Brad Smith has taken an early lead at the 500. And
so Brad Smith, who's done very well. Looks like one of the scullers just having stopped rowing there, going through the halfway mark. It looks like it's a sculler
in lane 2.
I think in lane number 5, I think it was.
Maybe that was Brad
Smith there, yeah. So he's had a pretty rough 18 months or so, had back surgery and making his way back from that. So, but over towards the far side of the course, Cowan Gamarez of Leichhardt and Jason Waddell of Nepean really fighting it out, and they've made their way through the people that have started ahead of them. So you'd think it's going to be a race between these two as they come up towards 250 metres to go.
Yeah, so it looks like a nice solid race between lane 1 and 3, with Gamarez and Waddell pushing each other along quite nicely as we come into the last 250.
And back to Andy Wigan of Glebe in 3rd spot, and then a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. Galea next in 4th, David McCready in the tricolours of Newcastle in 5th position, and then back to Brad Smith, who's gotten things going once more, and Benjamin Faunce of Drummoyne in 7th position. But heading up into the last 100 metres, where the boys turn into that bright red. Cowan Gamara is still leading Jason Waddell, and the rate's going to come right up here in the shades of the finish. The strokes length isn't that long from Gamarez, but the rating's certainly up there. And he's up there at nearly 40 strokes a minute. Jason Waddell's just going to put his bow in front with about 3 strokes to go. And he may just pinch this one at the very death, and Jason Waddell pinches it on the line. Cowan Gamarez of Leichhardt 2nd. And then back to Andy Wigan of Glebe in 3rd place. And it's
David McCready coming through, being challenged late by Nick Galea for 4th.
These two having a great tussle down the course, and adjacent lanes going stroke for stroke towards the line. And it was the Newcastle sculler just grabbing that.
And we've got Brad Smith making his way across, followed closely by Benjamin Faunce from Drummoyne, coming across as we speak.
Yeah, so the unofficial time of 3:55 when you take the 8-second handicap off. You're looking at about a 3:47 for the leading scullers there. So we'll await the official results of that one. In the meantime, division number 2, race 77 is already underway. David Raymond of Leichhardt is scratching out of lane number 1. Jeremy Smith of Lake Macquarie in lane 2. Michael Kemp of Balmain in 3. Christopher Niche of Glebe in 4, Stuart Boyd of Lake Macquarie in 5, Kenny Major of Glebe in lane 6, Richard Medway of Leichhardt in 7, Mark Partridge of Newcastle University is scratched out of lane 8, and Chris Walsh is the front marker in this one. He started off go in lane 9. He's the North Shore captain on this side of the course. So already a successful day for Chris Walsh, having taken out the Masters men's pair about 4 hours ago. And he's going to see if he can hold off the other scullers here. The handicaps in this range from 5 to 10 seconds. So the E-scullers, those that are 55 years or more, start off 5 seconds. And then the D-scullers, the 50-plus-year-olds, are off 10 seconds over towards the far side. That's the 3 scullers over towards the far side of the course.
So currently we've got Chris Walsh holding his position off go, and then we've got Richard Medway in second place and Kenny Major coming through with third, but there'll be a bit of changing in this last 250 as some of the time is made up with the handicap, so should be interesting to see who crosses the line first. The field is definitely narrowing a bit as we speak and as we can see here, so we're in for a close finish. It does look like Richard Medway might be just about to pass Chris Walsh, or that he is definitely giving him something to think about, so it'll be exciting to see.
Yeah, he certainly pulled in a fair chunk of those 5 seconds already, Richard Medway, and now started to move into the race lead. Chris Walsh of North Shore in second spot. Richard Medway, the father of James Medway, who's been part of the Australian national team in past years, and very, very good sculler Richard Medway as he leads this field into the last about 150 metres. Walsh in second spot, and then Ken Major, the Penrith Cup winner, in the maroon and white for Glebe in third spot, and the fast finish coming from Jeremy Smith over on the far side of the course, as he's having a good tussle with his clubmate Stuart Boyd in that race for fourth position.
But Richard Medway definitely commanding lead as he's coming towards the finish line, just trying to stay off those boys on the right-hand side. And you've got Chris Walsh making a good push for the end of it, coming across the line, looking to consolidate second place. Looks like there's a good race on for third between Kenny Major in lane 6 and Jeremy Smith in lane 2. I think Kenny might just have it as they cross the line, which is a good result for him. So Kenny Major in third, Jeremy Smith in fourth. We've got Stuart Boyd coming across in fifth, and in sixth position we've got Michael Kemp from Balmain. Oh, and then we've also got seventh place coming through from Glebe, Christopher Niche. So he had a lot to make up with the 10-second handicap, but he's definitely giving it his all as he comes through the line.
And results are official from that first division. It was Jason Waddell of Nepean first in a time of 3:54.89. 0.12 back to Cowan Gamares of Leichhardt in second, and Andy Wigan of Glebe a further 9.04 seconds back. McCready of Newcastle fourth, Galea of Glebe fifth, Smith of Glebe sixth, and Faunce of Drummoyne in seventh place.
So we've now got race 78 on the course, the Division 3 of the Masters men's single scull. In lane 1, we've got Andrew Patterson from Abbotsford. From lane 2, we've got Carl Quotes. In lane 3, we've got North Shore, Eric Luck. Lane 4, we've got Lake Macquarie, Peter Stevenard. Lane 5, we've got Drummoyne, Robert Glendenning, coached by Kathleen Hextall. Lane 6, we have Glebe, Mark McGowan. Lane 7, we have Richard Jones from Drummoyne. Richard and Mark are both off go, and we've got Paul Wilkinson, coached by Bruce Williams from St George, also off go in lane 8.
Yeah, so in the first sort of 400 metres of this one, it's the sculler from in lane number 7, Richard Jones of Drummoyne. He's a recent transferee to Drummoyne from Abbotsford. He's there in the lead and leading from Wilkinson of St George. Carl Quitzow in third spot for Sydney Rowing Club. He's made the biggest impression of the scullers that are off 8 seconds. And Andrew Patterson, the back marker, off 13 seconds over on the far side of the course. So that'll be the big question to be answered over this next 400 metres is, can Carl Quitzow look to improve his position and move up on Wilkinson of St George? And the race leader, Richard Jones of Drummoyne. Richard Jones, originally from New Zealand. His boat's named Aotearoa, which is the native name for New Zealand. And he's currently in the race lead. He's had a good early start of the season, having a win at one of the Nepean Heads in the single scull. And he's a very tall, rangy sculler, but he's got to deal with the power coming down from Carl Quitzow over on the far side of the course. A former Australian record holder on the Concept 2 erg over 2,000 metres. Very, very tall and powerful sculler. And he's made his way to the fore here in this, as they make their way through the 1,750 metre mark.
You've also got Robert Denny, Owen, who's coming back into rowing after a bit of time on the sideline with an injury. So I know he's looking forward to getting out there in some hot conditions, but to test to see where he is. You've also got Andrew Patterson over in lane 1. 13 seconds is a lot to make up in 1,000 metres, but he's definitely giving it a good crack. It looks to be coming through the field as we speak, but definitely out in front is Carl Quitz from Sydney, making a really good, solid result at the small boat regatta in Division 3 of the Masters Men's Single. Lane 7, Richard Jones has really consolidated his second place finish, strong finish. Can you? So we've got race 79 on the course now, Division 4 of the Masters Men's Single Scull. In lane 1, we've got George Old from Lithgow. Lane 2, we've got Mark Tejan from Glebe. Lane 3, we've got James Taylor from Mossman. Lane 4, Robert Drury from North Shore. Lane 5, Tom Bishop from Quinton. Lane 6, Len Walter from North Shore. Lane 7, Graham Wern from Drummoyne. And in lane 8, John James from North Shore. Now you've got John James off go with quite a fair chunk of time with the handicap in this race, Owen, with some eye Ks, Gs and Hs. 58 seconds is, which George, Mark and Mark are off, is quite a lot to pull back in 1,000 metres, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. You're certainly no point looking around at halfway and wondering if you've already reeled it in, because chances are you haven't. So just stay at the job at hand. But the field being led by the two British Olympians. So John James, Olympic silver medalist for Great Britain. He's there as the front marker, and Tom Bishop from Quinton Boat Club, which is a London-based club named after their founder, the philanthropist Quinton Hogg. He's a multiple winner of the Head of the Charles, and he's out here visiting his daughter, and saw that there was a regatta on, and good chance to partake. And he's already picked up a fair chunk of that 33 seconds, and moved his bow in front, in fact, ahead of John James of North Shore. So a very good performance here from the 75-year-old Tom Bishop from Quinton Boat Club. He was part of the British quad in 1976, the Montreal Olympics.
And it's nice that we get to be able to allow international scullers, if they're out visiting their family and friends, to have a race where possible, and maybe have an old race with some old foes from previous years. But great to see Tom coming down, and that we were able to make this. I'm not sure where he got his boat from, but I'm sure whoever he's borrowed it off is happy that it's having a good race.
Yeah, I think Glebe and North Shore have been assisting him while he's been out here, and it's been interesting talking to some other Masters rowers, and they're like, where's that guy from the club with the funny name? Very well known in Britain, Quinton Boat Club, and Tom Bishop leading this one, and leading it quite handsomely. And John James is starting to come under a little bit of pressure now from Rob Drury of North Shore, and James Taylor, who gave Drury 15 seconds, has now got a bit of an overlap with him. And James Taylor, the reigning Australian Masters champion in the H category for over 70s. He's having a very good performance here as he's trying to work his way up into top three placing here. But Tom Bishop, as expected, was going to be someone to beat here, and sculling along very, very nicely.
Beautiful stroke there. Just sitting back and watching the field as he takes his last few strokes across the line. Beautiful, beautiful technique there. The race is on for second place, as Owen said, between Robert Drury from North Shore and James Taylor from Mossman. Looking over at each other as they're coming through in the final few strokes of the race. It looks like James may just have Robert on the line, which he does, which is a good race for two of them. Across the line in fourth place, you've got Mark Tejan from Glebe. Fifth, John James has come through from North Shore.
Len Walter. Yeah,
Len Walter from North Shore. Then John James from North Shore. Taking some big deep breaths. It is quite hot out there. And coming then next across the line in lane 7 is Graham Wern from Drummoyne. He had to give John a 33 second handicap, so he's definitely caught some of that up. And then over on the far side in lane 1, we have George Old from Lithgow, just in the last few strokes, but definitely a good race at the front end, and great to see everyone out there.
Yeah, so Lithgow Rowing Club, one of the newer clubs in the state, and George has come to these regattas a few times in the past, and it's great to see him competing here today, and he's going to cross the line and claim 8th place in the 4th and final division of the Masters men's single scull. And the Women's Masters double sculls are underway. Division 1 is race number 80 in the program, and we have Leichhardt in lane number 1, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes. Balmain in 2 with Anya Weaver and Alyssa Irvin. In lane 3, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgert, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 4, North Shore, Zita Briones and Olivia Tong, coached by Kim Rudder. Lane 5 is a scratching due to an injury to Belinda Brigham in that Brigham and Hutchison combination. Trudy McDonald and Lisa Greasel are in lane number 6 for Lake Macquarie. In lane 7, Leichhardt, Carolina Kassir and Ana Paula Guimarães, coached by David Ross. And in lane number 8, Glebe with Anne Skilton and Kate Wareham.
So, Owen, most of these crews were off go with the Balmain and Leichhardt crew over on the far side of 4 and 5 seconds. So we should see quite tight racing coming down as we do see from our position here. Interestingly, Lisa Gressel is one of our para rowers from Lake Macquarie, so she's obviously getting some extra racing in here. I know it was her first 2,000 metre para race this morning, so it's great when rowers like Lisa can come down and experience circ and get a few races under their belt.
Yeah, they may have not started in this one. There's a big gap there for the umpire's boat as we look at it. So 2 crews on this side, looks like Leichhardt and Glebe, and then a couple of lanes vacant, and then the 4 crews over on the far side of the course. And it's a good performance coming from Zita Briones and Olivia Tong of North Shore Rowing Club. They're leading the Leichhardt crew that won the pair earlier on, just before the luncheon break. That's Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgett. Zita Briones is a world champion in the women's lightweight quad under her former name of Vanderwall. She's married to Gonzalo Briones, the very, very well-credentialed coach at Roseville College, who based their program out of North Shore Rowing Club, and she's there with Olivia Tong, who was a very, very talented junior and had a fair bit of time out of the sport and has come back in the last couple of years and coached by the evergreen Kim Rudder.
And it looks like Glebe over on the far side in lane 8 in this side, the combination of Skilton and Wareham may be pushing up to challenge the North Shore double. And you definitely shouldn't forget the Leichhardt double that you just spoke about is definitely still in contention. So some strong racing from the ladies here in the Division 1 of the Masters double scull. As we come through the last 250 metres, it's definitely a strong combination and strong technique coming from the North Shore double, but definitely they can't be comfortable in their final race to the finish line.
Yeah, they're sitting there at 33 strokes to the minute, and a good performance coming from Lepresti and Innes of Leichhardt over on the far side of the course. They're trying to draw up level with Zonga and Borgett in the grey boat in lane number 3. And they're the top 3, and Glebe next in 4th. And then it's pretty close between Balmain and the second of the Leichhardt crews for 5th and 6th positions at the rear of the field.
So a late challenge from the Leichhardt crew. Sorry, my apologies. No, it's a strong finish from North Shore Rowing Club in lane 4 coming across the line. And then the Leichhardt crew in lane 1 for 2nd place of Lepresti and Innes. And then taking 3rd across the line, the other Leichhardt crew of Zonga and Borgett. And then 4th, finishing strongly, is the Glebe combination of Skilton and Wareham, who did have a good showing early. And then across on the other side, we have the Balmain combination of Weaver and Irving, and then the Leichhardt combination in lane 7 of Cossa and Gamiras, coached by David Ross, to round out the race. Great work, ladies.
underway in Division 2 of the Women's Masters double scull. Looks like we are missing, looks like we're down to about 5 crews. Not sure if the North Shore crew, well, they have in fact gotten away. The North Shore crew, Sue Wan and Madeline Gross. In fact, here we do have the field of 6 here. So the one withdrawal, Vanessa Edwards and Michelle Aduzel of Newcastle University in Nepean out of lane number 2. So we have Jodie Panagopoulos and Wendy Roncolado of Drummoyne in lane number 1. In lane 3, Renata Ipmer of Balmain and Kathleen Hextall of Drummoyne. In lane 4, Mossman, M. Barak and Jenny Wilson. In lane 5, Sally Edwards and Mary Walsh of North Shore. Newcastle, Tess Fearon and Chris McCready of St George are in lane number 6. They're coached by Bruce Williams, and Sue Wannon and Madeline Gross, or Mab Gross as she's best known, coached by Kim Rudder. They're the front markers. They had between 21 and 36 seconds over the rest of the field as part of the age-based handicaps for Masters rowing, and they haven't relinquished too much of it as they make their way through the first 400 metres of this race. They're still well in front, and we'll see over this next 600 metres for this crew as to how much of an impression the rest of the field can make. Chris McCready and Tess Fearon currently in second spot, and there's still a fair bit of a stagger here from the age-based handicaps, so I think we'll start to see a bit of a change in that. But a very well-credentialed field here. Renata Ipmer and Kathleen Hextall have been mainstays of the New South Wales Masters Women's Quad Scull in recent years. And M. Barak, who's only in her 2nd or 3rd year of rowing, is a very, very powerful sculler. And there with Jenny Wilson, who's always there or thereabouts. And Chris McCready and Tess Fearon, who've also had New South Wales Masters State Team experience there in lane number 6. So a very well-credentialed field being led by the crew over on this side of the course.
And it's great to see, Owen, so many strong combinations of female scullers entering this regatta. It is the selection regatta for our Masters State team, so some strong entries in both the men's and women's sculling and sweep oar events. And definitely putting on a very strong display are the combination in lane.
Well, we've got a little surprise now. I think that's the Lake Macquarie crew that was due to be in the previous division. So a little surprise for us there in lane number 7. So Trudy McDonald and Lisa Greasel started in this one. So they're well clear here. Not sure if they've started off the appropriate handicap. We'll wait and see when they cross the line, but they're well clear here and enjoying a massive lead. It's over 100 metres back to Chris McCready and Tess Fearon of St George and Newcastle Rowing Clubs.
So reiterating what I said in the last race, it is great to see our regional clubs being able to get down to Cirque and have a race against a fuller field and on a buoyed course. So well done, ladies. You did manage to get there, but coming through, we've got the combination of McCready and Fearon leading the pack. They had a 21-second start. It doesn't look like the North Shore combination of Wannon and Gross were able to race today. So coming across the line in first place is the Newcastle composite combination of McCready and Fearon. In second place, Ipmer and Hextall from Drummoyne and Balmain, another strong showing. In lane 4, we have the combination from Mossman of Barrack and Wilson coming through. And then in lane 5, we've got the North Shore combination of Edwards and Walsh making a nice solid finish. And then on the far side, we have the Drummoyne combination of
Jodie Panagopoulos and Wendy Roncolado.
Thank you, Owen, coming through to finish out the field. So we'll await the results there to get an understanding of, there was obviously a scratching in lane 7, but a solid race for all ladies concerned.
Race 82, the men's elite double scull, Lake Munmora lane 3, Canberra lane 4, Port Macquarie lane 5, UTS composite lane 6. Please enter the course and attach as quickly as possible. 3 minutes.
So next race up on the course, just coming onto the course to set up is race 82, the men's elite lightweight double scull. In lane 3, we have some rowers from one of our newest clubs, Lake Munmora, Luke Walker and Beau Fleming. Lane 4, we have the Canberra combination of Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomovitz. In lane 5, Barnabas Bean and Isaiah Chandler from Port Macquarie. And in lane 6, the UTS composite crew of James Waldersea and William Clark, James being from Canberra, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. So they're just coming onto the course now. We're back to 2,000 metre racing for a few races, some very fast lightweight racing just about to occur as they come on and set up on the course.
Two minutes. Lake Munmora, Canberra, Port Macquarie, UTS composite. Attention.
So we're underway in race 82. As I said, the men's elite lightweight double scull. All 4 crews are in the centre of the course and all came away quite nicely together for a good start and a quick start off the gates. We've got, as I said, Lake Munmora in lane 3, the Canberra combination in lane 4, Port Macquarie in lane 5 and the UTS composite in lane 6. Some of these athletes, majority of these athletes raced this morning in the lightweight single sculls, so it's good to see them backing up for a hit out in the double scull.
No. Race.
While they're coming down, it's a good opportunity to thank our sponsors for Rowing New South Wales and those that are at the regatta this weekend. Bentley's New South Wales, a strong supporter and long-time supporter of Rowing New South Wales. V Insurance, for all those clubs that have marine and hull insurance, majority of those would be handled by V Insurance, so we thank you. Bont Rowing, our live stream partner and point score partner, who are in the boat park this afternoon, in between boat shed 3 and 4, so if you are still around, please go down and have a chat to the team there. Croker, the Regatta Shop, all of our long-term partners, along with our newer partners of Mobius Communications and Quest Apartments, Penrith, it's with their support that we're able to continue to deliver these events out at Cirque. So we thank our sponsors for their continued support and being able to bring you our live stream and our regattas each and every weekend. So it looks like lanes 4 and lane 6, I should say, being the Canberra and the UTS crews are challenging for the lead. It looks at this stage that the UTS crew is out in front. UTS may be rating slightly higher and just settling into a rhythm as they come up to the 1,000-metre mark. But yeah, definitely pushing away now. Nice, strong and long combination there. In second place, lane 4, Canberra, and then back to the Lake Monmora and Port Macquarie combinations. But nice, good tempo from the UTS Canberra combination of James Waldersee and William Clark. James having rowed at UTS in his youth and having in the last few years moved down to the Australian Capital Territory to row for Canberra, but definitely a commanding lead as they come through the 1,000-metre mark. Second place, the Canberra combination, and then looking past that, it's a tight race for third between Lake Monmora and Port Macquarie. Port Macquarie may just have the touch on it at this stage.
Yeah, so on screen, James Waldersee and Harry Curtin in the lead as they come up to about 1,400 metres covered. James Waldersee, the former captain at UTS, and he's there with Harry Curtin, who is the younger of two very, very good lightweight rowers. Matthew Curtin and James Waldersee were part of New South Wales winning Penrith Cup crew a few years ago that broke a near two-decade drought in that event. And they're leading through the 1,500 metre mark. It was already a win earlier today for Harry Curtin in his, was the under-23 lightweight single scull. And he's there with the 31-year-old James Waldersee, the vastly experienced multiple New South Wales representative in the lightweight 4. And they lead the crew from Canberra Rowing Club. Dara Hayes unfortunately had to pull out due to COVID. And Alex Timanovitz has taken his spot, and Jackson Boyd is the other member of that crew in second spot. In third is the crew from Port Macquarie, and then back to Lake Munmora in fourth position. Luke Walker and Beau Fleming, coached by Steve Callaghan. Certainly are. The rating's right up there. They're at sort of 37 strokes a minute. So about to come into the last 100 metres, and they're putting a nice sprint finish for the small crowd here in attendance at the Small Boats Regatta. And James Waldersee and Harry Curtin going to take this one out convincingly as they come through the glassy waters The last handful of strokes before they cross the line and take out the men's elite lightweight double scull. So UTS Canberra in first. Canberra Rowing Club set to claim second spot. Jackson Boyd and Alex Timanovitz, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. And a couple of strokes to go. Canberra will claim second position. And back to Port Macquarie, Barnabas Bean and Isaiah Chandler, coached by Emma Molinar, the former St Joseph's College coach and UTS rower that's now moved up to Port Macquarie. They place third, and the new club Lake Munmora on the northern end of the Central Coast will claim the fourth spot. So relatively small margins between the last three crews in that one, but a nice win to UTS Canberra, Waldersee and Curtin.
So while that race has been finishing, we've had race number 83, the women's elite lightweight double scull coming through. There's only three crews in this race. In lane 3, Corio Bay composite of Michaela Franz from UTS and Maggie Foley from Corio. Coaches Hallie Chapman and Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 4 from ANU, Annika Reardon and Sophie Gerapatitis, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 5, the Huon composite with Sydney University of Georgia Minzaro and Eve Muir from Huon Rowing Club. So a small field as we come through with about 500 metres to go. The wind has really dropped since before lunch. So while it is hot, some pretty good conditions and some flat racing, but it looks like a tight race in the middle of the course. Between lane 4 ANU and the Huon composite in lane 5.
Yeah, so Georgia Mansara making a return to rowing, spending a fair bit of time at Sydney University Velo Club, and she's a very, very good cyclist as well, a very, very good athlete. She's previously been at the National Training Centre, and she's in the bow seat, and Eve Muir in the stroke seat. And Annika Reardon and Sophie Gerapatitis. Sophie Gerapatitis' husband just won the previous race, James Waldersee. They got married just before Christmas up on the Central Coast. And that Nigel Harding coach crew in second spot. Down a couple of lengths on the composite crew in the race lead, but certainly giving them a fair bit to think about as they come into the last 200 or so metres. And third we have Michaela Franz of UTS and Maggie Foley of Corio Bay from Geelong in Victoria. And they're about a further 5 or so lengths back in third position.
But the front two crews definitely looking to make a hit out with this race. The leaders from Huon and Sydney University really pushing away now as we come into the red boys. Stroke rate is right up there and have just solidified their lead with a small push towards the end, and they'll come across nicely and comfortably in first place, followed well and strongly by the ANU crew of Reardon and Gerapatitis in second place.
So the Australian National University Boat Club crossing to claim second, and it will be third to Michaela Franz of UTS and Maggie Foley in the purple of Corio Bay. They have about another 4 strokes to go, and they will cross in third place and complete the women's elite lightweight double scull, won by Huon and Sydney University Boat Club.
So with 500 metres to go, we're picking up race number 84, which is the men's elite double scull, another 2,000 metre race. We've got looks like 7 crews in this race. In lane 1 from Sydney, Turin Olsen and Harry Crouch. Lane 2, a Bucks composite of Hamish Harding and Alex Patterson, or Alec Patterson, my apologies. Lane 3, an Adelaide composite of Henry Yule and Alexander Hill. Lane 4, Mercantile composite of Oscar McGuinness and Red Matthews. Lane 5, a Sydney University crew of Jack Hargraves and Alex Purnell trying their hands at the double scull after their success in Tokyo in the 4. Lane 6, a Western Australia Rowing Club composite crew with ANU of Caber Antle and Jack Cleary. And in lane 7, a Mossman composite of Michael McRae and Sean Murphy.
Yeah, so a very strong performance coming from Caleb Antill and Jack Cleary. Antill from the Australian National University Boat Club and Jack Cleary from WA, West Australian Rowing Club, and formerly of Cal Berkeley. And these guys bronze medalists from the Olympic Games, and having a great race along with Alex Hill and Henry Yule. Henry Yule with the T for Tamar on his back. He's a history maker, the only one that's won 7 Tasmanian state titles at one regatta, and he's there with Olympic gold medalist Alex Hill, and they're in a great battle there for the lead, but it looks like it's going to be the ANU West Australian combination. The guys from the quad scull that are going to take this one out. They're about a length ahead of Henry Yule and Alex Hill in second spot. And then it is back to Alex Purnell and Jack Hargraves, two very, very accomplished scullers.
In their own right.
In their own right, that's right, of course. Olympic gold medalists, as you mentioned, from the recent Olympic Games in the men's 4. Fourth will go to Oscar McGuinness of Adelaide and Red Matthews of Mercantile, usually the lightweights there, and the specialist double scull combination from Sydney Rowing Club, Torin Olsen and Harry Crouch. They were next in 5th position. McRae and Murphy of Mossman and UTS in 6th, then Harding and Patterson of Buckingham and the Australian National University Boat Club next in 7th place.
Great to see some lightweight rowers matching it with the heavyweight boys, and a very strong race across the board for the men's elite double scull.
So men's under 21 double scull is race 85, and they're making their way up to about the 1400 metre mark. There's a field of 5 in lane 2, Glebe Sydney University, Oliver Klotz of Sydney University and James Scott Brown of Glebe. In lane number 3, Lake Macquarie Mossman, Lachlan Fraser of Mossman and Caelan Routley of Lake Macquarie. In lane 4, Penrith, Liam Taylor and Bradley Moran, coached by Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. Lane 5, less vacant from a scratching from Canberra and Melbourne University. Lane 6, we have Canberra in the ACT High Performance Program. Ethan Toscan and Raphael Priest, coached by David Framano. And in lane number 7, Newcastle Grammar School, Alexander McDougall and Patrick Stanley on this side of the course. The David Framano crew, Ethan Toscan and Raphael Priest leading this one out. David hasn't had the best of weeks and unable to make it up here for the regatta, and Tom Trobe has been his able substitute for towing the trailer for the ACT High Performance Program. And these guys having a good race here, and over towards the far side, Fraser and Routley. tussling with Klotz and James Scott Brown on the far side of the course. And then it is back to Newcastle Grammar in 4th and Penrith in 5th, Taylor and Moran. So still Canberra Rowing Club leading, but the crew from Mossman, Lake Macquarie having a bit of a look across, and certainly it's a spirited finish that they're putting in here and seeing if they can start to draw up on terms with them. They're about to come into the last 100 metres, so it's very, very close here, and I think they're just about level. May even be an advantage to the Mossman, Lake Macquarie crew as they're sprinting towards the line. So it is the Mossman, Lake Macquarie crew that managed to find another gear, these guys, and they're going to come out on top by the looks of it. So a great performance here from the composite crew. The rating right up there at the end. Canberra, Toscan and Priest have to be content with 2nd and 3rd to Klotz and James Scott Brown of Glebe and Sydney University. 4th to Newcastle Grammar. And 5th to the locals from Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor and Bradley Moran. And race 86 is a combined race of the women's under 21 double scull, the women's under 23 double scull, and the women's elite double scull. Does look like we've just got the 4 boats in this one. Over on the far side in lane number 1, the under 21 double scull from Sydney University, Tiffany Botha and Grace Turner. In lane 2, another under 21 double scull from Mossman, Imogen Gray and Lillian Hyde, coached by Katie Healy. And alongside of them, another under 21 double scull from Sydney University, Stephanie Preller and Chelsea Prout. ANU withdrawn out of lane number 4. And it looks like the 2 Sydney University combinations aren't there in lanes 5 and 6. That's Vag and Shepherd. And of course, Maddie Vag, part of the Australian Junior Quad Scull last year. And the other Sydney University crew, India Hobbs and Nikki Greenland. So they haven't started. And we have the Australian National University Boat Club, Philippa Gray and Catherine Kahn on this side of the course. They're the elite double scull.
And they've come through the 1500 metre mark, the ANU combination in first place, not surprisingly being in the elite double pairing in the double scull. But it looks like over on the far side in lane number 1, the Sydney University double of Botha and Turner looks to have the lead over the other crews in lane 2 and lane 3. It's always challenging when there are multiple divisions within the one race, but this looks quite even across the board with, as I said, a slight advantage to the ANU crew in lane 7 being the elite double scull.
Yeah, so the Sydney University crew over on the far side, Tiffany Botha and Grace Turner. Tiffany Botha, who come through rowing at Queenwood School, and Grace Turner, I think, was Canberra Girls Grammar School. A very talented rower from the ACT that's moved up to Sydney University. And they run a very, very good program at Sydney University. I think 4 full-time coaches there, and it's a very, very busy place to be if you're there on a training morning. Just about run out of boat slings there at the club. There's that many people getting on and off the water, and they do a great job at Junior and Youth Development at City University Boat Club, and they're leading this under 21 double scull, Tiffany Botha and Grace Turner.
Looks like they've actually taken the lead from the ANU pairing of Gray and Khan to take out the overall first place in the women's under 21 double scull, sitting at a comfortable 32 strokes a minute as they cross the line. Second place, but first in the elites, is the ANU pairing of Gray and Khan, and then third across the line, but second in the under 21 doubles will be the Mossman combination of Gray and Hyde, and then in third place, fourth across the line, being Prela and Prout from Sydney University.
Double scull. Gentlemen, can you please come onto the course and attach?
So UTS Composite, Lane 3, Melbourne University, Lane 4, ANU, Lane 5, Sydney University, Lane 6, Canberra, Lane 7.
Gentlemen and ladies, you have 5 minutes. If you want to do a practice start, you may. 5 minutes. Four minutes. Two minutes. Sydney University, Sydney University, UTS Composite, Melbourne Uni, ANU, Sydney University, Canberra, attention.
And we are underway here, race 87. It is the men's under 23 double scull, but it's also now combined with the women's under 23 double scull. So we have the two Sydney University crews over on the far side of the course. Madeline Vag and Emily Shepherd, they'll be in lane number 1. And India Hobbs and Nicola Greenland, coached by Alfie Young, they'll be in lane number 2. That crew won't be judged, however. The crew in lane number 2. So they'll still get a time, which I think will be all important for them as they head towards the championship end of the season with the New South Wales Championships in a couple of weeks' time. And then, of course, the Nationals back here in late May, early April. And then the Crews from lanes 3 to 7 are the men's under 23 double scull crew. Xavier Hall Sullivan from Corio Bay and Alexander Wood of UTS, coached by Alex Field and Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 4 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Lucas Matic and Felix Oliver, coached by Matthew Ryan. The Australian National University Boat Club, Luca Hahir and Lucas
Race
Hempton,
47.
coached by Diane Grant and
Men's.
William Hatcher, are in lane 5. Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson are the Sydney University crew in lane number 6, and Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovitz, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski from Canberra Rowing Club, are in lane number 7. So that's the field as they start to make their way up towards the 500 metre mark. Crew in lane number 6 from Sydney University having a good battle with their counterparts, Melbourne University, through that first 500 metres. And then it is next across to Xavier Hall Sullivan, who was very, very good in his under 23 single scull earlier on today. And Alex Wood, who probably didn't have the best row that we've seen from him. He's a very talented young athlete in their third through the first 500 metres. And then back to Canberra Rowing Club, I think, and then the ANU, and then the two Sydney University crews. The women's crews are very, very evenly matched here. A great race going on between Vag and Shepherd and Hobbs and Greenland.
And I think the Canberra crew over on this side, Owen, actually just raced in the elite lightweight double scull race. So they've just turned around and rode back up for another race. I guess if you're making the journey up the Hume Highway, you want to make it worth your while and have another race when you can. So it'll be tough for them to back up, but it looks like they're putting in a good effort as we get well underway in this race.
Yeah, 2Ks in 40 minutes is certainly, they'll be sleeping well on the drive back down. And now focusing on the crew over towards the far side of the course, Xavier Hall Sullivan and Alexander Wood, along with Lucas Matic and Felix Oliver. Lucas Matic, of course, went up to Nudgee College, or St Joseph's Nudgee College. He's a national champion in this class of boat. I think in the under-17 double scull. He's a bronze medalist in the schoolboy 8 at nationals with Nudgee when their program was at their peak under the legendary John Bowes. And they're leading through that first 1,000 metres from the crew from Sydney University, Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson, and they may well have had another substitution in that boat. There's a guy in a red Zudi in that one, not the typical colours that you see from the home of rowing, Sydney University, in lane number 6. So a good race between these top 3 crews here as they come through that halfway mark.
So as they come through the 750 metres to go, it looks like the action is coming from lane 3 and lane 6, it seems. So, yes, that the UTS composite crew may have got some ground back on the Melbourne University pairing there of Matic and Oliver. And then also, it looks like the Sydney University crew has retained a strong position of Anderson and Simpson, but definitely some good racing with just over 500 metres to go, with the action significantly in the middle of the course.
Yeah, going stroke for stroke here, the Melbourne University crew and the UTS Corio Bay composite, very strong third 500 from them. They've put about a length into the Sydney University crew of Anderson and Simpson, and they're in lane at number 6, and then it is back to the Australian National University Boat Club here and Hempton, and Boyd and Tomanovitz of Canberra Rowing Club. They'll be starting to feel a sting in their legs to 2Ks in 40 minutes, and they're coming up with about 550 metres to go left in this one, and they're in 5th position in this men's under 23 double scull And meanwhile, over on the far side, the two women's double sculls, under 23 doubles from City University, still having a great race down the course. Madeline Vag, who was in the Australian junior team, a great season last year where she was coached by Sarah Cook down at the
At Canberra
Grammar School. And there with Emily Shepherd, very, very good youngster at Sydney University, and the two doubles are very, very evenly matched here, and the Sydney University coaches will be loving seeing these two really duke it out here in this women's under 23 double scull.
But you've definitely got the UTS composite with Corio Bay coming through and pushing through for the win at a relatively comfortable 36 strokes a minute, it looks like. Definitely making a statement with about 100 metres to go. Second place looks to be solidified by Maddock and Oliver from Melbourne University, and then bringing in third place is the combination, like we said, there's substitution there, but of Anderson and Simpson from Sydney Uni. But first across the line, the UTS composite crew, second Melbourne University, and third Sydney University in lane 6. We then go back to the ANU pair of here and Hempton coming through, followed relatively closely by the Canberra combination of Boyd and Tomanovitz. And then over on the far side, the two under 23 women's double scull pairings from Sydney University of Vag and Shepherd, who have it over their compatriots of Hobbs and Greenland in lane 2. But coming across the line with about 5 strokes to go is the ANU pair of here and Hempton. Nice and long and strong, and then the lightweight crew from Canberra coming across the line, followed closely by Sydney University of Vag and Shepherd, followed by Hobbs and Greenland.
So race 88 is the men's under 19 pair, originally a field of 8, half of which were from St Joseph's College, Hunters Hill. But their coach David Geely pulled them out at about 9 o'clock last night. So just the field of 4 spread out a little bit. In lane number 1, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Zinc Bosco and Benjamin Hudson. In lane 2 from Port Macquarie, Isaiah Chandler and Tom Jenkins, coached by Emma Molinar and Barnabas Bean. Lanes 3 and 4 are left vacant from those aforementioned scratchings. In lane 5 we have Mossman, Brandon Smith and Bo Nicholas, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. Lane 6 and 7 also vacant from lane 6 vacant. St Augustine's are in lane 7, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, coached by Judith Ungermark, and lane 8 is vacant from a St Joseph's scratching. So it is the crew from St Augustine's and the crew from Mossman that are shining out in the early stages of this one. Then back to Hunter Valley Grammar School and Port Macquarie. They're in 4th position. Of course, one of the more difficult boats to row well, the pair, and under 19 category. Not a lot of kids under 19 get a lot of exposure in rowing a pair, so it's a good little test of skill. You can't just really just thump it down the course and hope for the best. You do need to have a bit of finesse and a bit of touch.
Yeah, and great to see some schools also championing
this event,
investing, thank you, Owen, in this event and giving that skill to these rowers early on. It'll steer them well in the future if they look to continue on. But it definitely looks like Mossman in lane 5 and the St Augustine's pairing in lane 7 have a significant hold over the other two boats in the field. Matched quite closely with 500 metres to go, so we should be in for some good racing and some tight racing. And it looks like the St Augustine's crew might just be in the lead as they come past on the screen. It looks like they've got a slightly higher rating than the Mossman pairing, but definitely both looking controlled and relatively comfortable in these conditions.
That's right, they're at about 34 strokes a minute, the St Augustine's combination, as they lead Mossman. And also similarly at about 34 strokes a minute as they make their way up towards the 1650 metre mark. Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, the leaders for St Augustine's, coached by Judith Ungermark, who's an Olympic gold medalist and Olympic bronze medalist. And Matthias and Judith Ungermark coach the Mossman crew in the centre of this field. And Matthias also still the reigning world best time holder in the men's Coxed 4, and they have done a very, very good job at junior development at St Augustine's and Mossman.
Could definitely see Judith riding down on her bike on the side, watching both crews with a keen eye as she would, checking their stroke rating and hoping they both have a strong finish. But it looks like still very close. Potentially the Mossman crew has just pipped in front, but it'll be very close as we come into the Red Boys with just under 100 metres to go.
That's right. Who can still keep the stroke rate up and keep the length there and not sort of tighten up and shorten up and still able to let the bow run for you at 35 strokes a minute or so. St Augustine's crew really hooking in the green on this side of the course, but Mossman just have a slight advantage. They've moved out to about half a canvas. It's going to be enough to see them home. Mossman will take out the men's under 19 pair from St Augustine's. Really good hit out for these two crews, fighting it out over the full 2,000 metres.
Judith will be very happy with that result, I would say, Owen.
And I'm sure she'll find things to work on as well. So
as any good coach does.
That's right. That's right. That's always the challenge, to get some speed and continue to find more. And Hunter Valley Grammar School got an advantage of the best part of 2 lengths over Port Macquarie as they come into about the last 200 metres of this one.
But as we said, a great showing to get these young athletes out in the pair in a very difficult boat to race. And have a first, I would suggest, one of their first 2,000 metre races at Cirque in the pair. You've got the Hunter Valley pairing now, just bringing up the rating as they hit the Red Boys, just giving the Port Macquarie combination of Chandler and Jenkins just a little reminder that they still want to beat them and have a good race. But a good race from the Hunter Valley pairing of Bosco and Hudson as they come across the line in 3rd position. Great result for them. And then in 4th place from Port Macquarie of Isaiah Chandler and Tom Jenkins. Now, Owen, looks like we've got one more 2,000 metre race coming down the track before we switch back to 1,000 metre racing, which is race 89, the women's under 19 pair. It looks like we have a field of 3, originally 4, in lane 3, PLC Sydney of Arabella Rutherford and Bailey Winton Murray. In lane 4, the Mossman combination of Philippa Young and Grace Burke. And in lane 6, the UTS combination of Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper. Another race having a school crew in it, so again some good support from the school programs in this class of boat. But solidified in the middle of the course, and it looks from this position that the UTS combination may have the lead, but we've still got about 750 metres to go, so anything can happen.
Yeah, so Paige Critchlow, student at Loretto Normanhurst, Amelia Cooper, I think may have just finished year 12 at St Catherine's. They're coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field, and they're doing a good job leading this field. The PLC program, Felix Dew is doing very good things down at Drummoyne Rowing Club where PLC are based, and they're currently in second spot and Mossman in third. But yeah, Felix, previously having been at Hunter Valley Grammar School, he made the move over to the UK and spent a bit of time working with Molesey Boat Club and Phil Burgignon, who's now moved to Twickenham and doing great things there. And Felix also having some experience international coaching, coaching Peter Purcell-Gilpin, the Zimbabwean sculler, at international regattas. So it's been great for Felix to bring that experience to the PLC Sydney program. And they're in second spot, Arabella Rutherford and Bailey Winton Murray. But through the 1500 metre mark, it is the UTS crew, Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper, that are in the lead. Cooper was part of the IGSA 8 last year in the school representative 8s for the IGSA schools, which is about 33 girls' schools, of which St Catherine's is a long-standing member. And this UTS combination continues to lead from PLC Sydney in second and Mossman in third place. Really nice conditions here. Flag's relatively limp and not a great deal of wind shadows on the water. And this UTS combination really enjoying these conditions and starting to increase their advantage as they move through the 1750 metre mark.
Just at a nice 32 strokes a minute, Owen. Just very comfortable, focusing on their length. They've got a solid position now where they can sit back and watch the rest of the field and what they're doing. But Hallie and Alex will definitely be happy with this performance and a good hit out after a long camp on retiring for UTS.
Yeah, they spent 2 weeks up at the Croker Oars factory at Cowan's Lane on Oxley Island, which is a beautiful river, the Manning River to row on, and that's down near the entrance at Old Bar, and quite tidal down there, and good to get some Ks in there, and a fair bit of culture camping on the riverbank there. And
looks like it's definitely worked for these ladies. Critchlow and Cooper coming over in the final few strokes of the race to take out a very convincing win. So in first place, Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper. Second place, PLC Sydney have solidified their position for Arabella Rutherford and Bailey Winton Murray. It's really great to see, as we said, these school crews out having a crack at the pair combination, and then in third place, Philippa Young and Grace Burke from Mossman. So second place to PLC Sydney, and the last few strokes across the line for the Mossman pairing.
we move back to the 1,000 metre start, and it's the 90th race of the day, the Men's Masters Double Scull, First Division, and a couple of crews starting off go. In lane number 8, the Abbotsford Composite with Lake Macquarie, Peter Stevenard of Lake Macquarie and Andrew Patterson of Abbotsford. Also starting off go, Lake Macquarie with Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. Lane 6 left vacant from Donza and Smith having withdrawn. And then we have 2 glebe crews in lanes 5 and 4. In lane 5, Ariel Palenko Garcia and Christopher Nisha. And in lane number 4, Nicholas Galea and Ken Major. Lane 3 left vacant, the Australian Masters champions in the A double scull, Raymond and Buzzercott, a withdrawal. In lane number 2, Andy Wigan and Darren O'Sullivan of Glebe starting off 9 seconds, along with the Leicar crew, Cowan Gamares and Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry.
This should be a good combination and a good competitive race with only 9 seconds difference in a double scull. That is enough time to make up over 1,000 metres, and it looks like the field is slowly coming back together, but definitely the 2 combinations that have gone off go from Lake Macquarie and the Abbotsford Composite with Lake Macquarie look to still have the lead. It is tight. I couldn't separate them from this position, but the Lake Macquarie crew, which is just coming up on your screen now, does look quite comfortable as they pass through the 500 metre mark to go, followed closely there by the Abbotsford Composite combination. So the Lake Macquarie crew of Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith definitely are out in front. And then over on the other side, we have lane 1. It looks like the Leicar crew of Gamiras and Medway that are coming through, leading the rest of the field.
Yeah, so it was only about a length separating the Stuart Boyd, Jeremy Smith, Lake Macquarie crew from Stevenard and Patterson, also of Lake Macquarie and Abbotsford respectively. And Peter Stevenard's done a really good job. He's come back from a battle with cancer a couple of years ago, and where he lost a lot of size and strength, and just great seeing him out there racing. A great competitor. He's previously been in the New South Wales Masters state team, and someone that's just a great person to have around a club and a boat park. And he's there with Andrew Patterson, and they're seeing if they can get back to some sort of an overlap with the race leaders, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. At the moment, they're starting to extend their advantage over their fellow front markers, but the crew to watch, as Margot mentioned, over on the far side, Richard Medway in the bow seat, Cowan Gamares in the stroke seat, coached by the vastly experienced Steve Sherry. And they're coming into the last 150 metres, and they've still got a little bit of work to do if they're going to catch this Lake Macquarie combination. In 4th, we have Glebe. That's the crew of O'Sullivan and Wigan, and then we're back to the other Glebe crew in 5th, and then another Glebe crew, Palenko Garcia and Nisha, back in
But it's
6th and final place.
It's definitely a tight race at the front, and it looks like the crew in lane 1 may just have the win over the lane 7 crew from Lake Macquarie. It's going to be tight on the line. Oh, it's close to call, but it looks like the combination from Leichhardt in lane 1 of Gamiras and Medway did narrowly nudge out the Abbotsford Lake Macquarie combination with Lake Macquarie in 2nd from Boyd and Smith, 3rd being Abbotsford and Lake Macquarie, 4th Glebe of Wigan and O'Sullivan, and 5th Glebe, Galea and Kenny Major, and then coming through in looks like 6th position we have Garcia and Nisha to round out the Masters Men's Double Scull Division 1.
And you can see on the Bont rowing replay there, nice little win there to Cowan Gamares and Richard Medway from Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith of Lake Macquarie, only reaching the lead for the last couple of strokes, but that's where you want to have it.
So we've now got race number 91 on the course with about 500 metres to go. Division 2 of the Men's Masters Double Scull. In lane 1, the Drummoyne, or combination of Richard Jones and Rob Glendenning. Sorry, lane 3, my apologies. Lane 4, Glebe, combination of Mark McGowan and Mark Tejan. Lane 5, a Quinton composite of Len Walter and Tom Bishop. Lane 6, North Shore composite from Glebe and North Shore of Kim Macney and Robert Drury. And in Lane 7, another North Shore composite with Drummoyne of Graham Wern and John James. So the North Shore composite of Wern and James were off go, with Quinton and North Shore composite off 15 seconds, and then Glebe and Drummoyne off 38, which is a lot of time to pull back. But it looks like the Quinton composite in Lane 5 just is ahead of Lane 6 and Lane 7, the two North Shore composites. Not surprising given Tom Bishop's stellar performance in the single scull not too long ago.
Yeah, so the leading three boats, one Olympian in each of them. Tom Bishop, the Quinton Boat Club member there in the crew in lane number 5 with Len Walter. He was in the 76 Olympics and the 72 Olympics. Kim Macney there with Rob Drury. Kim always says he doesn't like to get the rate up much anymore, and he's there at about 25 strokes a minute. You can see how well that boat just runs and runs for him. They're in second spot, and they've already caught the front runners. Graham Wern, who's a former Australian representative, and John James, the 1964 Olympic silver medalist. They're in third spot, and the Drummoyne crew, Rob Glendenning and Richard Jones, they're starting to make a bit of ground on the front runners, or front markers, the Wern and James crew. And they may even reel them in by the time they get to the finish. And in fifth position is the Glebe crew of Mark McCune and Mark Tejan. But at the head of the field, Len Walter and Tom Bishop. Len Walter North Shore and Tom Bishop from Quinton. And it looks like they're going to take this one out.
Rowing beautifully as they cross the line. Some beautiful long strokes, nice and controlled. Very convincing win for Walter and Bishop. Well done, gentlemen. Second place solidified from Kim Macney and Robert Drury as they come across the line. And then there is a fight on for third position of the Drummoyne and North Shore composite crew battling it out, but we may just have the North Shore composite crew of Wern and James, the original front runners, narrowly beating out the Drummoyne combination of Jones and Glendenning, and then McGowan and Tejan from Glebe bringing up the rear.
And race 92 is the Women's Masters single scull, and all of these 9 people have nominated for the New South Wales Masters state team. We have in lane number 1, Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti, coached by Jeff Patterson and Steve Sherry. In lane 2, Zita Briones of North Shore, who we saw in that fine performance in the double scull just a couple or an hour and a half ago. Jennifer Zonga of Leichhardt in lane number 3. Sarah Hill of Mossman in 4. Daniela Borgett of Leichhardt in lane number 5. Rebecca Hourigan of Mossman in 6. In lane 7, Kathleen Hextell, the Drummoyne president, in lane 7. In lane 8, Am Barak of Mossman. And in lane number 9, Susan Robinson of St George. So it was the scullers in lane 8 and 9 that are off go, and then it was Hextell and Hourigan off 5 seconds. And then we start to see 10 seconds for the bulk of the field, and Nikki Lepresti, the back marker, over in lane number 1, who started off 13 seconds and has already started to pick off a few scullers, and I think has got a sight set on a few more as they come into the last 250 metres.
You've got Barak still holding her lead, but you've definitely been challenged by Kathleen Hextell from Drummoyne and Daniela Borgett over in lane 5. Not surprising there that these ladies are all very strong scullers and very competent racers, so this should be a great finish as we come in to the Red Boys with just 100 metres to go. It looks like Barak is still holding her lead off her go marking, but Hextall and Borgett are really challenging for this final few positions.
Yeah, so Barak, only new to the sport, I think in her second or third year of rowing, and she's smoothing out a technique to go with that immense power that she has, and coming up to the last 3 or 4 strokes, and it looks like she's going to hold on and take out Division 1 of the Women's Masters single scull for Mossman Rowing Club. Kathleen Hextell of Drummoyne second, Daniela Borgett, the Leichhardt captain, placing third, Sarah Hill former Victoria Cup representative for New South Wales, placing 4th, and then followed by Nikki Lepresti of Leichhardt in 5th position.
Suzanne Robinson just crossing the line for St George in 6th, and then we Jennifer Zonga from Leichhardt, followed closely by Zeta Briones from North Shore, and the field rounded out by lane 6, Rebecca Hourigan from Mossman Rowing Club.
Yeah, so a quality field there in the Women's Masters single scull of all athletes nominating for New South Wales Masters state team, and yeah, very, very high standard of racing in that first division. We'll see what division number 2 has in store. In lane number 1, Balmain, Alyssa Irvin, starting off 5 seconds. And in lane number 2 for Glebe Rowing Club, Julia Vishkovskaya, also off 5 seconds. Lisa Griesel of Lake Macquarie's in lane 3, off 3 seconds, coached by Jeremy Smith. Kirsten Berry of Lake Macquarie, also off 3 seconds in lane number 4. Olivia Tong of North Shore, also off 3 seconds in lane 5. The remaining scullers are off go. Anne Skilton of Glebe in 6. Vanessa Edwards of Nepean in 7. Kate Wareham of Glebe in 8. And Trudy McDonald of Lake Macquarie in lane number 9.
Oh, and it's really great to see in the Masters Women's Single that we've got 3 full divisions to finish off our racing for the day at the 2022 Small Boat Regatta. This race looks relatively even across the board. A few scullers, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie off go over on this far side in lane 9. Looks to still have a narrow lead across the rest of the field, but they're definitely coming home strong as the wind starts to pick up, as we can see the flags here at the finish line.
Yeah, it's certainly a tricky little cross breeze here for the scullers in the exposed lanes of about lane 6 through to lane number 9. But Trudy McDonald of Lake Macquarie faring the best. She leads Vanessa Edwards from Nepean Rowing Club. And in 3rd position we have the sculler another 2 lanes across, Olivia Tong of North Shore, coached by Kim Rudder. And then it is Lisa Griesel next in 4th position, Kirsten Berry of Lake Macquarie in 5th. And then we go to Julia Vishkovskaya of Glebe, followed by Kate Wareham of Glebe, and Skilton of Glebe, and Alyssa Irvin of Balmain back in 9th position.
But it looks like the Lake Macquarie sculler of McDonald and the Nepean sculler of Vanessa Edwards look to be out in front. Trudy definitely just being pushed over slightly with the wind. Hopefully she can correct that as she comes in and misses the buoy line, but definitely being challenged by Vanessa Edwards from Nepean in lane 7, with the rest of the field coming through strong.
Yeah, McDonald has clipped, I think, 3 of boys out of the past 4, and now just starting to move back towards the centre of her lane. And the boat named Cockle Creek, which is a popular training spot for Lake Macquarie Rowing Club when it gets windy. And they move off Lake Macquarie and into Cockle Creek to get the work done, and that's paid off there for Trudy McDonald of Lake Macquarie. Taking out the win, Vanessa Edwards of Nepean in 2nd.
And 3rd place, Olivia Tong from North Shore coming across. Lisa Grissel with another race coming across in lane 3. Great result for her. Followed closely by her compatriot from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Kirsten Berry. And then we've got the lane 2 sculler from Glebe, Julia Vishakovska in lane 2 coming across, and then in lane 8 we have the Glebe sculler Kate Wareham just coming across. She was off go, followed closely by her Glebe compatriot Anne Skilton. She was off go as well, and then over on the far side the Balmain rower of Eliza Irvin, with a few strokes to go to round out Division 2 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. So the last race of the day coming down, penultimate race coming down Division 3 of the women's single scull for the Masters in lane 1, Diane Grant from ANU. Lane 2, Anya Weaver from Balmain. Lane 3 from Drummoyne, Janine Donovan. Lane 4, Wendy Roncontolato from Drummoyne. In lane 5, Renata Impa from Balmain. In lane 6, Louise McCoach from North Shore. Tess Fearon in lane 7 from Newcastle. Tiffany Hutchinson from Mossman in lane 8. And we have a scratching from Newcastle Uni in lane 9. So the second last race of the day. And it looks like the sculler in lane 5, Renata, is maybe just has her bow in front, which is not a surprise. She's a very accomplished sculler, being in the women's interstate quad for the Masters the last few years. So a strong race for this crew with about 200 metres to go. Oh, we've also got Diane Grant over in lane 1. My apologies, she was out of sight for us. She looks to have the lead, rowing very strongly over in the protected lane of lane 1.
And Diane Grant, having moved up a category now to the D category this year, she's competitive no matter which category she's in, so moving up into a new age group and doing very, very well here. She's about 34 strokes a minute. And from the Australian National University Boat Club, they have a very strong Masters contingent down there at the Nick Hunter Run Club. And Diane Grant is set to take this one out with a nice win ahead of Louise McCoach from North Shore. So it looks like a win for the ANU. McCoach of North Shore just has about a length on Tess Fearon of Newcastle Rowing Club, and it'll be North Shore second, Newcastle third. Janine Donovan and Renata Ipma are overlapping here as they come up towards the line. It's the Drummoyne sculler Donovan that gets fourth, Ipma of Balmain fifth, and then followed by Tiffany Hutchison of Mossman in sixth position. Wendy Roncolardo of Drummoyne will be next in seventh, and then back to Anya Weaver of Balmain in eighth position. And the final race, race 95, the ultimate race here on the program of the Small Boats Regatta for 2022. Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. Lane 1, Colleen Chapman, now rowing for Drummoyne Rowing Club, previously of Abbotsford. She started off 29 seconds. Chris McCready of St George is in lane 2 off 23 seconds. Rowena Stewart, another recently having moved across from Abbotsford to Drummoyne, she's off 23 seconds in lane 3. Mary Walsh off the same handicap in lane number 4 for representing North Shore. Kerry Thorne of Leichhardt is in lane number 5 off 13 seconds, along with Jeanette Pendleton of North Shore in lane number 6, and the two front markers, Anne Taylor of Mossman in lane 7 and Susan Walter of North Shore in lane number 8.
It definitely looks like Anne Taylor is out in front, off go, not surprising, a strong sculler and competing in single sculls at every regatta that she can. It looks like she's still retaining her lead off the go mark. And Suzanne Walter is still sticking with her from North Shore next to her in lane 8. But the other rowers are definitely coming through with just over 300 metres to go.
Yeah, Chris McCready of St George is hopefully bidding farewell to those injury niggles she had last season, and they're in third position, and trying to move with her is Rowena Stewart of Drummoyne, and also Jeanette Pendleton of North Shore is there in the mix in the top 5 positions as they start to make their way up towards the 1750 metre mark.
But it's definitely Anne Taylor retaining her lead over the rest of the field. A really tidy sculler.
Coached by the great Kieron Glynn, who does a great job with Queenwood School and also does some work at Mossman Rowing Club. And Kieron, a very, very talented sculler who puts a great deal of time and effort into the sport. And Ann Taylor here enjoying a very, very handy lead. She's extended her advantage over Sue Walter to about 3.5 lengths, and it's just whether Chris McCready has enough water to try and reel her in, and I think it's running out pretty rapidly.
Yeah, with just over 100 metres to go, you can see Chris looking across and just checking her mark, and I think she may just have her. We'll shortly see, but definitely Ann Taylor, a commanding lead from start to finish. Nice controlled rating as we cross the finish line for the last race of the day. First place, Mossman and Taylor, well done, well raced, and Christine McCready has definitely solidified that second position. She just needs to hold it for the last few strokes across the line. So second place, Christine McCready from St George. Third place, we'll have Suzanne Malta from North Shore. Coming across in fourth, Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne. In fifth position, we'll have Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore. In sixth, Mary Walsh, my apologies, from North Shore. And coming across in seventh, the Drummoyne sculler of Colleen Chapman, followed up by lane 5, the Leichhardt rower of Kerry Thorne. Just the last few strokes across the line. Kerry giving away 13 seconds to the front markers, so a great race for her to finish off a great day of racing. So last few strokes, a few little boys, and well done to Kerry. A little wave to the commentary box. Well done, ladies. A great day of racing. Hot conditions. A slight little cross breeze to finish off the day, but one of our largest small boat regattas that we've had in the last few years, Owen. So some good results to give some selectors some things to think about.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously, a highlight of the day, Tara Rigney going 7.25 in the women's elite single. I think Kim Brennan holds the public course record for women's single sculls of 7.15. And so a very, very good performance from Tara Rigney earlier on today. And certainly some good racing. Great to see our Olympic gold medalists back here racing as well, with Annabelle McIntyre from the women's 4 and the men's 4 also here in various combinations. And great to see their support of the regatta. We hope you've all enjoyed it. A huge thank you to all our volunteer boat race officials who give up their time and expertise to ensure that we have a safe, fair and enjoyable regatta for the 400 plus competitors racing here today. And also a big thank you to all the other volunteers that help ensure that we can run a regatta safely and fairly. Thank you to our competitors for bearing with the difficulties here at the course with the closure of the back lake. We do thank you for your support in adhering to the revised traffic flow that was in place here at this regatta. And we thank you for bearing with us and being flexible and adapting to the many challenges that have come at us in recent months and recent years,
definitely. And we're really looking forward to welcoming everybody back for the New South Wales State Championships that kick off in just under 2 weeks. Owen, on the 11th of February, so really looking forward to seeing everyone back out here, and hopefully the weed issue is well contained and we can get back to some normal flow. But as we sign off, have a great night, get home safe, and I hope those that are able to can jump on TV and watch Ash Barty and the Special Ks try and win some tennis championships at the Australian Open. So from us this afternoon, thank you again for making the time to come out, and we'll hopefully see you in the next few weeks.